Well, here we are once again, floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. All right. It's Thursday. It's Thursday evening, and it's time for a stream. Quite a lot to talk about, but first a few shoutouts. Mozart, Reference Frame, Glitchmaster123 in the YouTube chat. Randy Terpstra, Close Fourth. BCat also here. Christy, Hermit Horologist. Edward Thornton. Young Chris. Kelly Cat. And Ducky. And Moen up over on Twitch stream. Sweet Chewy. Hiding on the vertical. Well, fantastic to see all of you individuals this evening. We got a lot to talk about, as I just mentioned. Oh yeah. Tuesday's elections, bringing big wins for the left. And a lot of strong reactions coming across from both sides of the aisle. Meanwhile, wildfires ravaging the United States and a heat wave melting much of Western Europe. Really most of Europe, actually, when you think about it. A lot of other stuff, including the 3 earthquakes that happened almost, I don't know, within like an hour of each other. One in Japan, one in California, one in Venezuela. The one in Venezuela, the most destructive and horrifying, which we will talk about later. Sudden Apollo, thank you for the resub with Prime. Alright, let's start that familiar place. The United States. America. Where the press is no longer safe.
Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan, now colleagues at the New York Times, have teamed up to deliver the most important look inside the Trump White House.
Please hold. What in the hell is going on here? Oh, no. What? What? No, you gotta be shitting me. Oh, good. How? How does that happen exactly? Oh, I fucking know what happened. Oh, you gotta be, how is that a thing though? How? Yeah. Oh, very upset. Oh, I'm very upset right now. We got a serious problem. Is there studio mode on this fucking thing? Studio mode me. Yes. Good. Okay. Well, I gotta solve some stuff here real quick. Space Vams. I think Vertical is going to be forced to watch this happen. It's going to be real. Dude, avert your eyes. Avert your eyes, Vertical. You don't want to see this. You don't want to see how the fucking sausage gets made around here. Oh, God. But how? Sorry, everybody, but we got a real problem here. Display capture suddenly stopped working. No, that monitor. Bastard. Oh my God, this is so annoying to me. Oh, that's not quite right. Does that do it? That's kind of good, I guess. Oh, that's so annoying to me. Actually, I should move this down slightly. I don't like it there. It looks better. Good God. That's wildly annoying to me. I gotta redo this whole thing. Oh, God. I gotta redo it on... I'm not restarting the stream. I refuse to do that. Sorry, Vertical Chat. Now you get to watch it. No, don't do that. Oh, you're shitting me. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, gotta try that again. There's no way. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is a disaster. How does this happen? How does this happen? How did I not test this? I feel like this is partly my fault. What I hate about this is that it sort of takes away the magic. People watching how the sausage is made right now. I don't appreciate that one bit. I do not appreciate that. Thank you. Great. Is that good? Is that good for you? Is that... God damn it. Whatever. That's good enough. I'm leaving it that way. Okay. Take two. Turn off studio mode. Okay, looks good enough. All right, we're good. We did it. We did it. Attack on the Press. America.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
In the second term under title, Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan, now colleagues at the New York Times, have teamed up to deliver the most important look inside the Trump White House in the second term under the title Regime Change Inside the Imperial Presidency of Donald Trump. They conducted over 1,000 interviews for this book, with Donald Trump granting them an exclusive interview at the very last minute in March of this year as the book was headed to publication. The interview was on a Monday in March. And 3 days before welcoming them into the Oval Office, Donald Trump posted this on social media. Maggot Haber.
Sorry, but old O'Connell over here, his Trump impression is terrible. Maggot Haberman, just another all-caps sleazebag, writing for the failing New York Times. Insists on writing false stories about me, even though she fully knows and understands that the exact opposite of anything she says is usually the truth. In any event, I'm thinking of adding Maggot and some of her quote-unquote associates into my Florida-based lawsuit against the Times, which very happily seems to be proceeding nicely. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President DJD. Yeah. I mean, it was nothing really new from Donald Trump. He's been going after people in the press, especially women, for quite a while now. We've seen him, you know, tell women to smile more and, and things, just truly ridiculous things that he has said over the last year and a half.
No. Trump entered the Oval Office from the corridor connected to his private dining room. He was in smiling salesman mode. Nice to see you, he said, gesturing for us all to sit down opposite him at the desk. It was the 17th day of his war with Iran. 13 American service members had already been killed, and more than 200 had been wounded. Thousands of Iranians were dead, including the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The Pentagon had already spent more than $15 billion, and the Strait of Hormuz was largely closed, sending global oil prices surging. The day before, Trump had made a demand for an international coalition of warships to secure the waterway, but few nations seemed interested in helping. This was hardly surprising. Trump had spent the previous year mocking NATO, bypassing the United Nations, and making clear that alliances were, in his view, either protection rackets or obstacles. The nations he was now calling on for help were the same ones he had bullied with tariffs, threatened with territorial claims, and cut out of major decisions.
Yeah, okay, hold on. I want to hear directly the authors of this book, Maggie and Jonathan, came on here to speak with Lawrence.
Author and New York Times reporter Jonathan Swan, whose new book is Regime Change Inside the Imperial Presidency of Donald Trump. Maggie, I have to begin with you. And what is going on with you and Donald Trump? The world wonders about this because we've seen for years these vicious, and that last, I apologize for reading that one, but I had to set that stage for our audience. The viciousness of that. 3 days before you walk into the Oval Office. Did you already have the Oval Office appointment booked when he wrote that?
We did, and it was actually the first time that there had been one of those in some time. And thank you again for having us, Lawrence, and talking about the reporting for this book, which we really broke ourselves working on and are quite proud of. The only way that I can describe that action is a hip check, right, ahead of this interview. He was essentially trying to lay down a marker. Some people told us that people we had fact-checked different material with had gotten him spun up and in a heated mood about what he might get asked about. And so he was laying down a warning flag, and we've both been on the receiving end of attacks from him. He is, in my view, a subject I cover. We have spoken to him in the course of our daily reporting during news events and at either press conferences or on Air Force One or so forth. But we have actually spent very little time talking directly to him during this presidency, and that is a choice that we have made for a variety of reasons. But he has a specific fascination with the New York Times, and you know that. We've seen it over and over again. And I think just in his mind, he associates me with it. But for whatever reason, he never totally closes the door with anybody. And for our purposes, we had fact-checking questions we needed to ask him, and we needed to give him an opportunity to respond to, but we did not want it to be sort of open mic night in that kind of an interview where he was just going to pontificate. We asked a series of detailed questions, and he answered most of them.
So when you...
Yeah, and actually, Maggie, Jonathan, did another interview that I found a bit more interesting, honestly. Not specifically anything against Lawrence O'Donnell. He's not my favorite or anything. But honestly, this Channel 4 discussion with Maggie was quite interesting. This is from, what, yesterday? Yeah, this is from yesterday, Channel 4. More on this, this is a fascinating inside look into a presidency that we don't have that much. Like, it's interesting to even think it like this, but like we haven't actually had that much like inside looks into, right? It really, you got like that one, was it Politico? Who did the piece? I can't remember. Like they got those like crazy photographs of the cabinet. But like mostly, even though Trump does fucking press conferences like every 30 minutes, like we don't actually get a real close look at what's happening in behind the scenes. And since Maggie and Jonathan were doing all of this work, meeting with Trump, meeting with cabinet officials, doing all this fact-checking stuff, it does seem like they've uncovered some interesting dynamics at play.
This desire to be one of the great men, capital G, capital M, of history is what is driving him. And power and a willingness to use it is what is driving him. He's been something of a walking moral hazard his whole life, where he takes actions and somebody else holds the bag.
Emperors like to choose their successor. Is that what he's trying to do?
I'm not sure that he wants a successor. I think that if it was up to him, he would just be the last.
Hello and welcome to The Forecast. Maggie Haberman occupies a unique place in the Trump story. Few reporters know him better, and few have attracted as much attention from Trump himself. Her new book, with Jonathan Swan, Regime Change, reveals what's really happening inside the White House now and how Trump has wielded power since his return. Maggie, thank you very much indeed for joining us. How surprised were you in a sort of a White House that seems now to be ultra loyal to Trump, that people were prepared to talk to you?
So that's actually one of the things that was so hard about this book. It really nearly killed us. And again, with the acknowledgement, as my colleague and co-author Jonathan Swan often says, we're not in Fallujah, but we're covering the U.S. presidency. We're not covering a war. But this White House is so much tighter, so much better at keeping secrets. They make grand displays of saying how transparent they are, that President Trump is, the most transparent president in history, which is something you hear Caroline Levitt say a lot. Actually, they're very good at keeping secrets when they want to. And because they are very loyal to him, this group, because they're very different than his first term, where he was surrounded by people he really didn't know in a town he had never lived in a government he had never been part of before, and they want to see him succeed. They have kept their disagreements as tightly under wraps as possible. And Jonathan and I both assume we're not being told the truth as the starting point. And it took us a very long time to feel as if we had an accurate account here. So were we surprised that there is still a lot of...
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what I was, just saying is that, while we've had all of these, constant Trump press conferences, we don't have a real look at what's happening in the dynamics of all of this. Like, between people, we've heard, little rumorings here and there, but they really aren't that transparent, right? There is not clear what the hell is going on over there in the White House. The second the press conferences are over, the fucking press gets shuttled out of there. We watch them just get beckoned out, just at the drop of a hat. Trump's constantly going after anybody who even questions him. So it oftentimes feels like we're getting a very filtered view of what's happening. Right, the people that are left are already signed on to the loyalty pledges and all these other sorts of things.
So were we surprised that there is still a lot of anger and finger pointing and camps inside of Trump's orbit? No, because that is the consistent about Donald Trump's management style way before he became president. But it was surprising to us how hard it was to get information. It is really, really hard.
Right. So do you think the people working in the administration are alarmed by him, or are they all believers?
I think that two things can be true at once. And I think that the people working in this administration are believers in him. They have his closest aides been through a great amount with him. They believe in his ability to hear things at frequencies that they don't hear. We write about this in the book, that they have this almost mystical faith, many of the people closest to him, that he must know something they don't, because he has...
That is true. These have got to be some of the most deluded people on the planet. Oh, Donald Trump, the sundowning octogenarian, he can see and hear things that we can't? Like he's some sort of god? Because I know his eyes and ears don't work, they're 80, he's 80 years old. They can't possibly work very well, right? So, it's like you say, it's like a mystical sense of Trump. It's like, oh, he's like a wizard. He's like a wizard. He just knows things that we don't. Nostradamus.
Survived 4 indictments, multiple civil cases, 2 assassination attempts, and got reelected pretty handily despite all of that. So they tend to defer to his instincts. He is operating from pure gut in a way that we just didn't see in term 1. That doesn't mean that everybody feels fine in his extended government about things that he is doing, depending on what the thing is. But they do want to see him succeed.
And do you think what's driving him, from what you've been able to glean, is the desire to be an emperor? You call it an imperial presidency on the front of the book. He clearly has this desire to be written down in history. You know, is this desire to be an emperor what's driving him?
This desire to be one of the great men, capital G, capital M, of history is what is driving him. And power and a willingness to use it is what is driving him. And that was put into such stark relief at this really remarkable moment when Jonathan and I went to the Oval Office on March 16th of this year to see him. At the end of our reporting process, we had been asking for an interview. We had fact-checking questions, but we didn't want to, sort of have an open mic night with him. We wanted to ask specifics about our reporting, and we did. But at one point, we asked about power and how he was seeing himself in the context of power, just based on things he had been saying to people in public and elsewhere. And it was an astonishing moment. He had his omnipresent advisor, Natalie Harp. He said, Natalie, go get the thing from the historian." I'm paraphrasing. She comes back with these two printouts that he says were from a historian, words by a presidential historian. And she hands them to us. And the start of the document says, essentially, Donald Trump is the most powerful person who has ever walked the face of the earth.
Jesus
and
Christ.
then he proceeds to tick off what he describes as the top 10.
Oh,
Mao,
my God.
Hitler, Stalin,
This thing is
Tamerlane.
I honestly, this thing is fucking wild. I'm sure you all kind of get where this is headed, but like when I first heard that, I assumed they were gonna, but like I thought it was gonna be like a list of like all of the great things that President Trump has done. Instead, it's a list of all of the 10 most powerful men in history, and it's just sort of like a blatant appeal to power. It's like, look, Trump is like all of these great guys.
Face of the earth. And then he proceeds, essentially, Donald Trump is the most powerful person who has ever walked the face of the earth. And then he proceeds to tick off what he describes as the top 10. Mao, Hitler, Stalin, Tamerlane, Genghis Khan, Alexander the Great, Napoleon, the Caesars, some of the great monsters and conquerors of history. And he was making no moral distinction at all between people who had murdered and people who had conquered, or people who had built empires. It was that they had power and they were willing to use it, and that was how he was seeing himself. The punchline here was that it turned out that the person who wrote it was not a historian. It was Gary Players, the golfer's former caddy. And
I mean, it couldn't be more Trumpian. The caddy of a former PGA Tour golfer has come up with the 10 people who Trump should exemplify most. And Trump is, let's not forget, this list got brought out during a Trump meeting. So somehow Trump got a hold of this list and he thinks it's a great list. And he's like, look, I'm like these guys. I am just like Hitler and Stalin. Okay? Same level of awesomeness. Fucking insane. It's insane. And like, honestly, it goes on. Like, this interview goes on for like 15 minutes. We could listen to more of it. But that quote right there did it for me. I was like, really? Really, Trump brought this list out of his own volition and said, look at all of these other great guys that I'm like. Really? Like, how? How does that? How? I'm just utter Mao. The great Mao Zedong. Chairman Mao. Great guy. I'm just like him, actually. I'm kind of like
A communist.
a communist, when you think about it. But just the repressive parts, none of the community, okay? Community is annoying. People always asking for things, I hate it, okay? I just want supreme power to take away people's ability to be themselves, okay? I just want to say, look, okay, your religion sucks, all right? No more. All right, is that so wrong? Is that so wrong of me? I don't like your community, okay? We're gonna we're gonna make our own, all right? In my own image and the images of all the great men, like Hitler and Stalin and Tamerlane, of course, of the Turco-Mongol Empire, whatever it's called. I can't remember exactly. That's a long time ago, but he's a really great guy, as it turns out. He did a couple of genocides, but it's actually fine when you think about it. Oh, okay. Now, it's not just the reporters and or the press that is under threat under this Trump regime. And it really does seem like regime is, in fact, the correct term to use. In fact, empire. Perhaps we should call it an empire, because he does act like an emperor. I'm not sure which one he is more like, but emperor, especially in the wake of the UFC birthday bash, he does really feel, is starting to feel like a Roman emperor. I'm not gonna lie. That really ticked it over. I've been sort of waffling between which sort of fash, he most embodies. And I think it's getting pretty close to a decision on that one. Meanwhile, Trump administration continuing to try and wage a war against people who need things in America. You know, people like, I don't know, moms, children, people with disabilities. In fact, people with disabilities are getting a very direct attack from the latest Justice Department memo. Which, I mean, it's not, I guess it's not shocking from this group of horrible human beings. But Trump's lawyer, Todd Blanche, Attorney General of the United States, he is questioning why we've been helping disabled people for so. What's up with that? Why have we been doing this?
What now?
A recently released Justice Department memo questions decades of protections for Americans with disabilities. It's the latest effort by the Trump administration to shift long-standing practices for the disability community. Ali Rogan has more on potentially landmark changes.
Nick, the new memo is one of several attempts to change services and policies dedicated to people with disabilities. The DOJ says states aren't required to provide home and community-based services that have long kept disabled Americans out of institutions if they would benefit from these other services. And as the administration seeks to shutter the Department of Education, it's moving key responsibilities to agencies which disability advocates say are less equipped to handle them. For perspective on what these actions mean for the disability community, I'm joined by Maria Town. She's president and CEO of the American Association of People with Disabilities. Maria, you are on the move today. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. I first want to ask about this DOJ memo, which really provides a new interpretation of these existing laws and a Supreme Court decision that reaffirmed what we have understood to this point to be the rights afforded to people with disabilities. Can you just walk us through what those existing statutes are?
So in the Americans with Disabilities Act, which turns 36 next month, there is an integration mandate. And the Olmstead decision is a Supreme Court decision that turns 27 years old today that affirmed the integration mandate in the Americans with Disabilities Act. The Olmstead decision stated that people with disabilities had to be served in the most integrated setting whenever possible. What this means in practice is that states cannot forcibly institutionalize people with disabilities, whether that be in nursing homes, state psychiatric facilities, or in other institutional settings. And so this memo from the Department of Justice, which says that Olmstead is not enforceable, completely goes against all previous legal precedent. And it also goes against the will of Congress and the will of the Supreme Court.
Yep. Now, of course, this isn't technically law, but it might as well be. Because here's the fucking thing. The Department of Justice is basically acting as its own legislature, right? Like it's no longer taking it's no longer taking into consideration the Supreme Court rulings on all of this over the last 3 decades, like she just mentioned, all the legislation that exists on it. They are just unilaterally deciding they're no longer going to prosecute those cases, right? Because if the DOJ doesn't prosecute the cases, it doesn't matter if there's a law, right? Like, that's the whole fucking thing about it, right? And this new memo it essentially directs states to no longer what's the word, ensure that people with disabilities continue to get the services and help that they have been getting for the last 30 years. It's fucking insane. But that is what it does. Because it's the Department of Justice. They're the ones who do all the prosecutions. And so if they're no longer going to prosecute, then in states, especially red states, where they don't care about the rights of disabled people, right? They can just look the other way and nothing will fucking happen. And people's rights will be ignored and intentionally violated, and there will be no fucking repercussions for it. What about forcible institutionalization? That is actually, it's interesting you bring that up, lovely pariah, because that is literally what the recommendation from the Department of Justice is. I could bring it out. It's too long. I don't feel like going through the whole thing, and I can't remember where it was in the. The point, that's basically what they're saying. Is like, look, these people could benefit from just being institutionalized. Why are we keeping them in homes or in apartments, right? Why keep them in society when we could lock them up? That's basically what the Department of Justice is saying. It's like, look, stop wasting housing and food and whatever else on disabled people, and just stick them in an institution. That is literally, I mean, I am not shelling here, but that is effectively what the DOJ is recommending states do. It is disturbing. Okay, no, it's not just people with disabilities who are under attack by this government. It's, of course, people using their First Amendment rights. Protesters, journalists, as have been mentioned. Especially protesters who have been speaking up on behalf of others. Like those being mistreated and held, in many cases, unlawfully, in these detention centers that we have now set up across this country. Here's a disturbing clip from Democracy Now! Detailing just that.
In Newark, New Jersey, a Father's Day vigil was held outside the privately run for-profit ICE jail known as Delaney Hall Sunday. Families and supporters held signs reading, quote, "Free the dads, close the camps," unquote. The vigil was disrupted when a red sports car entering the facility struck a female protester who was waving an upside-down U.S. flag. Demonstrators said they believe the driver of the car was an employee of the GEO Group.
There is no fucking way that this guy shouldn't be in jail. I can almost make it out from here on a what I think has been intentionally edited footage. I can almost make out the plate through the editing.
Who was waving,
like, there's no way this guy shouldn't be in fucking jail right now. If I can almost make out his plate in this trash, fucking
vigil was
clip, right?
disrupt-
Like in this really bad resolution clip that's intentionally been made to obfuscate his license plate. And there's no way he shouldn't be in fucking jail. The car probably goes to this detention center on the regular. This person should be in jail facing charges for vehicular assault. Okay? I don't care if you don't like what the protester stands for. Okay? It doesn't matter. Okay? Unless that person is posing you bodily harm, you do not have the right in the state of New Jersey to run them over with a fucking car. Okay? Where is Ras Baraka? Where are the fucking police? Where is fucking Mikey Sherrill? Why are the fucking state troopers not here loading this piece of shit into a goddamn car, into a goddamn, squad car, and getting taken to jail and fucking indicted for a crime? A clear crime. Lawlessness. We cannot allow this sort of government lawlessness to continue. Okay, and if the government doesn't want to uphold the laws, not a lot of other solutions out there, I would remind people. So maybe get on that, government, before other people are forced to uphold the law.
Sports car entering the facility struck a female protester who was waving an upside-down U.S. flag. Demonstrators said they believe the driver of the car was an employee of the GEO Group, that for-profit private prison company that operates the ICE jail. Soon after, ICE agents deployed pepper spray and mace on the crowd.
Running people over, then blasting them with pepper spray when they complain about it. It's unacceptable. Charges need to be brought. Okay, there should be a call going into Mickey Sherrill and Ras Baraka's fucking offices every single minute of every fucking day until something is done about this. As well as who's the current congressman of that? I think the district is partly shared. I'm trying to think. I think they just lost. It's the person who just lost to fucking Hamawi, isn't it? No. Who's in this? Fucking hell, I can't remember. I'll get back on that. I'll get back to you on that one. Those first two, though. One piece of slightly good news regarding immigration, even though the war against immigrants continues, against, literally anybody who doesn't meet a particular fascist image, under threat from ICE and CBP. They've, of course, had their funding restored as of, 2 weeks ago now. They're planning to step up efforts. Trump has been making all sorts of threats. Markwayne Mullin's been out here making a whole bunch of threats. The alligator Alcatraz, according to Governor DeSantis, it's apparently officially closed. Thousands still missing.
Alligator Alcatraz fulfilled the role that it was designed to serve. Today it now has 0 detainees. It has helped remove many, many dangerous people from the street and get them out of not only the state of Florida, but the United States of America. The detainees that were here are still in federal custody. The demobilization efforts here at this facility are underway. There's no question that this mission has made the state of Florida safer, but DHS is in a better footing. DHS has more capacity to be able to handle these folks. They were able to be flown out of here.
Fact is Ron DeSantis has had to shut this thing down. Is the Ozempic reversing on Ron, by the way? He feels like he's putting on a few pounds here. They couldn't get the funding from the government in time, from the federal government, for whatever reason, to continue this horrible, fucking medieval camp running. I can't even count this as a W because those people, there's like still like an unknown number of people from this fucking place that are all just fucking missing. Family members, friends, communities cannot find them, can't find them in the systems. They've just been disappeared. And somebody's got to answer for that at some fucking point. We cannot forget about that. We cannot forget about Alligator Alcatraz just because it's closing. We still need a whole shitload of answers. Now, of course, we still have a bunch of just racist civilians running around the United States. You know, a couple white guys, see some, you know, a landscaper near their property, and, you know, unfortunately, in some occasions, lose their frickin' shit and act like a bunch of deranged morons. Like here in New York.
They attacked this poor man on my front lawn.
I don't know. I don't feel so well, but, you know, thanks to the grace of God, I'm alive and I'm here.
A father and son in Massapequa Park are under arrest for severely beating a landscaper with a wooden rod and a metal bat. Why? Depends who you ask.
We were literally in front of his, on the public sidewalk, nonetheless, probably in front of his house for a second. How is that going to set you off to come and attack somebody working on somebody else's lawn? And you're going to go on your neighbor's property and attack that person?
There's two sides to every story.
Oh, is there? Is it two sides?
Our story contains a very strong, truthful self-defense element.
The land.
Truthful self-defense. Truthful self-defense says this lying shitbag. These guys, let's go back and watch this again. Let's watch this again. Self-defense.
I don't feel
this guy
so
is
well,
backing
but,
up. He
you
is
know,
backing up, and they both have fucking bats. One guy has a metal bat, the other guy's got a wooden rod, and they are beating him, and he's just doing everything he can to protect himself. He's got no weapons. By the way, I can't remember what the law is around this, but I remember somebody telling me like, a long time ago, like the Marvin the Martian situation is like if you are Marvin, like if you're whipping out the bigger whatever, like you're actually escalating things. Right? Like you are immediately the one who is considered to be escalating things by having increased the level of force, right? Because if there was a physical altercation, right, it's 2v1 to begin with. So, but these guys go and pick up bats. Now, of course, there's zero evidence. There seems to be zero video evidence of anything like that. It's just those two chasing this one defenseless, unarmed man through someone else's yard. It's also criminal trespass, I would point out. And this dude should file charges against them for that because it's his property and they went onto his property to commit a crime. That's a separate crime, right? And he should file charges against them if they haven't been filed yet. Because I think he has the opportunity to do that in this case. But it's this fucking insane that this lawyer wants to claim self-defense. These guys should just fucking turn themselves in. But no, they pled not guilty for trying to beat a man to death. But Trump's got a solution to this. That's right. Donald Trump is working on a national right to carry legislation for all states in America.
Thanks as well to the president of the NRA who's here with me, Bill Bockenberg. Bill, stand up. And they always give me their endorsement because I saved the Second Amendment, and you think it's easy. On occasion, it was not easy, right, Bill? But we did it. We did it with your help. And we're doing a couple of other things working with you and your people. But I think you've done a fantastic job. The NRA, everybody, they really have been. They've been with me right from the beginning. And Bill asked me would I support the national right to carry legislation. How do you feel about national right to carry? That's my free poll. You know, that is just a free poll. I don't have to pay $300,000 to somebody that doesn't even do polling, you know? You give your phony numbers. See, those are real numbers. National right to carry. Yeah, we're working on it.
Those are real numbers. A room full of people paid to clap. That's a real poll. There you go, Donald Trump pushing for a national right to carry. More guns, more safe. Right? Just everybody, if everybody just runs around with guns, we'll all be safe. Landscapers, racist neighbors, just everybody just running around the streets, just blasting. Just blasting. It'll be great. It'll be great. Oh, I can't wait. Because guns always solve crimes. Well, sometimes guns don't solve crimes. Actually, sometimes lawful gun owners go out there and try to protect their homes and then they get shot. Like this guy in Phoenix, Arizona.
Everybody made mistakes that night. But at this point, I'm the only one paying for any of them.
I will shoot you! Show me your hand!
We reported a lot on that shooting involving this Valley surgeon and Phoenix police. In fact, apparently, we've shown you more than Phoenix PD showed the special board that's supposed to review their police shootings. Now, we interviewed one of the members on that board, and he says it's broken, mostly just for show. And when we dug into how the board reviewed the doctor's case, we discovered the board doesn't even take votes.
No way! Police accountability doesn't exist? Oh, snap. Shock of shocks, as it turns out, in Arizona, they have fake police accountability boards that don't actually vote and allow the police to come in to those accountability boards and know who it is that's voting, right? And imagine that for a second. You're voting on police officers that are in your county, in your town. It's your job to hold them accountable, and then you have to look them directly in the eyes. Armed people who are armed and technically have, at least until they lose their jobs potentially, weapons and the law on their side. Like it's pretty incredible. But anyways, this guy in Arizona saw someone trying to break into his home. There's like video that came out of his doorbell cam showing somebody trying to break into the home. He then goes out with a gun, shoots in the air. The police are already apparently there. He doesn't realize it's them. They are there with like 2 cruisers. They don't identify themselves at all, and they just start shooting this guy. They just shoot him, and no accountability for any of that. It's actually fine. Here, I'll let you watch the end of this here.
Viewing if it's in or out of policy. So if you have bad policies,
hold on, I gotta go back slightly further.
Past reports, we've shown how outside experts told us the shooting raises a lot of questions about Phoenix PD training and policies.
At no time did I hear police don't move. That's one of the basic things. We're constantly, identifying ourselves.
And that leads to another one of Claiborne's problems with the board. He believes many Phoenix PD policies are flawed.
You're only reviewing if it's in or out of policy. So if you have bad policies, then there's no mechanism to challenge that.
Does that get frustrating for you?
To me, yes.
So when Claiborne's seen statements from Phoenix PD saying that the Critical Incident Review Board cleared officers, he feels like the city is using that as a cover. Do you feel like that's misleading for the public when they say something like that?
I think it is misleading because, again, the Critical Review Board, there's no authority to it. You're reviewing it. You're giving a perspective that if it's in or without of policy, again, if the policy isn't good, there's no feedback loop to be able to challenge or change that. And again, it's just an assessment that goes to the chief where the chief has the final authority.
Yeah, they can take it or leave it.
Yep.
No.
Yes. So totally, completely fake police accountability here in Arizona. Enjoy that, AZ. Might want to come up with an actual mechanism with power that doesn't leave its decision-making to the police themselves. There's an idea. Seems like kind of a basic one. Should have come up with that one on your own. Honestly, you shouldn't have needed me for that idea. But you got a bunch of bootlickers down in Arizona who love the fash. Now, Donald Trump had some stuff to say about fascism and Nazis. Oh, God. Let's see what Donald Trump had to say about Maine's Democratic Senate candidate, Graham Plattner.
But always remember, every single Democrat in Congress voted against our tax cuts. So think of it. All of those tax cuts and many more, they want to raise your taxes, not lower them. They voted against tax cuts. You know, all my life I sort of been political in that I found it very interesting. I was a very successful real estate person, but I love watching politics. And my whole life I've watched politicians say, we will cut your taxes, we will cut. I never heard these people say, we will raise your taxes. This country has gotten very strange politically, especially with all the communists that are up for election. You know, you have communists. These aren't socialists, these are communists. And they're all up. How about the guy in Maine? He's got the Nazi stickers. He's got the whole
He's got the Nazi stickers.
So
He's got the Nazi stickers. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. Oh. Now, of course, the Nazis rounded up all the communists. So it's clear, I mean, Trump doesn't really understand the history at all. But he also doesn't understand the situation going on with Graham Plattner. Oh, he's got the very nasty Nazi stickers. You know what I'm talking about. Now, I feel like this is the wrong crowd to tell about Nazis being bad. They also, like, the crowd seems confused about how to react to it. Because, like, oh, wait, Nazis, are they bad? I thought we were supposed to reclaim the word Nazi, right? Isn't that what Greg Gutfeld? Gutfeld wants to reclaim the word Nazi for Republicans, right? But now Trump is demonizing Nazis. It's very confusing. Oh, God, Nazi stickers. Communist Nazi stickers.
the communists.
Yeah. No, it's not sure. It's pretty clear that didn't really land, I think, the way that Trump was hoping it would. Susan Collins has been trying her own version of attacks on Graham Plattner. Let's see how that's going.
Planned Parenthood issued their endorsement of Graham Plattner yesterday. And a big issue of Susan Collins is, of course, that she pretends that she's a maverick, that she's not really a boot-licking Republican. And it's the way that she goes about it. Watch this clip here.
You voted with President Trump about 94% of the time, which might sound high, but most people have in your party have been with him 100% of the time.
Pause it for a second. Even though 100% exists, 95% is quite a bit.
Yeah.
And so 94% too.
Yeah.
So her trying to argue that she's independent 4 or 5% of the time is the time it doesn't count.
Although, to be fair, in terms of the cult that is the Republican Party, that is at best the most independent you're going to get, or Trump's going to endorse your opponent and you're going to be ousted in the primary.
Right. Here we go.
The time, and he has pointed the finger at you several times over different issues. One of them was the fact that you held out for quite some time.
Was that the speech that everybody walked out of Trump on? I think it is. I don't actually have a clip of it. I don't have a clip of that ready, queued up for this moment. I should have. I just, you know, I do what I can. I do what I can. I think you're right. I think that is the speech where people just started walking out midway through the speech like, ah, fuck this.
On your vote of support for Justice Kavanaugh. Is this an issue that you think is troublesome for you in this race now that Roe v. Wade was overturned in Maine, across the country?
Well, first of all, let me make clear that I disagreed with the Supreme Court's 6-3 decision overturning Roe.
Oh, I take it back. That was from yesterday. That clip's from 2 days ago, and the walkout was yesterday, I guess. Yeah. I got those confused. My bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Wade, but the fact is that whether Justice Kavanaugh were confirmed or not, Roe v. Wade would have been overturned given the 6-3 vote.
Okay. First off, I have no doubt that Collins also voted for the other Supreme Court justices, the Republicans who helped overturn that. Nevertheless, she's lying. There were two separate rulings in the context of this case. The first was Dobbs, which was an abortion case, and you can scroll up here. Dobbs, which was an abortion case that came up in terms of a Mississippi law that would ban abortion at 15 weeks. There were two separate rulings here. One was 6-3. That was the Dobbs case. But to overturn Roe v. Wade and Casey, for that matter, which were more than just at a certain point, it was the idea that there is a right in the Constitution to an abortion. And the question as to when the state could abridge.
Exactly. Like, Susan Collins is intentionally obfuscating the facts and trying to confuse people who don't know the law, right? And or like the the ins and outs of these sorts of things. But this is the decision, the 5-4 decision that allowed for states to just do whatever they want, and to abridge the constitutional right that used to exist, that now the Supreme Court said actually doesn't exist, right? Like that is what happened.
15 weeks,
right?
But then they went further,
it's a whole
and they overturned Roe v. Wade.
It's a stupid fucking states' rights. Like, oh, actually, it's not enshrined in the Constitution. Actually, women don't have the right to, to health care and to decide what the fuck they want to do with their own bodies, right? No, actually, states do. States can decide for women.
She also voted for
like that's what Susan's saying. She's like, actually, it's fine if states decide for women, and if those states happen to want to take away their rights, that's the rights of the states to do that. I guess that doesn't sound like Susan Collins. The rights of the state to do that. Like, the warble in her voice is out of control. Like, I literally can't do it. Like, it's so bad. Here's another question. Why put a woman in office who sounds like that? Literally is, no. It's like she can't even control her own goddamn throat. Why is she a fucking senator? And why do you want her there for another 6 years? She'll be into her 80s by that time.
He refused to answer. He would only say these cases are entitled to respect. How how can you be, or are you 100% certain, without a doubt, that Brett Kavanaugh will not overturn Roe v. Wade?
I do not believe that Brett Kavanaugh will overturn.
Precedents are
Roe v.
overturned
Wade.
all the time.
They aren't overturned all the time.
More than-
and listen to the standards that he put forth in his conversation with me, and also in the hearing. He says for a precedent, a long-established precedent like Roe to be overturned, it would have to have been grievously wrong and deeply inconsistent. He noted that Roe had been reaffirmed 19 years later by Planned Parenthood versus Casey, and that it was precedent on precedent. He said it should be extremely rare that it be overturned, and it should be an example.
So you have obviously full confidence.
I do.
One last question.
Okay, so there it is. She either is incompetent or she's lying here. And to be fair, though, I want to be generous here. It was extremely rare. They only overturned Roe v. Wade once.
One time.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they did it with 5 votes, and that 5th vote was Kavanaugh.
Right.
And this is her MO. It's not just Roe v. Wade. It is her MO. That 5% of the time that she doesn't vote with Donald Trump are irrelevant. When it counts, whether it's Kavanaugh or anything else, when they need her vote, she will be there for the Republicans.
You know what?
Iraq War.
Yeah. You know what else is irrelevant? That she disagreed with the decision. I don't care if she fully agreed with the decision and she was, chanting death to Roe v. Wade in the streets with pom-poms. The reality is that it's not about what's in your heart. It's about what you do with your power. And so she is, as you say.
Yeah, and what Susan Collins has done with her power is continue to vote 99% of the time with Republicans. On all of the things that Republicans fucking do in Congress. So if that's what you want, if you want Republicans in Congress, then vote for Susan Collins. And vote for her. You know, otherwise, don't vote for her. She's not a centrist. You know, like the claims that she's a centrist is ridiculous. There really is no center anymore, right? The only center is on war funding. Okay? Every other issue, there is almost zero fucking overlap between the two parties. The only center is on the military-industrial complex and Israel. Those are like literally the only two fucking things. Oh, and I guess the for-profit healthcare system. But like those are the two. That's it, right? And it's fucking delusional. Anybody who's thinking that somehow Susan Collins is better than Graham Plattner because Graham has a tattoo, I do feel that you're really missing the forest for the trees. The time for leftist complaints about fucking Graham Plattner have come and gone. That's what the primaries are for. That's why I keep trying to give us as many opportunities to talk about those primaries before they come around as I possibly can, right? So we can find the best candidates to put into office. Ones that we can hopefully all, or at least the vast majority of us, can agree on. The fact is, it doesn't really matter if we agree on it. The voters in Maine agree that he is better. I mean, the polls still show him leading Susan Collins. The fact is, the policy set that Graham Plattner has put forth is one which people, especially in the Democratic Party, prefer. But Hegseth's tattoos are okay. Honestly, Hegseth's tattoos are the least disturbing part of Pete Hegseth. Right? Like his tattoos are like the least concerning part of Pete Hegseth. Like, have you ever listened to the guy talk? Have you ever heard of the things that he's been accused by his ex-wives and girlfriends and things? I mean, he's got a very long, disturbing list, I would point out, of sexual assault allegations and all sorts of other things like that. And with a lot more credibility to them than what we've seen coming out of Graham Plattner. But let's just forget about their character for a second, because this is the same thing as a tattoo. Policy-wise, what is Pete Hegseth? What does he stand for? He genuinely stands for the things which we all see embodied in the tattoos that we're talking about, right? Like, it's the ideology is actually the concern. Right, you could have a guy with literal devil horns, you know, go into the race, but if he had better policies than Pete Hegseth or like the Republican in the race, I would still support them, right? Like, do you see what I'm saying here? Like, it's not an identity, like, it's not about identity politics to me during the primaries. That's not the time to play identity politics, in my opinion, right? It's about policy. It's about moving forward a progressive vision of the United States. Right, and like Pete Hegseth's like love of like murdering brown people and war crimes and of like, you know, like literal fascism and like Christian nationalism, that's my concern, right? Like, he got the tattoo because he believes in those things and every day he lives it. That's the differences that I see there, right? Like, I find that the tattoos to be an unimportant conversation because it's about who these guys are, what they represent. Pete Hegseth genuinely wants to do a new fucking a new Crusades. He literally thinks that. Whereas I don't see a lot of evidence that Graham Plattner believes in some sort of neo-Nazi ideology.
The Democratic Socialists seem to be doing considerably better than they used to be, and they have the chance to knock off, in fact, Democratic incumbents in Congress. And part of the reason for that, why we're seeing these Democratic Socialists having such good chances or outright winning nominations, is take a look here. Net favorability among Dems. Democratic Socialists of America, look at that. A plus 17-point net favorability rating among Democrats. That is actually better. That is better than how congressional Democrats are viewed by Democrats at just plus 4 points. So no wonder that Democratic Socialists have such a good chance, because simply put, they are a better brand at this point than Democrats in Congress.
Among Democrats, it's interesting to see who they like more. All right, and you've used this number before. I always find this fascinating. When you compare socialism to capitalism, how are they doing right now?
Yeah, how are they doing right now among Democrats? You see this Democratic Socialists of America more positive than congressional Democrats. And I'll tell you, take a look at the trend line, the favorable rating among Democrats on socialism and look at this. In 2010, they were about equal. 50% had a favorable view of socialism. 51% said the same about capitalism. But capitalism has absolutely fallen through the floor. Look at this. It's now just 42% of Democrats who have a favorable view of capitalism. So weak.
Holy Toledo.
Yes, that's right. Capitalism's popularity is imploding. And that is the point I'm going to try and drive home here tonight, is like, among Democrats, the popularity of socialism has grown. Now, all these people are going to come out, you know, we're going to go through some clips of people coming out and trying to claim that socialism, it doesn't work. The rest of the country thinks it's horrible. But you know what? The rest of the country doesn't think that the economy is going well. Right? We've been talking about these numbers regarding the economy and inflation, right? And affordability. And those numbers are plummeting. People are more unhappy about that than ever. And that's what we need to do, is tie people's current economic realities to the system that is creating those economic realities. What system is that? Oh, that system is capitalism. It is a capitalist-run government with no concern for human beings and only of profits is what has brought to them their current living situations. Why can't you afford healthcare? Why can't you afford your rent? Why are you making decisions between food and childcare? Right? Like, why? You know, why are you spending like one full income on fucking pre-K for your kids right now? Right? Why are you rationing your meds? Because you're worried you can't afford them. It's a little thing called groceries. Exactly. Exactly, you get it. Affordability. Yes, indeed. This week we had a primary in New York, Maryland, and Utah. People like Zohran Mamdani getting out there trying to bring about a new direction. New York Democrat politics.
We are 133 days away from the midterm elections, and tomorrow, New York votes. In a state with 26 congressional districts, exactly one is likely to change hands in November. None of what happens tomorrow will determine which party controls Congress, and yet, by tomorrow night, the Democratic Party may look meaningfully different than it does tonight. Whether that's a crisis or a correction depends entirely on where you sit. Every fault line running through the Democratic Party in 2026, progressive versus moderate, outsider versus establishment, fighter versus folder, is on the ballot tomorrow. And at the center of it all is a 34-year-old man who holds no congressional office, leads no party committee, and is 6 months into his first term as the mayor of New York City. Zohran Mamdani has put his name and his movement behind just 3 congressional candidates running tomorrow. He says the 3 will fight for everyday working New Yorkers, take on corporate greed, protect immigrant communities. So let's take a closer look at Mamdani's chosen candidates and their races. In New York's 7th congressional district, Mamdani is backing State Assembly member Claire Valdez. She's contending in a race for an open seat that covers parts of Queens and northern Brooklyn. In New York City's 13th district, which includes parts of the Bronx and Upper Manhattan, Mamdani is backing the community organizer Daria-Liza Avila Chevalier. She's running against Adriano Espaillat, a 5-term incumbent and the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. He's been described as the informal dean of New York Latino politics, and he spent decades mentoring a generation of Dominican and Latino leaders. The stakes of that endorsement are hard to overstate. But the endorsement getting the most attention is in New York 10, which spans Lower Manhattan and parts of Brooklyn. In that race, Mamdani is backing former city comptroller Brad Lander. But the alliance between Mamdani and Lander didn't start with this campaign. It was forged during last year's mayoral election.
Okay, we don't need this whole clip. I just wanted to give us the vibes of the week so far. That's right, everybody getting out there, trying to get the vote out.
So let's begin with political reporter Marcia Kramer with what is at stake here tonight. Marcia.
Marcia.
Ironically, this is an election where a person not on the ballot may have just as much to win or lose as the people who are running. I'm talking, of course, about Mayor Mamdani, who is bucking the establishment to support 3 congressional candidates, 2 Democratic Socialists, and progressive Brad Lander.
We got a little press here. The mayor's in the car.
And just like that, Brad Lander got an infusion of high-octane political juice as the mayor, preceded by his political strategist Morris Katz, arrived to hug it out with the man he convinced to forego a position in his administration in favor of trying to take out 2-term Congressman Dan Goldman.
This is a moment where New Yorkers have an opportunity to vote for who would be a partner.
The mayor was wearing a T-shirt bearing the pictures of the 3 left-of-center candidates he wants to see in Washington: Lander and Democratic Socialist Daria-Liza Avila Chevalier and Claire Valdez. It's a high-stakes bet for Mamdani because his decision to back the 3 candidates and its attempt to defeat sitting Congressman Dan Goldman and Adriano Espaillat crossed a lot of high-powered Democrats.
Yes, indeed. The mayor's decision to support primaries of local New York politicians. Very angering to some in the DCCC sphere. How dare you try and change the Democratic Party?
How rude.
All Democrats are perfect. That's the thing about this sort of argument, is that it's so empty. It's so empty of any fucking meaning. Okay? Nobody should be like, and I hate, we do this a lot, but I try to avoid it a little bit, but I find myself in this camp sometimes too. But to some degree, we have to avoid like deifying politicians, right? Like, once they're there, their job is to work on behalf of us and to get things done that improve our lives, right? And if they're not doing that, we have a system to remove them, right? And nobody, whether they have a D or whatever in front of their fucking name, deserves to be there, just inherently, right? Like, nobody based just on existing deserves to be there, right? It's about your record. It's about whether or not you're doing what the fucking voters want, right? And every 2 years, if you're in the House, you shouldn't feel fucking safe, in my opinion. The 2 years between each election, you should be doing everything in your fucking power to convince voters that you are listening to them and that you are responding to their concerns, right? If you're not doing that, then you deserve to be gone. That's what you deserve, right? Like, that is my very strongly held opinion. I just think it's fucking ridiculous that anybody would complain about the existence of primaries and or the mayor endorsing the people he thinks are the best candidates. Get over it. Get over it. Be better. Be better. There's a suggestion. If you feel left out, like you've been, well, maybe you should look into why Zoran is endorsing not you. There's an idea. Now here's a question. You figure Zoran Mamdani, could be followed up with a Hassan Piker run of some sort?
Thank you. She said, thanks for carrying the flame.
Keep carrying the flame.
Yeah, you voted already, I assume? No, we're gonna go later. Oh, hell yeah. Alright, you're voting for Claire Valdez, right? Of course.
Gotta get Hassan some better shoes.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Likewise, thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye.
Alright, it's gonna pick up in 6 minutes. So we're chilling. We'll be here for a minute.
Oh, that breeze is nice.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
Sweating. Well, I guess I'm carrying a backpack.
These have got to be some of the worst loafers I've ever seen. Those right there. Oh, God. Like I said, we got to get Hassan some better shoes. I mean, honestly, it's not even a we thing. It's on Hassan. He's a grown man with millions of dollars. I think he can afford new shoes. Where did they do this interview? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Some Fox News guy finds Hassan.
Do you have a second to answer a question?
Girl,
Sure, man.
fucking Fox News.
That's fine. Whatever. What's up? No, I just wanted to ask, if Zoran's 3 endorsed candidates win tonight, what would that mean? What kind of message would that send to the national Democrats in D.C.?
I think that people have a lot of hunger for change, necessary change that they want to see. And they're sick and tired of business as usual politics in the Democratic Party. I think Donald Trump represented that change in the Republican Party as well. And he saw tremendous success, as Fox News viewers would know. And I think it's now our time to push for a bold agenda, Medicare for all, end this ceaseless militarism overseas, start spending this money on ourselves. Our productive output should go back to fixing these potholes and making sure that no American sleeps outside every night. Right now there's 700,000 people that sleep outside every night in the wealthiest nation on earth, and that's got to change.
On the flip side, if they lose, does that send a message that voters, while DSA candidates can win at the state level, the local level, maybe the voters aren't ready for them to win in Congress nationwide?
I mean, look, this is a hurdle. This is always going to be a never-ending struggle. Change is not easy. It doesn't happen overnight. If that happens, then we just get back to the drawing board and keep pushing and out-organize our opponents. It's not a secret that these 3 candidates have had a lot of outside spending in their races, coming from AIPAC, coming from AIPAC shell corporations, coming from the real estate developers and numerous other lobby organizations. And there's a reason for why they're doing that, because they're worried about the democratic wishes of the majority being expressed. So these are organizations that actively try and subvert democracy in the democratic process. If it doesn't work out this time, it'll certainly work out in the next one.
Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, a candidate you're backing, has drawn a lot of controversy for some past statements that she's made online. Do you think voters have the right to be concerned about some of the things she's said on Twitter in the past?
I mean, I think Fox News viewers know very well that past Twitter statements are not exactly an indication of whether or not someone will be a successful politician, especially considering some of the things that Donald Trump has said. I think a big part of the reason why they're trying to attack Daria Lisa on her, Twitter, I was gonna curse, I don't wanna curse, on things that she said on Twitter, jokes that she's made on Twitter, is because she has been a lifelong advocate for a lot of the people that get left behind in American politics. She has been an anti-war advocate as well. And they can't really test her track record or her policies or her agenda against the agenda of her opponent. Espaillat is an old instrument of the Democratic Party. He's an institutionalist, and he hasn't done right by his constituents for the past couple of decades that he's been in office. So of course they have to redirect the conversation over to form previous tweets that someone has made when they're joking from an anonymous account. It's silly, and I think Americans are sick and tired of this cancel culture nonsense regardless. And I think they see through it, but we'll see.
Democrats that Mayor Mamdani has backed have made the war in Gaza essential to their campaigns. A couple weeks ago, the National Democratic Party kind of was forced to release its autopsy on why it didn't win the 2024 election. Notably, you criticized it for not mentioning Gaza at all. Do you think these Democrats have the right message in leaning in rather than shying away?
No, I think the Democrats that are leaning into this are doing it because it's a moral issue. And it's not only a moral issue, but it's at the heart of the base of support within the Democratic Party as well. But even outside of that, I see it as a fairly reliable litmus test that you'll actually back your constituents, you'll back the majority, you'll back your people, rather than take corporate money, PAC money, rather than take money from AIPAC and continue with the endless militarism of American empire.
Will we see you ever run for elected office? Or
probably not.
Got it. Anything else you want to share with our audience before you get into
I was actually glad to hear Hassan say that. I think he's much more effective. And I think that even just a run would distract him enough. Like, here's the thing about Hassan. Like, I mean, he runs the algorithm right now, right? He basically, I mean, not completely, but like, I mean, because of his consistency over the last 6 years, like he's got the algo on lock, and it continues to be the case more and more over and over again. And I just think that if he takes his focus away from just doing what he's doing, like onto something else, it would completely scuttle that. And I think that's exactly what a lot of people would want. And I don't think that would be good for the movement, right? Like, you would give him some more time, you let Hassan continue streaming for a while. We don't need him running for office. What we do need is to get him a tailor. Okay? I see people making a lot of different comments about I don't think he needs to button the jacket. He's on the street. There's no reason to button your jacket on the street. Okay? You're just hanging out. As a person who's worn more suits than I would like to in the past, no reason to do that. It's been pretty hot lately, too. What we do need is Hassan to get a fucking tailor. Because I'm almost 100% certain this is just straight off of the rack. Like, straight off of the rack. Giant lapel. I hate it. I hate it. You need to do something about this suit. Specifically, the jacket's the worst. It just makes him look kind of dumpy. It doesn't fit him properly. He's a big man. Weird, you know what I mean? Like, because of that, he doesn't have a normal body shape. Like, he needs a tailor to get in there and properly fit this suit to him. The sleeves at the end, because of his giant arms, the sleeves at the end just look like fucking, like, cannons. It doesn't look right. doesn't look right. Just he's got the money for a tailor. It wouldn't cost him that much, you know? I mean, it'd be a lot of money for most of us, but for Hassan, he can afford it. He can actually afford it. Like, you can go and get a tailored suit. Honestly, that's a good life choice for a man. If you need to be wearing a suit, get a tailored suit so it fits you, right? He pulls it off because he's just, you know, a gargantuan hunk. But, you know, I just think it would come off better if it had the right lines. Yeah, I'll absolutely take a stand for unbuttoned street jackets. What is this, 1930? We don't all need to be walking around in button-up jackets and overcoats. Shit, I just kicked my fucking... I gotta find a way to get that away from my foot somehow. That's annoying as shit. Discard. Reopen, please. No one reading chat? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got multiple chats. Okay, lowercase... Or demon burrito. I have 3 different chats to look at. Currently responding to YouTube chat. All his suits are tailored, believe. Is that tailored? Is that a tailor? Are you sure? What do you mean algorithm on lock? I mean, he's got the YouTube algorithm on fucking lock right now. Right? Like, in terms of, like, leftist politics content. Like if you take a break, if Hassan were to take a break from streaming, which would also mean that all of the clip chimps on YouTube would have to stop clipping, right? Like, it would hurt him professionally, right? But it would also vicariously through that probably to some degree hurt the movement, right? Because of the fact that, from what I can tell, is that Hassan's efforts have been helping leftists get elected, right? Do you see what I'm saying here? Like, we're seeing more and more evidence that Hassan's efforts, which I've been begging for him, not directly, but I've just been begging on the stream. I should just directly DM and be like, double this up. Or actually, at this point, he's doing good enough. I don't need to do that. But the point is he is making shit happen out here, okay? He's holding events, showing up to speak, and otherwise organizing for people, having candidates on his stream, and it's helping to boost the image of these candidates. And if he all of a sudden becomes a candidate, right, and takes his eye off of that ball, right, takes his eye off of content creation, essentially, it's a slippery slope, I feel like. All of a sudden, he becomes a different person. In terms of, like, what he's offering this space. Do you get what I'm saying on that? They probably have old stuff to go through, but yeah, okay, you're not wrong about that, Mono. 100%. They would have old stuff to clip, but in terms of relevance, right? I do feel like that would wind up, and at some point Hassan would, depending on how long of a break he took, at some point Hassan gets replaced by somebody, right? Like, that's just the way the fucking internet works. Like, if your favorite content creator stops making content, I mean, it'll be terrible, I'm sure. But eventually you'll watch something else. And I just feel like, to some degree, that we lose some of the sauce. If Hassan were just to stop streaming all of a sudden 8 hours a day, there's a huge vacuum. It's a massive vacuum that gets created because of that. And he's making shit happen right now. That's not the opposite of what I want to see. Anyway, if you haven't heard, all 3 Mamdani-backed candidates won their New York primaries. as well as a bunch of other leftist candidates who we supported during this race. So let's get to that, finally.
This is CBS News New York.
Now at 11, primary night in New York, and it's a big one for the far left-leaning candidates backed by Mayor Zohran Mamdani. Good evening, I'm Christine Johnson, and this is not just a win for the candidates that he supported for Congress, but it is a big political win for the mayor. Tonight, he once again proved his strength by boosting the profile of progressive Democrats. In District 13, CBS News projects Daria Lisa Avila Chavalay as defeating longtime Congressman Adriano Espaillat. And then in the 10th Congressional District, former Controller Brad Lander has toppled incumbent Dan Goldman. In New York's 7th Congressional District, Claire Valdez, a first-term Assemblywoman, prevailed to beat Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso. We have team coverage here at 11 with reporters covering all the key races. Let's begin with the big change in Congressional District 13. Addie Guajardo live at the watch party for Daria Lisa Avila Chavalay in Harlem tonight. Addie, I'm sure the mood there is pretty ecstatic.
Yeah, Christine, the atmosphere is absolutely electric out here. The chants and the cheers have been off the charts ever since this race was called. Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier supporters have been out here chanting Espaillat pa' fuera, which translates Espaillat is out. Chevalier is projected to represent New York's 13th Congressional District, beating five-term incumbent Adriano Espaillat. Chevalier is a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. She was endorsed by Mayor Zohran Mamdani. She's the daughter of immigrants and ran on a campaign she says centers around working people. She says her candidacy is about electing new leadership to Washington and has called for greater economic support for the district's working class. Now she's expected to take the stage any minute now, but if you look around me, people are dancing, people are chanting, people are excited. This is a big win out here tonight, and we will be bringing you all the latest, especially the moment that she takes the stage. Christine, I'm going to send it back to you.
Okay, Addie Guajardo, thank you.
Yes, indeed, the energy was downright electric in New York, with multiple big leftist victories happening across the city. But not just New York. I would like to remind everybody that we had a bunch of different wins. I'm sorry, not just New York City, but the rest of the state also had wins. In the 23rd and 24th, Aaron Geese, I can't remember how you say it now. Aaron Geese and Alyssa Ellman in the 24th, both winning their races. AOC getting reelected in the 14th. Michael DeSillis winning in the 11th. I don't think he's technically DSA, but he certainly was a leftist and had the official galactic endorsement. So certainly a very similar policy set to the rest of these individuals winning here in these races. Unfortunately, Maryland was a lost cause. And Nate Bluin, fortunately, going down in Utah in the one and only primary race there. I'm afraid not enough energy was put into some of these. What I can tell, like, I've been trying to do the math on it. And from what I can tell, the candidates who are getting a lot of buzz, we're getting, focus from Hassan and or from other sort of leftists, and that are getting, like, basically what I'm seeing is like you're getting focus from either leftist, like, content creators like Hassan or whoever else, right? And especially Hassan though, but then like either CNN or Fox News or both of them come out and start doing hit pieces on them, and they become more popular. Right? Like, I'm not saying that's the only way to victory here. I'm just saying that's what I've been noticing. I've been noticing that certain candidates are winning, others are not. And it's the ones who aren't getting the focus, which is partly why I feel like the last half I am going to try and hit up Hassan. I do not have high hopes for being able to reach out to him. But, like, we got to work on every single one of these states. We have 20, let me think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We got like 20 elections left, primaries specifically. We gotta be thinking about how we make big progress here too. We gotta start doing it now. Only a couple months left of these primaries. I guess they go until September. So I guess like 2.5 months. We got a big break in July with only Arizona on the docket, which would give us a lot of time to put our energies behind the candidates in the upcoming races. I think they have the actual speech here, don't they? Did they? I can't remember. I'm just gonna skip ahead a little bit on this. Actually, do we need more? We don't need more of this clip. We just keep this moving. Here's the AP from yesterday. This big Mamdani win in New York.
Zohran Mamdani. Zohran Mamdani.
And I'm so excited to get to work and to bring all of you with me to Washington. To keep fighting the fight that we have been fighting at the federal level. And I know that it won't be easy. Because fascism is on the rise, Trump is in office, and the odds, as always, are stacked against us. The odds were stacked against another young Muslim socialist. To become mayor of New York City. And so I'll tell you honestly, I'm not concerned about that.
There you go. Quick snippet of Daria Lisa Villachevalier's victory speech, accompanied by the mayor. Now, the former comptroller of New York found out about his victory against Dan Goldman in New York's 11th. Sorry, nope. 10th district. Brad Lander found out about his win while live on CNN in an interview with Caitlin Collins.
Brad Lander, we came on the air just a couple of minutes ago as the numbers were still coming in your race. I'm going to do something a little unusual here, so I want you to bear with me. Not many candidates are on CNN when they hear this music. But we do have breaking news, and we can now project that Brad Lander will defeat the incumbent Congressman Dan Goldman in the Democratic primary for New York's 10th congressional district. And sir, obviously, since we have you here live on air as we are making this call, what is your first reaction to this?
Well, thank you. First of all, obviously, I'm thrilled. I did not expect to be on air when the race was called. Look, I love Election Day. I like that voters get to go out and cast their ballots and say, here's who we want to represent us. These are the fights that matter to us. And all I can say is I promise to go out every single day and fight for my constituents and the values that they have, because we need a country that stands up for working people. It doesn't make it so hard to live here. I'll be fighting for a city everyone can afford and where everyone is welcome. And I'm really honored to be on your show tonight.
There you go. Brad Lander live reacting to the big W, the 10th district of New York. Cheesing over here. Look at him smiling. Okay. All right. Let's see what the mayor had to say. Here's the AP from yesterday with another clip.
What I see these results as a reflection of are the fact that New Yorkers are hungry for a new kind of politics. They are hungry for a politics that understands working people should be at the heart of it. And they're hungry for a politics that looks at the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world and understands that it's unacceptable that 1 in 4 are living in poverty. What we're going to see from the 3 congressional candidates that I was so proud to endorse and who all won yesterday in Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, Claire Valdez, Brad Lander, as well as what we're going to see from the 5 state legislative candidates that I endorsed that won yesterday evening, Iapa Saira Tupac, Eli Northrup, Samantha Katan, Abir Kawas, and Brian Romero, is a singular focus on the fight of the working person. The working person is struggling in our city to afford basic needs. And what you will see, whether it's a vision on making healthcare more affordable, on making housing more affordable, or on a vision, as Daria Lisa often talks about, of investing in babies, not bombs, is the kind of conscience, the kind of clarity, the kind of conviction that has been missing in our politics for far too long. And
Babies, not bombs is one of my favorite phrases of this election.
Of conscience, the kind of clarity, the kind of conviction that has been missing in our politics for far too long, and I cannot wait to work with them on accomplishing that.
Well, there you go. Zoran Mamdani commenting on the wins of candidates that he backed in this primary race, and also apparently trying to bring up the next generation of Knicks here on the playground. Alrighty. Jesus fucking Christ, the AI is falling apart. I'll tell you about that. Sorry, I don't know what to tell you about that. Now, some people had less of an slightly less excitement over the wins that we saw here in New York on Tuesday. People like Republicans, but not just Republicans. It really is sort of it's more of a bipartisan freak-out sesh that seems to be happening. Which it really is bringing to light all sorts of fascinating sort of falsehoods and lies. There's sorts of dichotomies that have been at play for, honestly, decades at this point. Shit, how did I forget to do this? Terrible. Oh, actually, did I do that? Okay, well, the Galactic content goal has been running now for like an hour. 45, call it 45 minutes. We gotta make some serious progress on that thing. We're way behind. If you haven't already hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and then please consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Without your donations, we would not be able to do this show. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. Bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs on Twitch. Nothing on YouTube, as we still remain demonetized there. Cash App and PayPal. Throne and Patreon. You couldn't see the video? Wait, what? People couldn't see the video? Really? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was this. This is the vibes of that speech. If you didn't see it, it was Zoran. On the playground, giving a press conference, and also trying to get a new generation of New York Knicks ready. Not for next season, but maybe 10 seasons or so from now. Note the mini basketball hoop. All right, let's see how Republicans are handling this situation. First, to the man in charge of House Republicans, Speaker Mike Johnson. Little Mike.
French Hill is here. Chairman Hill did an extraordinary job in the housing bill. We'll talk about that in a moment. But I've got to address a very sobering reality that is facing the country this morning. I did it with the House Republicans, and I was pretty animated this morning. I was up late last night, as I'm sure many of you were, and you saw...
Oh, my God. Can you imagine? Please imagine for me just a dark, dimly lit, giant mansion. Little Mike Johnson in a very echoey, lonely hall. One light shining on his face, unable to sleep, shaking in his boots, on his velvet couch. Can't figure out why this happened. What happened, Mike? Tell us. Tell us what was keeping you up at night. Oh, look how upset he looks. Oh, God. What happened, Mike? Tell us. Tell us where the nasty man touched you.
Result of this latest, these primary elections for the Democrat Party. The headlines this morning say it all. I got a collection of them here. Socialist earthquake, one of them said.
Oh, God.
Mamdani candidates sweep New York House races. These are socialists. These are Marxist in their ideology. Next headline, Mamdani hails new...
I fucking love that. And this is the new vibe coming out of Republic. It's really the reused vibe. But that's what makes it so funny. The communist. It's what makes it so funny. Mike Johnson, he couldn't sleep at night because the socialists and the communists are coming. Wait, hold on. You notice how everybody's eyes are closed during this moment? At this one moment, every single person, including Mike's eyes, look closed. Oh, it's incredible. They are all so afraid. Now, what's interesting about this is, of course, people like Mike Johnson and Republicans in general have been calling neo-lib Democrats, socialists, and communists for decades. Ever since, Obama. Like in the early 2000s, they were claiming all Democrats. Obama was a communist Marxist from Kenya, a Muslim communist from Kenya who was gonna take all your jobs and give you health care. Or something like that. But that's why this falls so flat. Like this whole, especially from Republicans specifically. Democrats is a whole different situation. But from Republicans, it's like you guys have been claiming the entire Democratic Party is run by Mao Zedong or something. China! Like for years, for well over a decade, they have been calling every Democrat in office from Nancy Pelosi to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez a fucking socialist. So when they do it now, it's the boy who cried wolf. And everybody's like, oh, you've been saying that forever. Have we really got a communist on our hands, or are you just making it up again? Oh, poor little Mike. Falls so flat. Falls so flat. When you've been doing this same tired routine for so many years, when the actual scourge of socialism comes, it doesn't sound so bad. Or it just sounds like the same as it's always been. What has changed exactly in this scenario? It's the new socialists. The old socialists were fine, actually. Nancy Pelosi was a great woman. Actually, Nancy Pelosi and Barack Obama were great people and not communists. These are the real communists. Kamala Harris. Not a communist, actually. Very non-radical, non-Marxist. Totally great gal. We should have actually maybe voted her into office. I don't know. I'm just saying crazy stuff now.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Tuesday was seismic, and we're double dipping on this story because of how important it is. I truly believe that building out the power of the Democratic Socialists of America within Congress is paramount here. So much of the incentive structure within the Democratic Party has led us to this moment of fascism. We've spoken about how the party has reoriented itself towards upper middle class professionals in a very deliberate manner. They've narrowed the coalition so significantly that it has brought us to this moment of fascism, as opposed to building the most broad base possible via a working class coalition, which is the emphasis of DSA, Zoran Mamdani, progressives more broadly. The consultant class is the part of the party that is incentivizing this, in addition to donors. But as we've talked about, consultant class, the consultants on these campaigns that have all of this outsized influence make their money primarily by charging, well, they have retainers and things like that. Consultants, like Morris Katz was on this show. I'm not sure what his fee structure is, but if you're heavily focused on large-scale digital ads and TV airtime, that means you can get a percentage-based commission based off of that kind of campaigning. You know,
exactly. Yeah, I mean, there's this, unfortunately, a whole machine of humans who have been benefiting from the existence of the Democratic political machine, but have been doing nothing. And I mean, actually more than nothing. I take that back. They have been doing something. They have been actively ruining the reputation of Democrats over and over again. Oh, it's nice to see them all sort of lose their shit over this.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Okay, burb. I gotta grab myself a tea.
Canvassing, in-person volunteering, people power, phone banking, that doesn't make money for consultants. And so they want to run a certain kind of campaign, but an ineffective kind of campaign. And that's the infrastructure that I think is submerged for people. It's not just that the donor class is threatened by socialists and leftists that want to tax them. It's that there is an almost corporate like structure within the Democratic Party that runs campaigns a certain way because it makes them money. And they are a big they are under threat here as well. So and it's this fundamental question of like, what is the Democratic Party as well? You know, I saw some insane tweet from Jamie Harrison, the former DNC chair, talking about how these
lobbyist.
Yes, exactly. Who did a bang up job overseeing the Democratic Party under the Biden years. Let's continue to listen to this guy. But anyway, Jamie Harrison was essentially calling some of these candidates, or Daria Lisa probably in particular, because she dared to criticize Kamala Harris, fake Democrats. And it begs the question, who gets to determine who's a Democrat? Because I've heard of this thing called democracy. And if Democratic voters vote for somebody in a Democratic primary and decide that they're a Democrat, doesn't that matter a little bit more than the corporate lobbyists who want to gatekeep who gets to enter into the Democratic Party and make it so incredibly slim?
What a crazy conspiracy theory from Emra. Somehow, democracy equals Democrats? Like, you do a democracy in the Democratic Party, and then someone becomes a Democrat. It's weird. It's weird how that works. It's like if you run in the Democratic primary, it's like you're a Democrat because there's a D in front of your name. And that's really, you know, I mean, first off, we've been told that all these currently existing Democrats are, they're like, like a special, they're special people. Oh, they represent something. They represent something. What do they represent? That's what I'd love to know. Because I have been trying to coin the term dino, because we got rhinos, but we got dinos too. We got Republicans in name only, and we got Democrats in name only. And Democrats in name only are the ones who just take money and then do fucking nothing for the people, and do nothing for the issues that Democratic voters actually care about, or actively do the exact opposite of that, right? Like, that's a dino, right? That's not a Democrat. Right, that's a trash human who's just continuing to leech off of the system and is providing nothing in return.
We just allow for fascism to roll through this country. It's amazing to me that they think that they have a monopoly on the character of the party.
And to speak in the face of primary results for also up in Maine.
Why do people not believe you on the issue of democracy with Liz Cheney behind you? Perhaps because there's no practice of it internally with this entire structure of the party. Here's Hakeem Jeffries actually lying on MSNBC, or sorry, MS Now, with Jen Psaki, and touting the fact that Richie Torres got reelected on Tuesday.
Who's learned how to duck, I would say, on certain issues recently since the Adam Friedland interview.
Interesting.
Honestly, that's just a failure, in my opinion, of efforts. This is the thing. Michael Blake didn't get enough traction within I feel like we weren't, I know I wasn't doing it enough. We talked about Michael, but not enough. We needed more people talking about Michael. That was literally, in my opinion, that's it. You just needed Michael Blake to go on Hassan's stream, or to do, he went on the Majority Report, but at the very beginning of the primary, a year ago, right? And we just needed more effort, and I think we could have gotten Richie out. I'm still sad we didn't win that race, but it is what it is. It's just one of many, right? And we did a great job this year. We just gotta, put Richie in the sights for next midterm season. It's not that long from now. And we'll be focused on a lot of stuff between now and then. I mean, it's unfortunate we won't have somebody replacing Richie during that time to help us out with that, but on some things I think we can drag Richie along on, undoubtedly. Not on all the things, but the fact is this is what I was making the point on earlier, is this is why we need Hassan to not only continue doing what he's doing, but to triple down on the primaries. He got up with 3 candidates in the race, the ones that Zoran was already backing. I need him to branch out. That's what I need from Hassan. I need Hassan to start his own fucking, whatever you want to call it, like 501c3 or something at this point. Okay, that's not true. We need to keep money out of politics, but you get what I'm saying. Oh, you get what I'm saying.
This is the new spam burger. Richie Torres. Here's Hakeem Jeffries.
In terms of the races in New York, what's interesting is that it certainly was the case that in some of those districts, which tended to be, higher income, districts in many parts of New York City, there was an outsized focus on issues connected to the Middle East. In other districts, for instance, in the South Bronx, Richie Torres was running against somebody who was heavily critical of Richie Torres's position on Israel, and he won by 50 points.
Wasn't DSA though.
And so, listen, I think at the end of the day, individual congressional districts, the beauty of it all, are made up by a diverse group of people.
Yeah, and that's a good point being made by Matt, but that is a point I want to riff on for a second. Because that's the thing I've been trying to do, is branch out from specifically, we can do what we're doing right now, right? And it's making huge strides. We're making huge strides. In fact, in some of these races where we haven't had a whole lot of help from the online left, we've still seen victories in other states, right? But I think we need to branch out from candidates who are only socialists, right? Who are branding themselves as such. Because I've been going through a lot of these people's websites. I've been forcing myself to do, even on races where I'm there's nobody good here. I need to parse through this. I forced myself to sit down and go through all their policies on their goddamn websites. And I think that's what we need right now. there's a certain level of fucking pragmatism, right? And like we can't only be focused on those candidates who are branding themselves as democratic socialists or as socialists in general. What, right? Like it's I think it's narrowing our focus too much, right? And there's other races happening, and someone's gonna sit in that seat at the end of it, right? And we have to have a say, even if those people are not ideologically aligned with us to perfection, right? That is honestly unimportant, because if we didn't, to some degree, we should blame ourselves, right? To some degree, we should blame ourselves for not having gotten a candidate in that race at this point, because it's been going on for a year, right? And we've got 2.5 months left of this primary season, close to 3. And 100 seats, maybe less, 75 seats, maybe, or more, are up for grabs. I can't do the math off the top of my head. It's actually more than that. It's got to be close to over 100, 120. I can't do it that fast. We have a fuck ton of races still to go, and someone will win these seats at the end of it. That's the way our democracy works. It's binary. At the end of the day, right? It will be one or the other. In some cases, it will be a choice of 3, maybe 4, depending on how many independent candidates will be in those races, right? But like, we have to do our best to get the best candidates in through the primaries, right? At some point, we will switch our focus when the general comes around. But right now, whoever's running in these races is who's running in these races, to some degree. I mean, maybe, I don't even know what states you could still actually announce a race in at this point, like according to the rules themselves, let alone actually have a chance of like getting name recognition and whatever else between, like, you know what I mean? Like, we just have to go through, like, it's not sexy and it's not fun, but what it is democracy. You know, it's it is incumbent upon us to be pushing the very best candidates we can possibly find in all these races, because the whole reason we're here is politics, and like our objections to what's happening in politics, and or what we want to see happen. I feel like we have probably some mix of both optimistic and pessimistic watching over time. And I guess my point is that during this, we have to somehow find just extreme levels of optimism. And even in the cases where we know it's probably ill-advised, like, still make the choice, even if they aren't, like, because the fact is we can't allow perfect to be the enemy of the good, or the enemy of power. Don't let perfect be the enemy of power, because that's what we're going for, right? We are going for power. I've been saying it for months now. But we need to gut the neo-lib, corporate-backed elements in the Democratic Party, right? And anywhere we can find somebody who meets that description, or even close to that description, right, we need to try and back them if they are in fact the best candidate in the race, right? Then that's the it's difficult, honestly. I've been trying to do it over here. There's some races I sit here, you wouldn't believe, like I just sit here like banging my head against the desk like trying to make a thought come out of my brain that could make sense of the candidates I'm looking at. But I refuse to throw my hands up and just be like, whatever. Because that's not democracy. That's just gambling.
A diverse set of perspectives on a wide variety of issues. I think for us as House Democrats, we're just hopeful that everybody recognizes once we get through this primary season that the enemy is Donald Trump and MAGA extremism in terms of trying to bring about the type of America that we all desire. where when you work hard and play by the rules, working class folks.
Sorry, I want to go back to something you said early on here.
Yeah.
Which tended to be.
Yeah, but before we do that, I mean, the MAGA extremism comment should be incredibly important to us. Why is it that Hakeem Jeffries, the fucking leader of the supposed opposition in the fucking House of Representatives, only sees MAGA extremists as the problem? He doesn't see Republicans as the problem. This guy's in the state of New York. We should have, this is the one failure in my opinion, but to some degree this is because of Zoran's decision. I still don't quite understand it. I'm not gonna lie. I still don't fully understand his decision. I'm hoping to understand it more as time elapses. But Zoran actually, I actually only found out about this more recently. But apparently Zoran called for a moratorium on DSA challenges to fucking Hakeem Jeffries. I still don't quite understand his decision there. Because I want Hakeem gone so badly. I'm so sick of this nonsense. Oh, it's just the MAGA extremists. There's a bunch of centrist Republicans who are very reasonable. I mean, that's basically what he's saying is, oh, we can work with Republicans across the aisle on funding the military-industrial complex in Israel. And, you know, for preventing a sensible national healthcare system. Fuck you, Hakeem.
You know, higher income, districts in many parts of New York City.
Okay, we can pause it there. I mean, we don't need to hear him filibuster.
This part where he says there's an outside focus on foreign policy.
Got it.
Is that a foreign policy, a specific issue you're bought on, Hakeem?
Yeah.
Vis-a-vis Israel? Yeah, I'm sorry that all that is saying is that regardless of the horseshit about which incomes really care about Israel and support it, what I'm hearing is that your party is being split by an issue that you're taking money to be on the wrong side of.
And the reality is that when he says it's played an outsized role, or there was an outsized focus on it, it's just completely contrary to all of the polling data that we're seeing, that it's around 80% of the Democratic base nationally, let alone in progressive New York City.
Absolutely. I mean, look, she's practically bringing Emma to the brink of tears here. God damn you, Hakeem Jeffries. Be better. It's ridiculous. I mean, it's insane. But she's absolutely right. Both of them are right. I mean, the fact is that he's getting paid to stay on the wrong side of a fucking issue, to intentionally ignore the will of the voters. That's why I still think that guy should be gone today. Well, on his way out. Still makes me sad we didn't fucking primary that guy. But he's having a little meltdown over there on CNN. Sorry, MSNBC with Jen Psaki, former Biden the spokesperson. Oh, God. How many former Biden spokespeople have gotten jobs now at CNN and MSNBC? It's like 3, right? Sabrina Singh, Jen Psaki, and that other, I can't remember his fucking name. But it's been they're all just it's crazy. It is bonkers. Okay. Now, staying with MS now. Oh, God. Let's talk about the limits of democratic socialism. Oh, Steve Kornacki, he's here to tell us how all these wins in New York are just stupid and unimportant. Can't wait.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Melanie Zanona in Washington, where we're tracking tremors in the Democratic Party after a progressive political earthquake rocked New York City in last night's primaries. The city's mayor, Zoran Mamdani, celebrating a clean sweep after all 3 progressive candidates that he endorsed won their races, ousting 2 sitting Democratic lawmakers. In the 7th district, Claire Valdez beat the establishment's pick for the seat of retiring Congresswoman Nydia Velázquez by a wide margin. In New York 13, Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier defeated the chairman of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, Congressman Adriano Espaillat. And in the 10th district, City Comptroller Brad Lander crushed the sitting Congressman Dan Goldman by more than 30 points. Mayor Mamdani pointing to these races as proof of progressive momentum in the party after his own surprise victory last year.
That we are showing there is a new path for politics in our city and in our country. We are showing that last June, a year ago tomorrow, was not an anomaly. It was not the end. It was the beginning.
Mamdani spoke at victory parties for both Avila Chevalier and Lander.
Okay, hold on. I'm skipping ahead this bullshit. There we go. All right, Kornacki. Tell us why democratic socialism is so stupid.
NBC's Julie Sirkin is back on Capitol Hill after covering those New York races for us. And with me on set is NBC national political reporter Ben Camazar. Thank you all so much for joining us. A lot to dig into here. But Steve, I want to start with you. Walk us through this progressive sweep in New York City last night.
Yeah, a couple of big headlines. You're going through them here. Here's what the numbers looked like. The 7th Congressional District, Claire Valdez, this is a candidate, again, aligned with the Democratic Socialists of America, endorsed by Zoran Mamdani. This district she was running in, of all the congressional districts in New York City, this had been Mamdani's best in his mayoral campaign last year, in that Democratic primary last year. And it was an easy win. Ends up being a 20-point romp for Valdez over Reynoso. Antonio Reynoso, the Brooklyn borough president. He had a lot of sort of conventional political credentials and endorsements that in the past have translated into political success, but not in this environment, not against a candidate who brought those credentials that Valdez did. Landslide for her, a landslide right next door as well in the 10th Congressional District. Dan Goldman, 2-term incumbent, loses by almost a 2-to-1 margin to Brad Lander. Look, there'd been some questions about Goldman and his hold on this district that predated this election. He won a crowded primary back in 2022 to get the seat with only 26% of the vote. A third of the primary vote went against him in 2024 when he had sort of nominal opposition. So a much more concerted campaign here from Brad Lander, who ran with Mamdani's backing and ran to the left of Goldman, particularly trying to make Israel an issue in this race. Israel and the Gaza war. Lander sort of running as far to the left as you could on that, and there was plenty of ground for him there, as you could see in terms of where the voters were. And then also, I think this was the one that was the shock of the night here. Espaillat, Adriano Espaillat in the 13th district. This is northern Manhattan, Harlem, East Harlem, moving up to Washington Heights, across the river there into the Bronx a bit. A 5-term incumbent losing to, again, DSA aligned, backed by Zoran Mamdani. A challenger here, Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, ends up being almost a 4-point margin right here. I think this was the one folks thought might be a bit of a reach for Mamdani and his movement last night, but even Espaillat wasn't safe. So 2 Democratic House incumbents losing here, and Mamdani making 3 endorsements in these congressional primaries, 3 big endorsements, and winning them all.
Steve, is there any evidence that progressives' momentum actually extends beyond the city last night?
Well, if you looked at the granular level across New York State, they had primaries, at the state legislative level, and this sort of the left-wing DSA movement does have some success in those that extends outside New York City, places like, Syracuse, Buffalo. But I would say, too, even within New York City, there were limits to this. I'll give you one example of it. Take a look at this.
They're so obsessed with this one, right? Look, Richie Torres won. Look. They're so pathetic. They're coping so hard. Look, one of four races that we've talked about. The blue dog Dem Richie Torres won. A guy who got more money from basically, he got so much. This guy is like swimming in special interest money. Oh, wow. He won. Wow. Wow, what an incredible revelation. Thank you. Thank you, Steve Kornacki. Look at you. Proving to us, oh, it just doesn't work. Even though, as he fucking also pointed out, in other places, like, they're trying to make the claim that this is a city, this is a New York City only phenomenon. And then he sort of brushes off the fact that in the 24th and 23rd districts, you had leftist candidates win. You also had, I think, a DSA-backed candidate win by knockout. I think everybody else dropped out in 26th district. But he's just going to ignore all that. He's just going to focus it on this one race where Richie Torres won. He's like, look at him, look, but Richie won. Which means, is there any real momentum behind this? It's so pathetic.
In this race, so some limits there as well. I would just point ahead, coming off last night, I think this might be the one to watch here. About a month from now, August 4th, it's going to be the Democratic Senate primary out in Michigan. Abdul El Sayed, he's behind him.
Capitol Hill right now, but you were in New York last night covering these races for us. So, Julie, what stood out to you from last night's results?
Yeah, Mel, I'll start where Steve left off in New York 13, because I was talking to a bunch of Democratic strategists. Of course, Hakeem Jeffries really had his finger on the pulse, or on the thumb, or on the scale, I should say, in that race. And so did Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York.
She can't even figure out which fucking metaphor to use. Oh my God. Get his finger on the pulse. I mean, thumb on the pulse. I mean, a scale. Oh, yeah. How'd that go for him? Not good, as it turns out. Not good. It went bad.
Thing that Speaker Johnson has been dealing with. So despite Jeffries trying to downplay it and not really backing any of those candidates or expressing support for them, similar story that we saw when Mamdani won his primary around this time last year, I think he does have a lot to worry about as we get closer to November.
Julie Sirkin, thank you. I want to turn to Ben, who I have with me on set. Steve touched on this a little bit, but do we have any sense of how much the Democratic Socialist brand can actually extend beyond really liberal places like New York City?
Yeah, no, that's $1 million question, right? Or if you see these races, millions and millions of dollar questions, right? You think about the places that they've had success. They've had success in super blue areas like Dallas, in Philly.
Before he moves on from that point, I just want to make a side point here. Why is it the millions and millions and millions of dollar question? Oh, that's right. It's because all of these neo-lib centrist Democrats have been having to spend millions and millions and millions of dollars just to try and defeat these candidates. If they did it, here's a question for everybody to ask themselves. If Democratic Socialists are such a toxic brand that couldn't possibly win of his own volition, then why do Democrats need to spend millions upon millions of dollars defeating them? If it's such a toxic brand that's so unpalatable, why would they need to spend a single dollar? It's like the brand itself, you would think, would be all the marketing you would need, right? Am I wrong? I'm just trying to follow the logic here. Right? It's like, the Democratic Socialist brand can't possibly translate out there, and that's why hundreds of millions of dollars are being spent trying to take them down. Huh. It's a little weird, don't you think?
That's really weird.
Night where they had success, Steve brought this up on the map. They had success in these areas that were really fertile ground. They were rapidly gentrifying. There were places where Mamdani did really well.
Rapidly gentrifying.
That they were hoping that.
It's just places that are rapidly gentrifying. Oh, thank God, there's not a lot of places like that. Wait a second. Hold on. I'm sorry, we've been seeing a massive influx of gentrification over the last fucking decade or longer. Are you kidding me? Longer than it's been. I mean, you're shitting me? Who here has not seen gentrification in their area? Please let me know so I may move to where you're at. Please, because things are getting a little expensive.
looked like there were, everything was coming to a head in those places. And the question is, can they push outward? We haven't seen any indication that they can, win swing districts in the fall yet. But in these deep blue districts, they are a force to, that they're putting Democratic incumbents on notice. And I think Julie brought up a really good point about, you think about Goldman, you think about Espaillat, and you think about Reynoso. These were all people that were backed by not just the establishment, but backed by powerful people and had records. They had records on these important issues that really...
Not just the establishment, they had the powerful behind them. Oh, God. Oh, how does that happen? The rich and powerful. Not just the rich, but the rich and powerful. Oh, God, they had everybody. Such diversity. They had such diversity. They didn't just have the rich, they had the powerful, too. Oh, that's a good one. I love that. I love that. Oh my God. Ah. Still not making any progress on the galactic content goal here tonight. But still got plenty of time. Let's go to Fox. Let's see how the Fox peoples are handling this. Jesse Waters.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
The Bolsheviks are coming.
What is going on all over this country is progressives are on the march, and I was just before I left the office.
That's how they start the segment. It's just the Bolsheviks are coming. And then Bernie, oh, hold on. I'm sorry. I think I need that sound shot. I'm not going to lie. I do think I need that one. By the way, I do want to say thank you to somebody who donated before the stream started. Just noticing somebody helped buy that new pair of Bluetooth headphones I bought. Well, not bought, put on the throne for you all to help me out with. Yeah, my regular headphones have been getting some serious wear and tear, starting to fall apart and not do the things they're supposed to do. So that's real helpful. I appreciate that big time. I had a backup set. Those ones died completely. They won't even charge now, which is why I felt I needed to get ahead of it and get another pair going before these ones die. Hold on. I just need this sound shot.
The Bolsheviks are coming.
What is going on all over this country is progressives are on the march, and I was just before I left the office, I saw Fox Television in their headlines, "The end of the world is coming. Progressives are winning elections. Socialism is taking over the world." Real panic.
Bernie watches Fox. What's up, Bernie? Come on the show.
Really? You want Bernie? He doesn't want
Sanders
Bernie Sanders
has an army, but
there's no way Jesse Waters. He looks scared. He looks scared after saying that. Like, Jesse, he's trying to be tough. He's like, Bernie, come on the show. There's no fucking way he wants Bernie on the show. Nor do the producers at fucking Fox want Bernie on the fucking show, right? They don't need him coming out and be like, oh, Fox News viewers have been getting lied to by assholes like you, Jesse, for many, many years. Okay, you've been coming out here and telling them lies over and over again. I won't have it. I won't sit here and listen to your dribble, okay? Exactly, he's bluffing. Bernie would come over here and fucking decimate this guy.
the Bolsheviks are coming. Chinese commies are a whole new breed.
Oh.
And the establishment can't see it coming.
Oh, God.
We talk a lot about the party being a big tent party, and we should be.
What is fucking hilarious to me about this piece from Jesse is that he, like, not only is he doing the same thing that Mike is doing, little Mike Johnson was doing earlier, which is basically like, oh, the real communists are here. I know we've been claiming the Democratic Party is a communist party for the last 2 decades, but now the real communists are here. Actually, we've been lying to you folks for 2 decades. Obama wasn't a communist. He was actually a neo-lib centrist. Actually, Nancy Pelosi, we loved her. She's great. Chuck Schumer, he's a good guy. These new Democrats, I mean, communists, they're the bad guys. Like that, this is all they have. And it's already played out. They've been doing this. They've been the boy who cried communism 1,000 times now. And... And now you have some actual leftists out here, and they're just the same thing. Oh, no, really? These are the real communists. The Bolsheviks are here now. The Bolsheviks are here. Oh, God.
But Mondani's commies are a whole new breed, and the establishment can't see it coming.
Oh, right. And he's all... I kind of got to this point just a second ago, but it's like Fox News and the right wing are suddenly coming out as fucking, like, liars. Like, they've been pretending not to be liars for many years while they lie constantly, but they're basically coming out to their base, the entire Fox News viewership, as having lied to them for many, many years about the actual communist revolution. They've been claiming it for many, I don't know how long how many Democrats have they claimed are socialists and or communists? Basically every single one. So it just falls so flat. And they're simultaneously coming out. Like people like Jesse Waters are now having to come out and defend people like Chuck Schumer. And in my opinion, this is going to, I could be wrong. I would honestly, I wouldn't love to be wrong for once. I would love to be right about this one. I could be wrong. The fact is though, like, I don't think the Fox News viewer can deal with this, right? Because they have been brought up in a world by people like Jesse for many, many years that any Democrat is a socialist and communist. And now they are coming to the defense of Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden. Actually, those guys are great. That's basically what they have to do, right? They basically have to now come to the defense of neo-lib Democrats. And I think that will be the thing that sinks guys like this, I think, faster than they're expecting. I genuinely don't think they've considered what the ramifications of this actually are. Right? If they come out and they're like, actually, we've been lying the whole time. All these people we've been claiming are communists aren't communists. And actually, Chuck Schumer's great. All these people we've been fear-mongering about all this time. Actually, those are the good guys. Like, I don't think the Fox News brain can handle that. They're incapable of nuance. So I don't know how the Fox News brain is going to handle this new dynamic at play. I find it fascinating, though.
We talk a lot about the party being a big tent party, and we should be.
We are a big tent party. That's who we are.
One of the things that makes the Democratic Party great is it's a big tent party. We need to stay that way.
These people are fools.
So Jesse's about to make the argument that all these Democrats actually, like, supported, like, tacitly supported, even though they were vehemently opposed to them in the public, in the press. Jesse's about to come out and be like, actually, Hakeem Jeffries loves Daria Liza Avila Chevalier and Zohran Mamdani and all of these people. It's like, it's the most empty fucking attack you could possibly, because these guys, it takes 2 seconds to find these guys coming out and complaining about it. In 2 seconds to realize that none of the assholes in, like, the Jesse just brought out, like Cory Booker, were in support of any of these primaries. They were the opposite end of that. They didn't think the primary should happen. They hated this. But he's trying to somehow make it their fault. But Fox News viewers already hate Cory Booker. So what does that matter to them? Who are they trying to talk to? Do you see what I'm saying here? Who is this segment for? Aside from me to make fun of Fox News. This is for me. They made this video for me to make fun of them. I don't see any other reason to do this.
We need to stay that way.
These people are fools.
Ah.
The tent's not big enough for both of them. When the commies come in, they're not going to share it. They're there to
Do you see what I'm saying? You think
the
that they're letting them in
parasites. They're going to use...
You think the Democrats who've been saying the tent's big, but it doesn't need to be this big. We don't need to let Hassan Piker in here. We don't need to let fucking Graham Plattner in the tent, right? Like, this is literally what they've all been... All the Democrats that he's saying are letting them in the tent are the ones who've been trying to hold the tent shut. And, like, you know, like glue it with glue made of money, right? Like, like literally they've been doing everything to keep the tent doors shut. And Jesse's like, look what you've done. You let the communists into the tent that I wanted to personally burn down, just like that car of that girl that I was interested in. You know, like criminal property destruction to get pussy.
Democratic Party to get
Illegal.
ballot access, get elected, caucus with them when it works, and then suck them dry until they die. The party did it
absolutely.
Absolutely.
This is, I mean, I don't know about suck them dry till they die, but I've been saying this for months. Everybody knows it around here. If you've been watching the show, this is 100% my game plan. Change, progress, evolution. We need the Democratic Party to be something different because it is no longer getting anything done. It's just helping people like Jesse Waters, you know, continue to hold on to their money, you know, and to continue to lie and to continue to push hate around this country, right? We need change. We need people who are actually here to fight. People who are going to bring about a new era of politics, not an old, ossified, dinosaur-aged politics, right? We don't need more octogenarians. We need people who might actually live for a couple more decades, you know? Not people who are going to die while they're literally sitting in government, you know? We need less of that. We need less of that. I've been saying it. We need to take over the DCC, you know, start volunteering over there and then actively working against them. You know, wherever you can, the DNC, and then we got to get fucking people in there. Yeah, I see it as like a literal, like a guerrilla effort, right? Is to get people in there who don't actually agree with where the party is heading to help try and change the direction of the party. Actively working against the Democrats who are trying to keep us like conservatives. Because that's the thing. It used to be, at least how I think people perceived it, was that conservatives wanted things not to change. Democrats wanted things to change. That's no longer the case, right? Democrats don't want things. They want things to stay the same, and so do Republicans. And Republicans want to drag us further back into the past. Well, Republicans have turned into fucking, like Reconstruction era South, like, you know, they want us to go back to Jim Crow, and Democrats just want things to stay the same, right? Conservatives are, you know, like it's like we've somehow the goalpost has been dragged so far to the right now. We have nobody who actually wants progress. There's no party that actually represents change in this country. The only change that currently we have right now is that we're being dragged back into the 19th century by people who watch Jesse Waters' show. The president and all these other psychopaths in the administration.
So badly and didn't deliver a damn thing when they had power that they had to play footsie with the commies to shore up their base.
Don't tempt me with a good time, Jesse, because that's what I was complaining about during Biden's presidency too. For the first 2 years when we had the supermajority, we should have used it. The next time we have that, believe me, we're going to be out there demanding that they get stuff done, Jesse. I love this video. Keep it going, Jesse.
And now they're completely out of power. They're weak. Brands in the toilet.
Awful,
and they
awful,
opened the
awful.
door just a crack, and danger walked right in. These people are cold-blooded revolutionaries who want to bury America. Bury it.
Nope.
Some Democrats get it.
Lady, I ain't in the same party as you. I'm sorry. They're just not. Everybody's always said, no, we're coalition, we're big tent. And there's just some that I can't be in the same tent. These people do not like Democrats. Not only are they not Democrats, they wish Democrats poorly. But I'm done. I'm not political.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. This is a big W. This is a big W right here. Hell yeah. Get the fuck out of here, James Carville, you useless piece of shit who told us that Democrats should sit around and wait for people to suffer so much that they vote for Democrats again. That was your fucking plan. That's literally what he said last year, is that hopefully Donald Trump will cause so much suffering that Democrats can win another election. I am so glad to hear. We need to clip this, because I never want to hear from this piece of shit ever again on Democratic politics. He's not a Democrat anymore. He just said it. You're done. Goodbye. Goodbye. Where is it? Bye, 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 bye. Bye, bye. Bye, bye, James Carville. So sad. Not a Democrat anymore. Oh, God. The worst part of the Democratic Party. Now, here's the thing. These douchebags want to claim that the Democratic Socialists hate America. I would say that wanting Americans to have health care and fair wages and environmental protections and, the good public transportation is not hating America. In fact, that is loving America. That's America first. Jesse Waters, James Carville, Cory Booker, these are America last douchebags. Okay? I'm going to steal this from the fucking president, okay? America last. These guys want to spend money, abroad. They want to send billions and billions and billions of dollars to Israel to do a genocide and to continue fighting the war in Ukraine while not putting any effort into peace, continuing to enrich billionaires and multinational corporations, but leaving small American businesses behind. These are American last assholes, okay? Jesse Waters sits in his little ivory tower making millions of dollars over at Fox News while you are deciding whether or not to pay for health care or homeowners insurance right now, okay?
The executives are calling it an earthquake, but they won't go public. Phones are ringing off the hook with people asking, are we going to let them take over the party? Or are we going to stand up and fight back? That right there is the question. And can the Democrats fight commies and Trump? They've been fighting Trump so hard they got a blind spot. Ask any general. When you're fighting someone on the left and on the right, that means you're surrounded. That means you better have a big old gun and a big old bunker. Guerrilla warfare on the left, conventional warfare on the right. The Democratic Party, as it...
Is he telling people to get ready for some sort of civil war? It sounds like that's what he's doing. I know he's sort of beating around the bush, but he's telling people to get a bunch of guns and build a bunker in their backyard because a war is coming. Is that not what he just said? Go get your guns, build your bunker because the fucking war is going down right now. We're talking about politics, but he's saying guns and war. Is that what the world that Jesse wants? A civil war? Because that's how he's talking. I mean, how is this allowed on YouTube? Where he's telling people, get your guns and bunkers ready because a war is here. A political war. It's supposed to be fought with ideas and votes. But he's talking about some other kind of war, which I find interesting in this moment.
Stands today can't win that battle. They can't beat Trump, and they're afraid of their own base. And Democrats, they don't know who to trust. Like AOC. Whose side is she on? Well, I think we know.
I feel like it's deja vu all over again. There was so much fear around that when I was elected, and none of it bore out to be true.
None of it bore out to be true? The squad defunded the police
Where?
and gave us riots, crime,
In
and
what
DEI.
city?
And AOC's little...
Actually, DEI has... it wasn't the squad. It wasn't just the squad. The Democrats broadly did it. Joe Biden was involved in some of that. But he's not part of the squad. No, but it's very strange that Jesse is like, how do I put this? How do I fucking say this? Like, oh God, I can't think of the words. Sorry, say that as
None of it bore out to be true. The squad defunded the police.
Right. He's claiming the squad came out and did all these horrible things to America. What fucking legislation did the squad manage to get fucking passed that defunded the police? Can somebody point me in the direction of that? Because he's claiming the squad passed legislation that defunded the police. Oh, he's lying. Oh, document not found. Document not found. They did not defund the police. In fact, police budgets, ever since Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has gotten into office, have increased across the nation in almost every single precinct where they could afford to do it. And Jesse is just a liar.
Somali buddies cost us $18 billion.
Huh?
And this new AOC's little friend Omar, her Somali buddies cost us $18 billion.
Her Somali buddies that were run by whose boss was a white woman from Minnesota. Oh.
And this new crew is to the left of them. These people want taxpayer-funded sex change surgeries. No borders.
I shouldn't let him go too far here because he's making a lot of very outrageous claims here. But I should go back to the Somalia claim because he's claiming that Ilhan Omar, her friends, I think she should sue him. This is fucking slander. She's claiming that the people who allegedly did the fraud, the Fox News has been just is the only thing they can talk about. Like that she knows them personally. He just said that they were her friends. He just said that the people who have allegedly committed these crimes of fraud in Minnesota are friends, buddies of some of a leader of the House of Representatives, right? Not the leader of a fucking congresswoman. He just said that she's friends with them. That to me sounds like slander. And you don't, I don't know about Fox. I don't know how much they got a lot of lawyers over there, but I think she should sue for that.
No prisons, no police.
What are you talking about?
You know how you start a revolution? Same.
No prisons, no police. What? This is insanity. Here, you fucking moron. Here's Los Angeles, where the police budget has gone up every single year since 2012 to 2023. Police budgets are always going up. They never go down. There's not a single moment where they have gone down since 2016. Look. Look at that. Biden budget's giving a huge as $1 trillion to police subsidies. Democrats, wow. Oh, they're just defunding. There's no more police anymore. Who knew? Oh my God, they're all gone. If you call 911, nobody answers.
Look, you raid the Treasury, empty the prisons.
Raid the
and take out
Treasury.
the cops.
Raid the Treasury.
These people said we deserve 9/11.
Raid the Treasury and empty the prison. Who raided the Treasury? Did they do a heist I'm unaware of? The Democrats do a heist? What is Jesse talking about? Was there some sort of heist I'm unaware of the U.S. Treasury? Huh? Or does he mean like food stamps? Is that raiding the Treasury? Giving poor people food? Is that, or health care? That's raiding. Oh, they did a heist at the Treasury by passing a continuing resolution.
Illegal.
And they got elected in New York. Matt Taibbi writes this, quote,
Matt Taibbi
is a whole hog
Matt Taibbi's fucking arc as a journalist is hilarious. He started off on the left, let's not forget, and now he's being quoted by fucking Jesse Waters. While Jesse's trying to simultaneously claim the left is a danger. It's interesting. It's an interesting thing. Just a weird dynamic.
real thing version of Marxian socialism, instantly recognizable to anyone who's ever lived in a socialist country. This movement's young, it's ethnic, media savvy, with a real desire to overthrow the American system. Whole thing.
Oh, God, the whole
Chevalier,
thing.
one of the Mondani extremists, called Manhattan occupied Lenape land.
It is.
And says we need to become bad bitches and seize the means of production. Yeah.
Yeah. Those are actually accurate. I mean, it was native land. And then white settlers came and took it. I mean, that's just factual. It's just factual information. Now, you'll notice that Jesse doesn't bring up. It's all just sort of bonkers claims about the identities of these people, their beliefs. But he doesn't really, he doesn't want to talk really about anything that isn't like a hot buzz subject. Like, you know, he's like, oh, Black Lives Matter, police are gone, no more, you know, he's making a bunch of bullshit assertions that have no basis in reality or fact. But you'll notice that this entire time he refuses to talk about affordability. He refuses to talk about the capitalist system. Because he's over here, like, they're communists and socialists. They hate, but you don't hear him talking about capitalism. Come on, Jesse, defend capitalism. Get in here. Tell us about how so great it is.
This is the woman who says she wants to eradicate Western civilization. She's never had a job. She's been a grad student.
That's a lie.
For 7 years.
Okay, there's another fucking lie from Jesse Waters. Daria Lisa absolutely has a fucking job. This douchebag apparently couldn't be bothered to take fucking 2 seconds to go onto her goddamn campaign website where it talks about her work, right? Yeah, she goes to school, but she also needs a job because people can't just live and go to school, you know, unless they're like millionaires, right? Like, you can't go to like an actual like college or university and just, you know, stay around for 7 years and not have a job and survive. If you just go onto her website, please, anybody feel free to go on there. She actually happens to work for the DA's office. Or is it, I can't remember. Actually, hold on. I'll bring it up. I want to make sure I'm correct. But she's worked as an investigator, I think, for the district attorney. For a number of years. Just go onto her fucking website. You could find out about that. Apparently, people over Fox News are too lazy or too hateful to do those things. But apparently, Daria Lisa has had jobs. Do you think what Jesse is doing is a fucking job? Sitting here just doing propaganda? Is that a job? Is that a job, Jesse? Because she's worked as an activist, worked as an investigator for the DA, and it's just an untrue statement he's sending out to millions of people. It's weird.
She's been a grad student for 7 years. Pocahontas was asked about her, and she played dumb.
A world without borders and a world without prisons or police is possible if necessary, the only moral way forward. She said abolish the border, all deportation is wrong. I mean, are those sentiments that you think Democratic candidates should hold?
Look, I don't know her. I'm not familiar with what she's written.
They pulled the same thing with Plattner. Oh, I'm not familiar with these allegations that he's abusing women. He's abusing women? I don't know him. Well, does the communist admit she's a communist?
I found it fascinating that Jesse, like, you see what I mean, though? Like, he only wants to attack the character of people. He cannot attack the policies themselves. And like, I found it fascinating he wants to talk about fucking Graham Plattner and supposed, like, allegations. Really? Do we want to do that in the Republican Party for a second? Because the president? The Secretary of War? I mean, we could go down the list from the fucking executive branch straight through the House of Representatives. And there is just so many allegations against Republicans. It's fucking insane. It's almost like having allegations against you as a Republican is actually somehow a benefit to your political life. Like if you've done or been accused of doing terrible shit to women, like you got an in the Republican Party. Like, that's a boost.
Live cable TV?
All sorts of Republicans ads to say, this is what you're going to get if you vote for the Democrats, a communist.
For far too long, this reactive conversation of what we should be afraid of has prevented us from being able to have a politics of hope and a politics of life that Democrats can actually identify with.
That wasn't an answer. She's a communist, and she's slick.
Oh,
and we told you last night these commies have friends in high places.
They're not afraid of the term democratic socialism. I'm not scared of the term. I think they're scared of the term in this country. But Social Security is a democratic socialism. Partly unemployment insurance is. The people who pick up your garbage, the people who take the fire out at your house, all of these things are democratic socialism.
Yes,
Having
that's
a fire
true.
department isn't communism.
It is socialism, though. She didn't say communism. She said democratic socialism, you fucking moron. But he knows that. It is democratic socialism. We collect tax dollars, and as a community, as a society, we pay for these things. And this is where Jesse falls apart. Where he's like, for 2 seconds, let's try and talk about what socialism is. He can't even grasp it.
See, what she's doing is she's trying to soft pedal it.
She's feeling, oh, okay, he's done already. Dude's got nothing. He's got fucking nothing. He can't go at it from any direction because he knows the facts is that taxes are what pay for shit in the United fucking States. Okay? And yeah, people are actually not having a great time right now because we are continuing to only benefit the capitalists, only benefit the people with the most money in society and taking more and more away from the people who need it most. You know, and we need to go back to a system where our tax dollars are actually going to benefit the people and not to fight unnecessary wars and not just so we can give bigger and bigger tax breaks to Donald Trump.
They'll come for joy. You let them have their way, they're going to take all Joy's money. But the person with the most to lose, Schumer.
Look,
Politico says Schumer's office.
You see what I'm saying here about this piece? He's here to defend Chuck Schumer now. It's incredible. It's incredible. See, this is what I'm saying. They have been for so long claiming that Chuck Schumer and Barack Obama and Nancy Pelosi are a bunch of socialists, communists, yeah, whatever, right? Marxist Antifa lovers. And now he's having to come out and reverse years and years of just that. And come out and be like, look, they're coming after poor Chuck Schumer, the guy we have made fun of here for decades. How could they? How could they possibly go after poor Chuck, the guy who I've called a garbage human being on who knows how many occasions? Oh, God. Poor Chuck.
A 5-alarm fire. He's feeling that Latin heat.
I would say to Chuck Schumer, dude, you're in danger because this, I think, puts a lot of wind in the sails of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Cortez, the conquistador, is sailing straight at Schumer's seat.
Are you more inclined to possibly run for Senate after seeing the results of the 3 races in New York?
I think, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be breaking any news here. I'm definitely inspired and encouraged by all the new faces that we're going to be sending to the State Assembly and to Congress.
Hip's days are numbered. Mamdani's going to tap a commie to give Hakeem a red card.
Are you concerned at all about a primary challenge in 2 years from, a Mamdani endorsed candidate?
When you ask me a serious question, I'll give you a serious answer.
Hakeem's running around D.C. and everyone's telling him he's next. CNBC, they said grow a pair.
Who is this for? Can anybody explain this to me? Aside from for me to come over here and gloat and make fun of Jesse Waters, the longer I listen to it, I mean, who is this for? The non-Trump supporting Republican? Like, how many of those are left? Like 7 guys? Like 7 or 8 guys, like one woman who are like, oh, the president, he's not doing a good job. I hate him. I need more sensible conservatism. You know, I hate immigrants, but I really don't like what he's doing with the tariffs. Like, who is that guy? Like, who are they talking to right now? Who actually cares about the future of the Democratic Party that's also simultaneously watching Fox News, like, unironically, right? Like, somebody who's genuinely watching Fox News, not just doing it to make fun of them, right? Like, who is it for? I just don't know. He's coming to the side of Hakeem Jeffries, the great knight, Jesse Waters, here to save the Democratic Party from communism. Oh... But of course, like I was been saying, they've been calling it the Communist Party, like the Democratic Communists, for like how long? I mean, oh, it's just so weird. I just don't even know what to do with it. It's such a strange fucking gag. Like, who is it buying this? Like, I don't see anybody buying this. Like, who? Genuinely, who's buying it? I know that the Fox viewers don't care about the Democratic Party. Fox News has ingrained into them to not care because they're all the same. They have spent years telling the Fox News viewer that all Democrats are the same. They're all communist, Antifa, socialist Marxists. It would have made more sense if they started it off with like a retraction. You know, they're like, okay, for years and years, I know we've been coming to you and telling you Democratic Party is filled with socialists, but we are here to tell you that was a lie. We were retracting the probably thousands, hundreds of thousands of times we've done this. And now we're here to tell you that time is actually here now. Actually, now is the time to worry about the communists. Because the fact is they've already convinced most of the viewers that all Democrats are communists. They just have. So, like, I just don't know what the purpose of this is. They're just undoing their own work.
So no pre-check, no clear. Everybody waits in one big old line. And Mayor Pete's your pilot. New York's actually been dipping its toes into communism for a while. Nearly half the city's on Medicaid. 20% of the city on food stamps. 1 out of every 3 renters lives in a rent-stabilized apartment.
You know, you'll be shocked to hear, but people actually love rent-stabilized apartments. And, you know, not having to fork over, you know, like thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars a year to pay for their health insurance, just for the coverage itself, right? I would also like to point out that something like 15% of all red state residents are on food stamps. I know that's probably shocking to everybody, but like the state of Tennessee, I think it's like 11% food stamps. Texas, it's like 12 or 13%. Everybody in Texas, right? Like more than one in 10 people in the state of Texas on food stamps. I don't know how many are on Medicaid. I could get into that too. But I'm fairly certain that all red states depend on food stamps and Medicaid too, as it turns out. And if we went to the larger cities, I'm sure we would see that that's the case. Now, even though the Republicans in red states have been doing everything they can to take that money away, it's still a huge number. How do you account for that, Jesse? Do we have some sort of a communist upwelling in Mississippi?
Like the rent hasn't gone up in 30 years. 5% of New York City lives in the projects. New York City has a bigger budget than the whole state of Florida, and we're still in debt. No wonder. Everything's free, and the rest is stolen.
Everything's free and the rest is stolen. What's stolen? What is he talking about? Who's what? Who's stealing? What is stolen? Medicaid? We're stealing Medicaid? From who?
No wonder. Everything's free, and the rest is stolen.
Ah, yes, everything's free in New York. Like, this is clearly not meant for like people who actually live in New York, right? Because anybody who lives in New York knows it's not free. It's very much not free to live there, and it's just like it's a smaller and smaller audience that he's focusing. It's just, it seems like they're hoping that none of their viewers notice like the new Red Scare. It's fucking wild. This whole thing is nonsense. But of course, while Jesse is like complaining about people being on food stamps, of course, affordability is still dominating the financial worries of Americans, and inflation and high prices being cited as 31% as their top financial problem. Ugh. Yeah, people are not doing well, as you can see. Everybody's struggling. Yeah. And apparently half of U.S. adults can't afford health care anymore, according to the latest Gallup poll as of June 23rd. Half. 50%. Ah, boy. We're at a 5-year low right now on people's ability to afford health care. And he's complaining about people being on Medicaid. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. And people, I'm sure many people watching the show would love some Medicaid. You know, if they're not on it already. Because those healthcare costs, they are just getting jacked up. Thanks to the federal government's decision to cancel over $1 trillion in subsidies to your healthcare costs.
Now, it's not just foreigners voting commie. These liberal women, you know, they get the college degrees in like sociology. They move into Manhattan and they can't get a job. Shocking. So they can't afford rent. So a bunch of single women with no jobs, degrees, have to shack up in the same apartment in the Bronx. And they've been taught in school America's evil, so they get angry.
Wait, everything's free in New York, but people are having to get roommates to afford apartments. He's simultaneously saying everything is free in New York because of communists, but communist women, single ladies, as he calls them, all the single ladies. Beyonce, where at? All the single ladies, according to Jesse here, are the communists, but they're being forced to live in tiny New York apartments with 3 other roommates. Why would they have to do that if it's free? If everything's free, why can't they just have their own apartment, Jesse? Oh, that's right, because nobody can afford to live in New York. You fucking idiot. And nothing is free. Even Medicaid's technically not free. You're still paying taxes, idiot. Oh, all those communists living in their free studio apartments with their 3 other roommates. Yeah, exactly. He lives in a fucking alternate universe. He has no idea what it's like to be a normal human being. Jesse Waters makes millions of dollars a year spitting out that garbage propaganda, right? Like, he offers nothing to society, but he gets paid millions of dollars a year. That's capitalism for you. We're completely useless, meritless douchebags. Smarmy fuckwits like Jesse Waters. No real competence to be found. Getting paid millions of dollars. Just talk. While you have to work for a living. Really, he's paid extra money so that you believe the lies that he says. You know, from his corporate overlords. It's not just Jesse Waters who's just having a real hard time with this situation. No. People over at CNN are all upset too. Oh, God.
Big wins for Democratic Socialists in New York City, backed by the popular Democratic Socialist mayor, Zohran Mamdani. Already, there are Republicans trying to tie the winners here to national Democrats, and already there are some national Democrats a little bit nervous about how their own party might be painted. With us now, CNN Chief Data Analyst Harry Etten. Sir, good to see you. So when we talk about Democratic Socialists, how are they perceived?
You know, I will tell you, there is a reason why Republicans nationwide are licking their chops and why there are at least some Democrats who are a little bit worried, because what is true in New York City in a Democratic primary ain't necessarily true nationwide with the general electorate. I mean, just take a look here. Net favorable rating of Democratic Socialists. If you look at Democrats nationwide, look at this. Democratic Socialists are on the positive side of the ledger at plus 17 points. This includes Democratic-leaning independents. But look at all voters. A completely different world.
Oh, wow, a completely different world. Everybody hates Democratic Socialists in America. No, I'm not gonna be here and like naysay the numbers. But the problem is the framing, right? Because while people don't like Democratic Socialists for some reason, there's a lot of reasons, partially propaganda over many decades. But the fact is capitalism also has a very low rating right now, right? Like affordability in America is the #1 issue of voters, right? Like the #1 issue by far is affordability. And what is it that's making America unaffordable? Capitalism. Unadulterated, unmitigated capitalism. Free markets, right? We're making them freer and freer every day. Less regulations. Republicans are fucking blasting these things out of the fucking water, right? Speaking of water, now I can put lead and whatever else, arsenic, whatever, and it doesn't matter because who cares? Regulations are stupid, right? Like, this is the world we live in. Where capitalists have been given every tool at their disposal, every law is on their side, right? While everything that's there to protect you, the average citizen, is being decimated, right? It's supposed to prevent you from going, homeless because you can't afford to pay your medical bill, right? Like the fact is affordability is worse than it's ever been in the United States. And that is because of these free market freaks who think that there's no reason to ever prevent capitalism from doing what it's going to do. But capitalism is why you have dynamic pricing. It's why you can't afford healthcare. It's why you can't afford housing. It's why your insurance rates are so high on your home, on your renter's insurance, on whatever fucking else, right? That's why. Because of free markets, because capitalists can do whatever they want. And the government's not holding them back. Do whatever you want. It's fine. That's why. And that's the message we have to get across right now. Is because while the word socialism may still be dirty, fact is nobody can afford shit right now because of the system that we currently have, right? And that's what we need to be harping on over and over again. Don't talk to me about whether or not you like socialism. Tell me how capitalism is doing for you right now. Tell me, are you able to afford everything that you need and want in life? Right? And forget want, just needs. Food, healthcare. You got dental, vision. You got a place to live. Is that all paying for itself somehow? You got a kid? You got kids? You got dreams in your life? Would you like to maybe be able to look up one day before you're 65 and say, I'd like to do something that's actually for me and not for capitalists to make more profits today? I'd like to take a little break from, making sure the widget gets in the box and gets out to somebody on time, and actually think about my time, my life, my future, right? Like, what about my profit? What is am I profiting myself? Am I at all profiting from this, or am I just making it by, or not even making it by? Am I going further and further into a hole every fucking day, week, month, year that goes by? Further and further out of reach is that dream. Because that's what I feel like most people's situations are right now. That's the capitalist economy at work. the one that is intermingled with our government, so that it can do no wrong. And it faces no consequences. We have an entire book. I mean, not just a book, volumes of books of capitalists who are doing sex crimes. Let's not forget all the Epstein files guys and gals. Those are all basically, there's not like a single communist in there, right? Closest you can get is Noam Chomsky, and he's a fucking libertarian.
Socialist candidates across the nation are not only winning primaries, they're also taking leadership positions in American cities. New York is the latest example, as all of Zohran Mamdani's endorsements won their contest, sending the establishment into a tailspin. Former DNC chair Jamie Harrison, without naming names, argued online, quote, "If you hate the Democratic Party, then please don't run for our nomination." He said, "Don't use the party's resources, volunteers, and infrastructure." And he added that if you don't believe in the party, then don't ask its members to.
These people are so pathetic. They're so averse to change. They're like, if you don't support everything the Democrats are doing right now, then don't involve yourself. It is such an elitist, gatekeeping ass fucking mentality. I am utterly, like, when I saw this tweet, I couldn't believe it. Like, it's disgusting to me that these people are such elitist douchebags that they think that they can gatekeep everybody out of politics. Something that's supposed to be for every American in the United States.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Like, these guys are fucking over here crying about people engaging. And it's pathetic. I invite Jaime to get the fuck out. Okay? Just get the fuck out. It's not your resources, okay? It's the resources of Democrats. And every single person who is a registered Democrat has a right to involve themselves in the party politics, in whatever fucking thing that they're doing. It is their goddamn right. And these douchebags who want to tell you it's not your right and want to tell you to go find something else to do are pieces of shit who don't belong in politics and don't belong in the democracy. Because this is anti-democratic bullshit. Okay, this is beyond bullshit. This is anti-democratic authoritarianism. Okay? This is like liberal authoritarianism. They're like, look, we are in charge. Those of you who have problems with that can go fuck yourselves. It's insane. Because Democrats, over many decades, have been donating. I'll bet you there's dollars still lying around that were donated decades ago. They've been taking in so much money over the years. It's insane. And for the DCC, DNC, DMFI, all these fucking douchebags to come in and be like, oh, you don't agree with us? Well, go fuck yourself. Well, guess what? You can keep crying, but we're going to continue to do exactly what we're doing. In fact, these kinds of things make me want to try even harder.
Are you across the finish line? An hour later, he clarified that he doesn't care if you're a progressive, a moderate, or a conservative, but he highlighted that there was always an understanding that building a stronger party was part of the job. Senator Chris Murphy responded to that, arguing that the party is the voters and that leaders need to listen to the voters who are demanding that the party be bolder. Joining us now in our fifth seat is Jumaane Williams. He's the public advocate for the city of New York. And
I've had disagreements with Chris Murphy in the past. This has got to be one of his better tweets. Not gonna lie, that's dead on.
Jumaane, I wonder just to respond to what Jamie Harrison is saying, is he right to say, if you're not a card-carrying Democrat, get out of our party, don't even bother running?
First, I start off every sentence with Nixon 5, so I just have to put that out there.
Okay.
But the truth is, he's incorrect. Like the whole context is wrong. And we keep pretending somehow that the people in power in a lot of places were not folks from outside who came into the party one way or the other, didn't like what was happening, said, I'm going to try to make some change. And that's what's happening here. And quite honestly, what we see happen in New York City is, to me, an extension of what happened from 2008, where people who may not have even bought a black toothbrush, voted for Barack Obama. They then voted for Donald Trump. There are people in New York City who voted for Donald Trump and AOC. People have been
Zoran
saying,
Mamdani
that's
after
correct.
that, yeah.
There are people who are saying, we don't want the status quo, we don't want the same message and the same messenger. The party leadership that I belong to has rejected that time and time again, and every decision they've made has led us to Donald Trump, and every decision they made have led us to this point. So my hope is that the party will finally say, let's listen to some messaging that is actually working, messaging that pushes back against the divisiveness that we've been seeing and hearing.
If there's one thing a political party is going to do, it's to protect the political party as it currently is. And the people who know that the best are perhaps Republicans who experienced it vividly in 2016 when Donald Trump ran for the nomination, and he ran as an outsider.
It happened before
and he
that.
shook up the party and he dispensed.
I forgot that she went to 2016. I would argue that this happened before that. I've been describing this moment as hopefully as one of a Democratic Tea Party. I don't think we're quite there yet. I'm hoping the back half of the primary seasons we can start really pushing that further, getting more and more people out there demanding change. We've already seen a lot, but I want to see even bigger moves. And the fact is the Tea Party, it happened before Donald Trump ever came around, right? They beat Republicans went out and replaced leaders left and right, starting in like 2000, what was it? 2010? It was like 2010, something like that. It's like over 15 years ago now. And they have, over the last 15 years, the Tea Party movement, if you will, or at least what it represented, went through the entire Republican Party, either got those Republicans to toe the line or kicked them the fuck out. And that is the ideology which I need Democrats, the strategy which I need Democrats to be tackling this primary season with, right? Because if we do it well, we can make some real shit happen in a short, even a faster period of time. If we just recognize the moment that we're in and what it is that we need to do to get the results that we want, right? Because the fact is, I mean, it was heavily fucking carpetbagged, but the Tea Party, I mean, had issues that they were upset about, right? It was healthcare, the death panels and all these other fucking shit around fucking Obamacare. And they thought, the grandma was going to get killed, but they're going to take grandma's health care away and they're going to kill her. I mean, granted, it was complete bullshit. Like, the death panels did not exist. But stuff like that, it got people out there, got them energized, but it took them a while to actually make real strides, like, in terms of, like, changing the Republican Party to their will. But I think they absolutely achieved that. And once Democrats, leftists, especially in the Democratic Party, accept this is the state of play right now, that we can push, right? We don't need to use we don't need to come up with fake stories. We can be like, look, Democrats have been spending billions and billions and billions of dollars on fucking Israel, funding a genocide, and not getting you fucking nationalized healthcare. And not making your life more affordable, right? Like, it's fairly easy because honestly, Democrats, especially to the left, are fairly thinking individuals. We just gotta, like, start making the arguments directly to the libs, essentially, right? Be like, look, you guys either step aside or get on board. That is it. This is we're drawing a fucking get on board or out.
All the establishment types, and then he took over the party with all of his extreme views on all sorts of things. And I call them extreme because that's what Republicans called them at the time. So, I mean, this is actually, in some ways, kind of a Trump playbook.
Well, except Trump wasn't trying to,
And then that was supposed to be a Democratic one. I remember that sort of framing. It's been so long now. But I remember for a brief time what you're talking about, Corwin. Sorry, I've been ignoring you over here on Twitch. People all over watching this, but yeah, I remember that. It didn't last for very long, though, did it? that belief that was going to be a Democratic win. The fact is, we have to stop framing Democratic wins like along like what's happening in the Republican Party, right? Like we are at a point now where politics are so diametrically opposed. I mean, the parties themselves, or at least the people in the parties, not the representatives as we've been getting into here, but like, you know what I mean? Like the messaging coming from the far right, far left, if you want to call them that, these things, like, are diametrically fucking opposed, right? And we got to stop worrying about stop trying to think about what Republicans might be doing might be a win for us, and just figure out how to get actual wins, right? Like that was a nonsense framing from the beginning, right from the jump. Oh, the most deranged part of the Republican Party is coming to power. Oh, great. Like, that was always a deluded sort of belief, I'm not gonna lie.
Bring about the downfall of Western civilization, like some of these socialist candidates are in the Democratic Party.
So let's just be clear about that.
And so, I mean, look, I'm not a Democrat, but I've been amused at the infighting in New York City today. And some of it is pretty powerful constituencies. I saw a video last night in one of these victory parties of a room full of young white socialists screaming at a television with Hakeem Jeffries on it, who's poised by.
I don't know where he was looking. I assume he wasn't actually looking at the TV. But, and honestly, we gotta stop being obsessed with this aspect of, like, especially during the primaries right now. But like, he wants to drag us back into identity politics. I love how Republicans were like, have for so long been telling us, oh, we gotta stop talking about identity politics. But then, like, the second that like leftists start winning, they want to rush to identity politics and be like, oh, it's just white people. It's just white people. I mean, it's fascinating that Republicans want to tell us it's just white people supporting democratic socialists. Like, that's somehow a problem for them. Because it's not a problem for them. That's the thing. They are being slimy. I'm trying to think of the right word. It's descriptive, but it's not quite the word I'm looking for. But opportunistic, right? He doesn't care. Scott Jennings would love a white America, right? Whether it's Democratic Socialists or Republicans, right? You know what I mean? Like, all these Republican people, they would love that. It's not about that. They're trying to act as if they are on our side and being like, wait a second, this is just a bunch of white people in here, dude. It's like, no, dude, no, you're not on the team, okay, Scott? You don't get to come in and be like, oh, it's a bunch of white people. However, I would just like to fucking point out, Scott was not watching the rally, because the rally was filled with a diverse group of people, right? It's insane for him to even make this claim, but especially for him to make this claim, it's just so disingenuous, because he does not care about diversity. Scott Jennings has been out here telling us we don't need diversity. The DEI is nonsense. So why is he now here telling us that it's wrong for a bunch of white people to get together and do politics? Like, it's such a strange sort of tact to take.
Way to possibly become the first black Speaker of the House, going, you're next, you're next, you're next. Not a great look for the party. I saw that Mamdani went after the head of the Hispanic caucus as well. I see Tish James is even mad at Mamdani. So there's a lot of splits.
All of a sudden, Republicans are so into identity politics.
Yes, exactly. Even Abby noticed. Thank you, Abby. Thank you, Abby, for noticing that. Yes. More diversity, says the Republicans.
A few things. First, a lot of times in campaigns, we see politicians endorse other candidates, endorse politicians.
Honestly, I don't care what Ana Navarro ever has to say. She's one of these fucking centrist douchebags who like flip-flopped between parties and wants to tell us how to fucking do shit around here. I don't listen to you, Anna. Okay? Flip-flopper.
I was on the ground speaking to voters. So let me say it is usually a very few amount of people who make the decision anyway. So the pretending like that
it's a party primary.
That's correct.
That's
But I want to be clear. On the ground, what people cared about is affordability. What people cared about was feeling safe and what that means in their community. What people cared about was healthcare. So the construct is incorrect, because I think people care about that across the country, definitely New York City. What the Republican Party has been able to do is say that you don't feel safe, you don't feel like you can afford to pay here because of people you may not like, whether it is trans, whether it is immigrants. What Mamdani and others, by the way, there's always been an issue with class and race when it comes to the left, and we have to address that. But what they have been able to do, that the reason that you can't live in New York City is because of an exploitive economic system. And that economic system is what needs to change.
But can I ask you, I thought, I mean, to me, Nydia Velázquez is a progressive.
Yeah.
She is, she's most definitely, and she was in Congress for 34 and a half years.
To Republican, to never Trumper Anna Navarro, she's a progressive. Yeah, because you're a conservative. Right? Like, that is the thing. And the thing, like, it's so fascinating that, like, this is supposed to be the like, there's a bunch of people who are outsiders who don't even want to be Democrats, like, or even want the Democrats to do well out here now being like, why are Democrats so changing so much? What's going on? I thought Nydia was a progressive. It's like she wasn't progressive enough, Anna. That's what happened. Okay, democracy fucking happened. You just weren't paying attention. You were asleep. You people who are supposed to be, dialed in to what's happening are not dialed in. You do not understand what's going on out there. None of these people sitting at this fucking table, aside from maybe Jumaane Williams, has had any problems with affordability in their lives, right? Like Sabrina over here, like, she worked for the Biden administration. You know what I mean? Like, everybody here at the table, aside from Jumaane, who's just a public advocate, is making the big bucks as a CNN contributor on this show. Probably $1 million plus on each one of these people sitting around this table, right? And I honestly don't know. I actually don't know the exact numbers. It might be much higher than I think. I just don't have time to go into it. But, like, none of these people have been struggling, like, for many, many years. Don't have, in fact, in most cases, I think most of these people never struggled. But the point is it's incredible that, like, they're just, like, most of these people, like, if you look around the table, who do you got? You got Shermichael Singleton, who is a Republican. He's a head of the Young Black Republicans, or whatever it's fucking called. Fucking Sabrina Singh over here, former Biden fucking spokeswoman at the fucking Department of Defense. You got fucking Anna Navarro, a literal Republican, and well, now like a avowed centrist. And you got fucking Scott Jennings, a literal Trump ball sucker. And then, like, it's just like nobody here knows, like, they all, like, none of these people have any investment really in the Democratic Party. I mean, Sabrina had she's not like an activist or something, like, I don't remember how she got the job. I get the sense it's because she knew somebody, not because she's like a political activist. Like, none of these people care about democracy. They care about power. Right? That's the thing about politics, right? A lot of people who are in government care about power. Same thing for people in political talking. And the fact is, as we've seen in many cases, the line between these things are getting blurrier and blurrier. Ted Cruz has got his own podcast. Gavin Newsom's got his own fucking podcast. And all these people understand that narrative is power, right? And narrative is adjacent to and running in parallel to fucking tangentially with politics and power, right? Like, you need the narrative to be able to keep the power and or get the power, right? To keep it and to get it and to hold it, right? you need to be able to craft a narrative one way or another, right? And, like, these people don't actually, like, most of these people just don't care about, like, they don't have like any ideology they need to have their life change in some sort of significant material way, right? I mean, the fact is Shermichael's acting like, I mean, I don't want to even get to Shermichael's fucking bullshit over here, but the point is like it's not about self-interest as much as it is about party. It's not about ideology so much as it is about narrative, right? And like, none of these, like, it's very frustrating to me to watch these fucking people like continue to act like this. Because I know there's a bunch of assholes out there watching this, not assholes, but just like regular folks watching this and like taking it in and are like, is the Democratic Party going too far to the left? And the fact is they don't want to talk about, even CNN doesn't really get into talking about like actual like affordability. Like it comes up and then like the segment shuts down, you know, and it's like, that's the thing that, as we know, is the number one issue to voters across America is, can they afford food, housing, healthcare, gas in their car, to have simple, like, you know, like simple life experiences, like outside of their fucking jobs, right? And that is what the current system is providing, is a world where you can't afford those things, where you have to be like constantly worrying about whether or not you're going to be able to make ends meet, right? And whether or not you're keeping up with your neighbor or doing better than your neighbor, right? Or rather than one where your basic needs are met and you can think about how to best, you know, how to better humanity, your neighborhood. I mean, you can go as big or small as you want, but it's a little hard to think about how to do any of that if you're worried that you're not going to be able to afford your fucking prescriptions that you need to stay alive. Hard to innovate when you don't know whether or not you're going to be homeless in a week. The fact is, if we want America to be the bastion of innovation, we need a society where people can like turn off, you know, and like actually like have a moment to think that is not like just consumed with worry, right? That because like, sure, people claim that the deprivation somehow leads to innovation, but it's not just deprivation of money, right? Because, I mean, honestly, in many cases, you need money to innovate, right? It's actually deprivation of outside input sometimes, or of outside concerns, right? Because everybody has different processes on how they think, how they process information, how, you know, like how they plan, right? And like like we live in a world right now where people don't have like a fucking like an extra second to think about what, you know, simple shit. Like really, like I know it sounds fucking unimportant, but like to think about the color of the grass or of the sky, right? Or about what the weather is like around them, right? It's like, I know it sounds like it's like sort of inane and stupid, but like honestly, like I think we take for granted that too much, right? Like these sort of like simple experiences in our lives, I think they have a lot more effect on us than we really, you know, appreciate, right? Because we're being like, once again, like constantly bombarded. But whatever, I don't know, I'm just saying, like, fact is democratic socialists, we love, like, we have no like like, we don't want America to stop existing. We want America to thrive and everyone in it to do well, you know, or at least have everyone in it have their basic needs met so that we can all have fun together. You know, we can work on other shit, right? Like the fact is like, I'm not like against people, like I'm not against like businesses. Like, I'm not saying we should get rid of businesses or like get rid of like honestly anything. It's just about how we deal with things within the system, right? Like who's getting the most of the tax burden, right? Who are most of the benefits in society going to, right? Like, we have to steer the ship in a direction where the bulk of society is being benefited, right? Like, we are benefiting as many people as possible, and not just saying, look, it's a lot easier for us to give you tax breaks and hope that you pee a trickle of cash down over the side of the skyscraper onto the public below, right? Like, that's basically the system we have. Is we like, look, capitalists, we won't tax you anymore, and we'll just hope that you're feeling philanthropic today. That's not a system. But it's literally what we're basically at that point. I mean, we're reducing corporate taxes to like zero at this point. Billionaires are paying less and less. Oh, thanks to that big, beautiful bill and all the tax cuts we've given billionaires in the 21st century. Let's not forget they started under Bush. Right? Like, George W. Bush did them in his first term twice. Can't remember if he did one or two. He was in there for 2 terms. I think it was only 1, but I can't remember. The point is Trump's now done 2 big ones. At this point, I think even did Obama do a fucking corporate tax cut too? I can't remember. Point is, we've done too many corporate and billionaire tax cuts. Not enough tax increases on those people, right? Like, 'cause there has not been tax cuts for the lower class, for the middle class. Right? We're not cutting sales tax, which, as we know, affects the lowest income people in the country.
This is Ro Khanna on with Bill Maher from Friday.
Oh. So you think Mamdani's a great one, huh?
I do. I mean, did you see his Knicks speech? I mean, anyone
not the issue that most concerned me. I don't
it's
need...
worth a watch because the speech was not just about the Knicks. First of all, he recites every Knicks player. I mean, I couldn't do that about the 49ers.
Who gives a shit about the Knicks? He's the mayor of New York.
Well, yeah, but he talks about how it's actually bringing people together. Trump voters, Mamdani voters, how it's overcoming the odds. And he took a speech that was just about celebrating a championship, and he made something bigger about it.
Okay, okay. Well, it doesn't make me forget that his wife loved October 7th attack on Israel, and that he pals around with terrorists.
No, come on. Have you had him on the show?
We asked.
More slander. Another guy who I think needs a lawsuit. Zohran Mamdani's wife loves October 7th? It's insane. What a fucking statement. Zohran Mamdani's wife loves October 7th. There is no evidence of this. This is a lie. I mean, he's looking at it. He's taking one tweet and then trying to he's removing all the words from the tweet and then just making up his own tweet and being like, oh, see, look, she loves October 7th. It's disgusting and disingenuous. These people have run out of gas. And now they're running on, I don't even fucking know what, but it's some sort of like toxic garbage that is just so weak. And honestly, this guy has become so pathetic over the years. Like, it's sad to me that at one point, like back when I was like in college, like I had like any respect for this man. But like 15 years ago, I like honestly thought this guy was like, he had some points. Like it was like around the time a little like what's it called, the Religulous, all that shit was coming out. I was like, oh, this guy's got some good points. He's just become the conservative twerp that he was making fun of in Religulous. You know, he's just not a religious individual, but he behaves like one of them. You know, he's a complete hypocrite, douchebag liar who lives in a fucking fantasy world that he's cooked up for himself on TV. Like, it's insane. He's like, how old is he now? Like 80? How old? This guy is getting up there. I feel like he's just evil is just making him older somehow.
People like that, Ro, they never come.
I'll talk
Pause it for a second.
I would love that.
Pause it for a second. I don't know what people he asked like Mamdani on.
those Muslims.
Yeah, we ask brown people to come on.
But I'm such a virulent racist that sometimes they don't really want to come on my show. That's increasingly the most irrelevant thing on television.
He pals around with terrorists. Is he talking about Bill Ayers again, or no? Is that, that was the big thing with Obama.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just amazing how they put this shit on the shelf and they just deploy it like, oh, this is the one I reach for.
My multi-use racist kid.
I think he literally means Mahmoud Khalil, which is just like a ridiculous, ludicrous thing.
Yeah, and Mahmoud Khalil's never said he loved October 7th or anything even close to it. This is the point. Like, they've created a fictional universe where they can just make claims, false claims against people, and feel like they just kind of get away with it. And like, there's a lot of people around who just don't question it, and it's fascinating because, like, there's a time where I thought like guys like Bill Maher actually believed in truth and reality. Just cooking up nonsense over here. By the way, I just want to say thank you to one individual on Cash App, donating $5 to the Galactic News Network. Entertainment indeed. At least hopefully you're being entertained.
Are you not entertained?
Or at the very least informed. One of the two. I'll take either, honestly. Speaking of donos, though, we gotta make a lot of progress here in a short period of time. We're almost 4 hours into the stream. And yet we are woefully short. We're like, I'm being generous here. I think we're like 25% of the way through. That is me rounding up.
That shows how out of touch Bill Maher is.
Yep.
With terrorists.
No, come on. Have you had him on the show?
We ask people like that, Ro. They never come.
I'll talk to him. I think he
would
should
love
come.
that. I think he should too.
I think he should come. You have a
I do too.
conversation.
I would love to talk to him.
He's a smart guy, and I think you would find.
I'm not saying he's not a smart guy. He went to the White House.
Yeah,
I mean, he went there, but he can't come here.
The classical center.
He should come.
Now, listen to that, what he just said. He went to the White House, but he can't come here?
I honestly cannot believe he said that statement.
Unironically.
I can't believe he went to the White House and didn't come here, Bill. Look at Emma. He broke Emma. Emma's broken. Sam's struggling over here. I mean, what a statement to make. What a narcissistic douchebag. Like, what kind of megalomaniac on his fucking late night HBO fucking pre-recorded show could possibly make the statement, the mayor of New York went to the White House but didn't come here, as if it was like proof of something other than your complete like delusion. Like what?
What you talking about?
I'm sorry. Does Bill Maher actually think that his show has more relevance than the White House? Does he genuinely think that the mayor of New York should have come on his show first before going to the White House? I mean, that's just a certain level of self-importance. I just don't think I'm capable. Maybe that's why I'm not as successful as some of these people, because I'm just not capable of that level of self-importance. Like I can recognize, that I'm just one guy, with one show. And sure, my show doesn't have the reach of Bill Maher. I'd like to think that even if we ever get to 1 million subscribers on YouTube or whatever, I'd like to think I will still be, I'll have the mental faculties, I guess you might say, to recognize when my show is not, it is like less important. You know what I'm saying here? Like the level of importance he's subscribing to his own show. It's just deranged delusion. Like truly just a certain level of self-importance. I don't think I can, I don't know what I'd have to do. Maybe a brain injury or something, or I'm trying to think of what would cause me to think that I was so important that I would say on my show that it was weird for the mayor of New York not to come on before going to the White House. Like, I'm just trying to think of like what it would take for me to become so deranged and like obsessed with myself, like the smell of my own farts, like to bring myself to say such a thing. I can't really wrap my head around it. It's kind of a struggle sesh. It's actually hurting my brain. So I'm going to stop trying to figure out how and move on to this. Talk about how Donald Trump's numbers are looking, and as it turns out, not good.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak. They disapproved of him a month ago. They disapproved of him 2 months ago, and they still disapprove of him. I mean, the polling is quite steady despite... Ooh, let's see. This is interesting.
Hold on.
We want to see if we can...
I think we need to reboot, which means turn it off and on.
Okay, hold on. Stupid board. Oh, okay. He's just gonna. I forgot.
Let me say this. Look, people disapproved of Trump 2 months ago. His disapproval rating was 64%. Last month it was 66%, and this month it is the same. 64%. Okay. So what we're talking about is that Americans, you can pay attention to me here, Americans still disapprove of the job that Donald Trump is doing on Iran, and 75% of independents disapprove of the job that Donald Trump is doing on Iran. So regardless of any deal that was made, the American people still disapprove of the job that Donald Trump is doing on Iran, despite whatever he's doing.
If you ever wondered if Harry didn't have all these numbers just bouncing around in his head, now you know. He doesn't even need the board. He just needs a chalkboard.
No.
And it's all good, and that is why we...
Look at this.
It works!
We did it, and I got the numbers right.
You did.
Disapprove of Trump on Iran. In April, it was 64%. Now, in May, it was 66%, and now it is 64%. And the 75% of independents disapprove of Trump on Iran. The bottom line is this. No matter what deal has been made, the clear majority, 2/3 of Americans still disapprove of the job that...
Yep. People are still very disapproving of Donald Trump on, and as it seems more and more so, basically everything that he's doing. That just seems to be the case. Even Republicans are getting sick of Donald Trump's record, although they haven't given up. What's fascinating about it is it truly is a cult, because the Republicans are more and more unhappy with his job, but continue to support the president at nearly unanimous levels. There's a certain level of cultishness I find fascinating. What is this now? If Palestinians were sad on October 7th, the entire Western world would have been a lot more sympathetic to what Israel is doing. First off, that sentence doesn't make sense. You don't get to kill 1,000 men and women and children and act happy about it? How many people did Israel kill in the Palestinian territories in 2024 or 2023? Can you tell me? Can you tell me the number? Because there was very little concern for all of the Palestinians who were murdered by Israel before October 7th. At least 200 Palestinians were murdered by Israel between January and October 6th, and thousands put into military prisons without trial. Israel is acting happy, well, indifferent to that. They were perfectly fine with doing that. The Western world wasn't talking about any of that pre-October 7th. But it happened. Is that okay? Are those things okay? The number isn't unknown. It's at least 200, if not many more. So I'm just asking you, is it okay that Israel killed hundreds of people leading up to October 7th and throwing Palestinians into military prisons as they've been doing for decades? Children, right? Even in the United States, we don't put children in jail, right? Technically we have facilities for children. They're called, what are they fucking called? I can't remember the name of them. But it's not a real jail, right? Instead, children are being put in military prisons without rights. access to lawyers, and that's been happening for decades. So I'm just trying to figure out, at what point do all of the deaths of all the Palestinians start mattering? All right? And like, when does the indifference to those deaths and those atrocities start mattering? Right? Like, what? Like, I'm not celebrating October 7th. I think very few people celebrated October 7th, right? I think most people were saddened by what happened on that day because it was a tragedy, right? But the fact is, there's been a long-running tragedy happening in real time, you know, for like 75 years, right?
All right, y'all. Shout out to Democracy Docket and Mark Elias because they do some phenomenal work. And Mark is going to...
Sorry, I just got fucking distracted by a Twitch comment. We're staying on the elections. Let's talk about this. Now, Trump's numbers are plummeting. However, he's got a plan. Who cares about numbers if he just, I don't know. You got a secret plan to steal the elections. Kyle Kalinske.
All right, y'all. Shout out to Democracy Docket and Mark Elias because they do some phenomenal work. And Mark is going to lay out here the exact nature of Trump's attempt to steal the upcoming elections. And
the indifference? What is an indifference? Indifference isn't the word. It certainly doesn't mean the thing that I think you think it means. I think... Indifference? Do you mean indifference? Or interference? Okay, you mean in the indifference. So you're indifferent to the deaths of Palestinians. Even though Palestinians were being murdered up to October 7th, the only thing you care about is October 7th. You are literally the encapsulation of the person who thinks that history started on October. It's a meme at this point. People like you who think that history started on October 7th, right? I would also like to point out that you just said that the indifference ends the day that Palestine surrenders. You are literally a fucking genocidal maniac. Palestine does not have an army. And the United States and Israel claim that Hamas is a terrorist organization. So are you saying they're not a terrorist organization? In fact, that you're an army of a country? Because Palestine is not a country, really, right? Gaza Strip is a territory. They don't have an army. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about right now. We can bring real humanitarian... Who's we? Israel's been the one that's been preventing, illegally, against humanitarian law, international law, the entrance of aid into the Gaza Strip. Fucking deranged. That's a deranged take that you have there. I would recommend some serious inner searching.
And nobody lays it out more clearly and more concise than Elias does, so let's listen to what he has to say.
Now, I'm old enough to remember when Republicans thought the idea that the federal government would create a national list of citizens was an anathema. I mean, I remember, the Tea Party movement and small government and how dare the federal government track people, right? Remember those Republicans? Well, they're gone because Donald Trump now wants to create a national database of every registered voter in the country. And then he...
Okay, you clearly don't understand anything. The way war works is that you fight with the land and then you win or lose. It's not all wars are fought over land, you fucking moron. That's not true. Only wars fought over expansionist goals, right? Some wars are fought that have nothing to do with land. I just don't... It's fucking insane. Some wars are fought for power. There's a war going on in Sudan right now. It has nothing to do with land. It's got everything to do with power. Right? Like the Sudanese military, the RSF, split because of a power struggle. You have got to be kidding me.
And Todd Blanche and Mark Wayne McMullen, the whole group in the White House and the election deniers, they'll decide whether you get to be in that list or not. Your state may send your name to Washington, D.C. It doesn't mean it's going to stay in the database of people eligible to vote. And so they want to create this national database of voters that they then turn back to the states and say, okay, we got your list, New York, but we're now sending you back our list of New Yorkers. So it's a way of essentially taking over the voter registration process, or more precisely, taking over the results. Because the states would still register people to vote, but those names would all have to get filtered through Washington, D.C. and the political bureaucracy controlled by Donald Trump. And then they would send back to the states their cleaned list. Who do you think they're going to be cleaned of? You know, Donald Trump will say, well, they're just going to be run against citizenship. You don't believe that. I certainly don't believe that. And that's not what's going to happen. They're going to use this as a way to weaponize voter registration as a gating mechanism controlled by Donald Trump and the Republicans in Washington, D.C. to prevent.
Be right back, Space Bams. I gotta grab something.
Anyone in any group that they do not want to vote from voting because they won't be able to be registered.
This is already happening, okay? They're already working for this. They've demanded from every state to turn over their voter roll data, right? And they claim, oh, we're just going to purge it of all the people who shouldn't be on there. So people who are dead, people who no longer live in the state. You know, this is what they say. Oh, we're going to clean up the voter roll data, but you have to turn over your voter roll data. Now, right off the bat, it's illegal for the federal government to get that voter roll data from the states. Under our Constitution, the states run the elections, and thank God for that. Because if that wasn't the case, we would have already had, much worse elections. I think that's fair to say, okay? But, so what's happened so far? Some states have stood up and said, no, we're actually not going to turn this voter roll data over, and then they get sued. And then Trump puts them on the shit list and tries to arm twist them into giving up that data. In fact, one, I forget where it was, I think it may have been one of the Carolinas, but one state said no. And it got, in a court case, the judge said, no, I'm blocking this from being turned over to the federal government. Stephen Miller called out that judge on Twitter. You know what happened to that judge's house? It burnt down. It burnt down like a couple weeks or maybe a month later. Do you see the game that's being played here? Do you see what's happening? So they do these tricks. It's called ballot spoiling and ballot purging. This is ballot purging. You go through it, and what they do is it's one of the oldest tricks in the book if you are actually trying to put your thumb on the scale and impact an election. So, for example, if one guy named, let's say, Jose Alvarez passes away, you look for Jose Alvarez, but you get rid of every Jose Alvarez who's registered to vote. And that could be a lot of people in any given state. And so the assumption here, do you see the assumption? Oh, his name is Jose Alvarez. He's Hispanic. Probably votes Democrat. Get his name kicked out. Kick off all the Jose Alvarez's. This way, if any of them go to vote, then it goes to provisional ballot. Well, only half the provisional ballots get counted. These are the tricks that they use. And they have a million of these tricks. By the way, he's not done yet because Elias also comes out and says the following. Here we go.
Donald Trump has called me every possible name under the book. He's called me the Democratic Party's best election stealing lawyer. He hates the fact that I kicked his lawyer's ass more than 60 times on behalf of Joe Biden and the Democratic Party after 2020. He issued an executive memorandum, a presidential memorandum criticizing me when he took office. He gave a speech at the Department of Justice in 2025 calling me all kinds of names. But I'm not going to back down. I'm not going to back down in court, and I'm not going to back down in keeping you informed on what is happening. And what is happening is this three-part process. They are attacking voter registration, trying to kick people off the rolls to make it harder for Democrats to win elections. They are attacking mail-in voting by creating these national lists and trying to dictate as who can cast a mail-in ballot and who can't. They've already started the lies and the false claims of fraud, and the slogan, "Stop the Count," is back in the vernacular. And they're doing it by starting with California, and it won't end in California. Yes, California will be critical to the House of Representatives, but I promise you, before we get to November, we'll be hearing these slogans elsewhere. So look, if that's what Donald Trump's up to, and I've already told you I'm fighting in court, and I've already told you the legacy media, they're not going to help solve this problem.
Remember, guys, in red states, they're gerrymandering, they're rigging it, right? And their courts are going, yeah, you're allowed to do that. Then in blue states, like in Virginia, for example, they tried to counter gerrymander to offset the cheating the Republicans are doing. And the courts here go, no, you're not allowed to do that. So look at all we're up against. Republican states get to gerrymander and rig it in their favor and pick up seats. Democratic states are not allowed to counter gerrymander. Then you have all of their tricks. Remember, they seized the ballots in Georgia and Arizona, doing a dry run, right, for what might come up in the near future, in the midterms and in 2028.
Yes, the near future, says Kyle. Well, time for some near future action. Lowercase. Thank you for the sunglasses. Even though I'm clearly already wearing them. Oh yeah, indeed. Oh yeah, indeed. Alright, speaking of the near future, let's talk about next Tuesday. Oh, I almost forgot about, we'll talk about that tomorrow. I'm not ready for that. Oh, I forgot. I think there's a runoff election in Louisiana this weekend. I think it's Saturday. If you are in Louisiana, just double check that. But there is a primary, another one, happening in the great state of Colorado next Tuesday. We got a number of different candidates here. Unfortunately, this one was a little rough. Not a big DSA presence in Colorado. But I've tried to come up with a list of candidates for this election. It's the only state up on the ballot next Tuesday. Let's start in the 1st district. The woman some may be familiar with. Malat Quiros. Running for Congress in Colorado's 1st.
Hey, over here. Come here. These are Congresswoman Baguette's financial disclosures. Take a look at this. Big pharma, fossil fuels, defense contractors, and yes, even a notorious member of Epstein's inner circle. I'm Malat Quiros. This is Denver, and I'm running for Congress because it's time for a change. Members of Congress, even Democrats who say they vote the right way, are beholden to the same billionaires who keep our prices high, burn our planet, and profit from a genocide. The good news is that we can change that, and it starts by changing who we send to Congress. We can't afford another 30 years of complacency. We need to fight. When I spoke out against the genocide in Gaza, powerful lawyers told me to stay silent or it would cost me my job. I didn't back down. I'm going to do the same in Congress. You'll always know where I stand. Medicare for all, housing first, an arms embargo. The era of any Democrat will do is over. It's time for a fighter. Today we're announcing our campaign is endorsed by Justice Democrats. They're joining the thousands of grassroots supporters fueling our fight. We already have more donors than to get, and I'm not taking a dime from AIPAC or any corporate PACs. I'm Malat Quiros, backed by Justice Democrats. If you want change, if you want a fighter, then join our team today.
Oh, there you go, Malat Quiros, running in the 1st district, looking to unseat the, I think incumbent Democrat. Hold on, I don't have this open. Where does this go? Oh, there it is. No, don't do that. Yes, incumbent Democrat Diana DeGette, who's been in office since the fucking 90s. Literally 97 is when Diana came to office here in the 1st district of Colorado. But Malat is looking to challenge that decades of power. Made it onto the Hasanabi broadcast here. Or at least, well, all right, not onto it, but Hassan... Actually, I think he maybe did an interview with her. I can't remember. But he's been keeping his eye on this district. Let's see what Hassan has got for us. The Hassanverse.
My job, you get mad at Zoran for conceding doing this. Zoran has not once, from his position of power, even lent credence to why a Palestinian resistance was formed. Zoran, before he ran for office, had a very different opinion. And I know what his true position is. So yeah, it's a little different. If Zoran was taking a similar stance to Maylot, anyway, let's get back to Maylot. Apparently, Maylot was confronted about, former opinions and her allegiance to controversial streamer Hassan Hassanavi Piker. Let's take a look at how she reacted.
You've said that the October 7th of Israeli civilians by Hamas fighters was the, quote, inevitable consequence of. Can you explain what you meant by that?
Yeah. I think identifying what's happened over the course of these events in Israel and Palestine as inevitable doesn't take away the horror and the tragedy from what's taken place, from the innocent loss of life in Palestine and in Israel. My foreign policy has always been rooted in protecting the basic dignity of people, regardless of where they live, regardless of what they believe in, regardless of what race they are. And because of that true commitment to that kind of foreign policy, I believe it's incumbent upon us to actually identify why this violence is happening in the first place, and to understand that certain conditions lead people to feeling like violence is their only answer. And our responsibility is to make sure that we're actually being responsive to the protest and to the resistance, the peaceful resistance that people have. From December of 2018, from March of 2018 to December of 2019, Palestinians marched peacefully almost every single Friday, asking for a reprieve from that they were existing under. And over the course of that year and a few months, over 100 Palestinians, over 100 innocent Palestinians were as a result of that. And that was tragic. And I sincerely believe that we have to heed the words of, President JFK said it himself, those who make peaceful resistance impossible make violent revolution inevitable. That's not to justify what happened. That's not to take away from the horror of it. It's to recommit ourselves to preventing the conditions that led to it in the first place.
So you've said that phrase that you use, inevitable consequence, is not justification for the attack on Israel. Is it a suggestion that Israel had it coming?
No, not at all. It's about understanding the conditions in which violence and war happens, right? Israel is a country that has been accused of an occupation for decades now, and has
Yes, that's right.
been able to.
Yes, that's right. Thank you for reminding me, Gary. We talked about that last week. I remember it now. That's right. 3 fucking venues canceled on these Hassan rallies that were supposed to happen with Melat, and I think another candidate that's running in Colorado, but I can't remember which. But there were supposed to be 3 different rallies. They all got canceled. And as it turns out, the guy there's one guy apparently who's behind these cancellations. I'm trying to remember what his fucking name was now. But I cannot remember what his fucking name is. Oh, that's killing me. Yeah, there was this guy who apparently put in a bunch of calls and had these fucking rallies canceled. Basically, it's that's what we're talking about, though. This is the capitalist system that we have, where those with money can just literally cancel democracy. Oh, actually, I'm sorry, were you doing democracy? No, actually canceled.
Here's what's interesting about this assessment. Robert Kagan made this assessment, right? So it's there is no, once that happens, it's it's over. You know what I mean? You can't associate it with a controversial, radical, socialist, communist, anti-imperialist guy. It's a quote that's coming from, not only is it a quote that has academic consensus behind it, of course, and always has, even at the time when I said it, but also outside of that, it is a shared assessment by even neocons who have openly recognized it.
Matt Lee still here in the vertical. Good to see you over there. It's because Hassan's too sexy. Oh, I see. You think that's what it was? I'm afraid I have to push back on that one. I don't think it was sexiness this time. I'm afraid this one had nothing to do with the physique of Hassan Piker. Rather, had everything to do with the lack of interest in democracy of this one richest guy in Colorado, who I believe is the one that acts these fucking rallies. I don't think it was because he objected to Hassan's sexiness. If it was, he went about it in a very weird way.
So it's bullshit to try to make a mountain out of a molehill at this point. You know what I mean? You are trash. Well, I guess I am.
Were the inevitable consequence of American foreign policy?
I believe that the quote in which that is...
Look, if you want to believe that it's because of Hassan's sexiness, I won't, what's the word? I can't think of the word right now. I won't take that away from you, okay?
Being referenced by.
But they did claim that it was apparently like some sort of Nazi rally, I believe. It was the claim that was made.
Congress, calm down. God, you're so stupid. She's literally talked about the conditions leading up to October 7 being a part of the reason why October 7 happened, and how in order to eradicate all pain and all violence, we have to identify the root cause of where that violence stems from. That is, you're being so stupid, okay?
Feel increasingly unsafe and alienated. I imagine you've given some thought to that letter that you got. Do you think you're contributing to an environment where Jewish people in Colorado feel less safe?
I don't intend to. That's not what I mean to, and I don't believe that the words that I'm using necessarily do either. I think it's really important that we make clear that talking about the plight of one group does not...
Guys, my job, you get mad at Zoran for conceding doing this?
Can you just take a second? Can you imagine like a right-wing sort of... Although this guy's not really a right-wing figure. But like, can you imagine a situation in which a guy like this sitting across from a woman like Melat Kiros says a sentence... Just replace one word in that sentence, right? He said, do you think that the things you're saying are causing Jewish people to feel less safe? Can you imagine him asking the question, do you feel like the things you're saying are making white people feel less safe? Because, I mean, I feel like that sort of hits at the heart of the, like, ridiculousness of this fucking question. Of course he would never ask that fucking question. But in this case, he feels perfectly comfortable asking this ridiculous question. Oh, do you think the things you're saying about how Palestinian people deserve rights are making Jewish people feel less safe? It's like saying, let me just give you what I think is almost a one-to-one example of this, right? So let's go back in time, like about 60 years, right? Back to the 60s, before civil rights was passed. And instead of fighting for the rights of Palestinians, Melat Kiros, once again, this is a hypothetical situation, but like, say Melat, was back in the 60s fighting for black rights, right? For civil rights in this country. And this guy sitting across from her says, do you think that the things you're saying are making white people feel unsafe? Like, it's the same fucking thing. And except he is also being anti-Semitic in this case, because he's basically saying all Jews in America are feel less safe when you talk about Palestinian people deserving rights, or when you rightly ascribe the word genocide to what's happening there, right? Like, it's fucking crazy. It's almost, I'm not gonna go that, but it's so fucking stupid.
Do either. I think it's really important that we make clear that talking about the plight of one group does not...
Guys, my job, you get mad at Zoran for conceding doing this. Zoran has not once, from his position of power, even lent credence to why a Palestinian resistance was formed. Zoran, before he ran for office, had a very different opinion. And I know what his true position is. So yeah, it's a little different. If Zoran was taking a similar stance to Maylot, I would be defending Zoran harder on that issue as well. She's putting on a clinic. Also, Zoran won. Zoran has a lot more room to just be like, true position my ass. I'm going to take the guy at his word. Wait, what? True position my ass? Buddy, when you were shitting in your diapers back in like 2013, Zoran Mamdani started his student for his SJP chapter at his own college and was inviting Ali Abu Nima to come speak at Bowdoin. Okay? Shut the up.
Wow. Hassan, not mincing words over here with chat. Now there you go. Let's move on from Melat Kiros. Well, before we do that, actually, let's just quickly. I mean, I feel like we already know what she stands for, but in case anybody feels like we need a little bit more, let's go to her website, kirosforco.com. Oh, the scary website of Melat Kiros. Oh, look at the scary mountain with the scary sun behind it. It's time to deliver an affordable Denver. Join Melat today. Oh, yeah. Do it. Do it now.
My name is Melat Kiros. I'm a lawyer. I'm a PhD student. I'm a barista. And I'm an immigrant. I moved to Denver. I immigrated to Denver in '98 when I was a baby from Ethiopia. I watched my parents work for years to navigate the immigration process. And after they earned their citizenship and chose their political party, I asked my dad, why are we Democrats? And he didn't hesitate to tell me about the Civil Rights Act, Social Security, fair labor laws. This is the party that fights for the people. Yeah! But it didn't just happen overnight. The party didn't just wake up and decide to do the right thing. It was pushed by organizers, by dreamers, by people who refused to accept the world as it was. And with everything at stake right now, it's on us to push the party again. And not just to fight back against Trump, but to fight for a better world. One world where your salary actually covers your basic needs, where our taxes fund universal health care instead of bonds, when our leaders elect their voters instead of their donors. They don't want us to believe that a world like that is possible because there is far too much money to be made by keeping things exactly as they are. I am grateful to the Congresswoman for her service, but for us to meet this moment, there has to be a change. That starts by electing leaders who are unbought, unafraid to stand up to the billionaires and corporations who got us here in the first place. I am the only candidate in this race who refuses corporate PAC money.
Whoops.
I'm running to represent you and every voter who wants to see their leaders call to abolish ICE, to end the genocidal wars that are funded by our tax dollars, and to root out the corruption in our government once and for all. Immediately, if not sooner. Every single breakthrough this party has had was born out of the hearts of people in rooms just like this, who dared to believe that a better world was possible. I hands real quick. How many people here, this is your first caucus and assembly? Look at that. Look at how many people are here in this room ready to make a change, to be a part of making that change. This is a movement that is of, for, and by the people, and I am so grateful to stand by all of you and to fight alongside all of you to take back power for the working people. My name is Melak Kiros, and it would be my greatest honor to serve as your next Congresswoman. Thank you.
Oh, there you go. I think you get the vibes here. I think Melak Kiros deserves your vote in Colorado's 1st District, if you happen to be in Denver or the surrounding area. She has already received endorsements from Democratic Socialists of America, Bernie Sanders, and Justice Democrats, among others. Now, we are going to move over to the 2nd Congressional District. Not a lot to talk about here. Unfortunately, no primary in the Democratic Party. Incumbent Joe Neguse is running unopposed. There was one candidate in the race, but no longer. Sink Mason, who I believe was the person challenging Joe, dropped out. So he's running unopposed here in the 2nd District. Now, in the 3rd District of Colorado, this one was a little difficult. Took me a little time to try and figure out who I thought was the best candidate in this race. Honestly, like I said, it was difficult. The primaries in Colorado were a rough go for me on today's show. The guy who I think is the best to go up against incumbent Jeff Hurd, who was hoping to defend his seat in the primary as well. I think the best candidate to go to the House of Representatives for Colorado's 3rd District is this guy by the name of Alex Keloff. Dwayne Romero, the other guy in this race on Tuesday. I've got one clip from Jeff. Alex, there we go.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
One clip from Alex here, Alex Keloff from Colorado 1 year ago. Oh, son of a bitch. Dude, don't be a dick to me. There we go. There we go.
They say some places choose you. For me, that place is here. Colorado's 3rd Congressional District, the most unique stretch of America I know. Colorado's 3rd isn't like anywhere else. It's wild, it's tough, it's beautiful. My family settled in Trinidad around 1897. My grandfather worked at coal mines near Aguilar, hands darkened by dust, dreams brightened by hope. Generations shaped by the values that hard work instills. This isn't just a district, it's a story, a way of life. This is our home. This is our Colorado 3rd. My dad was raised in the San Luis Valley. My mom went to high school in Grand Junction. They married almost 60 years ago in Aspen, when the roads were still mostly dirt and riches were measured in family and friendship. My dad has been a cancer researcher for almost 60 years, fighting for others as a public servant. We need more folks in Washington like him, who believe you do well by doing good. I grew up working, building, listening, From Main Street to Wall Street, I've spent my life helping businesses grow, creating jobs, investing in communities left behind, bringing internet to rural America, co-founding the country's most innovative ski company, investing in places that Washington forgot, investing in Colorado's third. Kellogg's. We ran grocery stores, restaurants, theaters, and the world-famous movie manor across southern Colorado, where neighbors helped neighbors and where community wasn't something you talked about, it was something you lived. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and we need all the support we can get. So
We here.
now everything we've built is at risk. Everything that holds this country together, honor, integrity, common sense, the rule of law, mutual respect, is under attack. I can't sit back and watch it happen. I'm running because I'm able and ready to lead, and I'm not going to sit on the sidelines. Here are my priorities. I know what it takes to create jobs, to strengthen towns, to bring opportunity where it's needed most. I will fight to protect Colorado's public lands, defend local water rights, and preserve our environment and way of life. I will save Medicare, Social Security, and public services. I will strengthen our public education. I will restore American leadership in national security. I'm running to defend the promise of America. This is our home. It's worth fighting for. This is our Colorado third.
This is our Colorado third.
Este es nuestro Colorado tres.
Our Colorado third.
Our Colorado third. Join our campaign. Fight for what we can become.
Now, this guy's no socialist, but it's not going to prevent me from trying to find the best candidate in the Colorado's 3rd District. And I went through both of these guys' policy prescriptions on their website. Alex, and what's the fucking other guy's name again? I can't remember it now. Fucking hell. Sink? No, it's Sink. What's this fucking dick's name? Dwayne? Yeah, I went through both of their websites, their policy prescriptions. I do think that Alex has the preferable set of policies. Not perfect, once again, just so everybody understands, this is what we're doing here in the primaries. We're trying to find the best candidates. There, in some races, no perfect candidates. I know it's shocking. We got to try and get the best person into these races. And the fact is he's no shoe-in here. He's got to go up against a Republican in a Republican district in Colorado, a state that's been going more and more red over the years. And I'm not saying that that means that he should all of a sudden support Republican policies or anything like that, but it is it's a dynamic I think we have to be aware of. But he wants to lower the cost of living, expand access to affordable health care. He believes that Americans should have access to basic health care, including vision, dental, and mental health services. These last three, I think, are hugely important, and too few people include this in a discussion of healthcare. Because your eyes, your mouth, like in your brain, those are all part of your body, I would point out. And as a result, I think should always be in the realm of healthcare, rather than having it be some sort of elective bullshit. Now he's not Medicaid for all. I haven't seen him suggest that that's what we need, and we're gonna have to try and drag him in the right direction. But I think it'll be easier to drag this guy in that direction than, I don't know, a Republican. Hopefully. He wants to protect public lands, water, and the environment, hold the government accountable, ban stock trading by members of Congress, support term limits, and advocate for a lifetime ban on members of Congress becoming lobbyists. Getting money out of politics, overturning Citizens United. Do you see what I mean? Like, he's got some decent policies, right? He's not perfect. There's some things I wish he would go further on. But I do think he's the best candidate here. And the Vertical just missed all of that. God damn it. Sorry, Vertical. I'm so sorry. Nobody saw it. That, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have nothing, I don't know what else to say.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Big dummy. I'm a big dummy, and I'm sorry. But every time I switch between these things, I am clicking multiple things, and sometimes I misclick, and I just assume I've clicked correctly. Oh, god damn it. I can't type you better. All right, now, unfortunately, Colorado's 4th was even worse somehow than Colorado's 3rd. Oh, God. Some of these were really rough. What's this woman's name again? Eileen Laubacher. Yeah, she was not great. Oh, God. Oh. Let's look here. Now, Colorado's 4th district, currently represented by one Lauren Boebert.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, that's right. This is the seat of Lauren Boebert, who is running unopposed in this election. She's going straight to the general. And then you got 2 terrible choices. I will not sugarcoat this one. These 2 suck. Oh, God. I can't lie. Jenna, Eileen, these are your 2 options. Jenna Preston, Eileen Laubacher. Woof. Woof. These 2 are bad. And I had to sit there parsing through their websites, like their campaign websites. I can't even remember how long it took me to actually come to a decision on this one. But I was sitting there literally banging my head against the desk. Like, dude, how are these hard choices in this election? Suffice to say, they're not good. But, in my opinion, this is what's so fucking crazy. I don't think, hopefully next primary we won't have to do this. Rear Admiral Eileen Laubacher. I'm not editorializing. That's literally what's on her website. She felt that was an important thing to throw in there, that she's a rear admiral. Which, I mean, technically, I mean, great job, you know. Technically, if you're in the military, that's quite an accomplishment. But I feel like that shouldn't be, like, I mean, honestly, it should be like a secondary thought. But she's very proud of her military service. Unfortunately, somehow the alternative is worse. Look, I put myself into this difficult position, but I did find this quite difficult. I'm not gonna lie. Let's just go to her platform. Honestly, they both are pretty bad, but this is what she wants. This is her commitment to reform. Enact term limits, ban members of Congress from trading stocks, crack down on lobbyist influences, end dark money, and limit corporate funds and campaigns. Balance the budget. This is one of those things where I was like, are you kidding me? Balance the budget? How dare you, as a Democrat, put balance the budget responsibly into your fucking policy platform? This one was huge red flags for me, but the fact is there's even more red flags on Jenna's website. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding, okay? Protect voting rights and fair elections. Focus on common sense solutions. Make healthcare affordable and accessible. Keep rural hospitals open. Expand telehealth. Protect women's access to abortion, IVF, and birth control. Fact is Jenna wants to implement COSA. And, like, I'm trying to remember all the terrible things. That's the one that sticks out to me right now. But she literally, as a policy prescription, put in COSA. Kids Online Safety Act, the one we've been talking about for like months now, that's gonna like prevent people from like, you know, engaging with LGBTQ content on the internet and whatever else, and like make it like, I mean, it's fucking crazy, dude. I wish I didn't have to make this decision. I wish it wasn't on me, but I do think technically Eileen's better than Jenna. It's really, it's quite fractional, but got to make a decision. You know, you have to make a decision in democracy. When you get in front of that, in the voting booth, you're going to have to pick somebody. I guess you could, actually, do you have to fill out? I can't remember if you have to fill it out. I think I guess you could write it in. You could write yourself in or something like that. But that seems petty and sort of non-productive. Like, no one's going to see that write-in vote. No one's going to care. It's not going to have any real-world implications, except maybe a chuckle. Like, maybe you'll get a chuckle out of it or something. But don't feel like it's going to actually have a real effect. I wish I didn't have to make this choice. I wish I had a better choice to make here in the 4th District. I will say this, though. I think basically anybody could do a better job than Lauren Boebert. That much I am fairly confident. Yes, the Bobes. Exactly. Okay, let's go to the 5th District. Currently represented by Jeff Crank, a Republican running uncontested in the primary. There is a fight, though, in the Democratic primary between two individuals. A woman by the name of Jessica Killen, which I'm not going to lie, great name, and Joe Reagan. And even though Jessica's got the better name, like, that's way fun. Jessica Killen, like, come on. But unfortunately, Jessica's policy platform is not killing it. In fact, sucks big dick. Real bad. Real trash. God, it was bad. And unfortunately, Joe doesn't have a perfect policy platform either. But it does seem better, I'm afraid. Because I think Killen is a great last name. I wish she had a better. If we were going based upon name alone, I would have to go with Jessica. Unfortunately, I went to her website, which, you know, gave me the inside scoop on what the fuck she wants to do in this country. She doesn't have a very good. She doesn't have great ideas, in my opinion. In fact, I think she has some played out shitty ideas. I had to describe them. Now, unfortunately, Joe, like I said, doesn't have a perfect policy platform either. And that is the case in most of these races. But I'm doing what I can over here. Start us off. Let's go here to Joe Reagan for Colorado 3 weeks ago. On YouTube.
That's on YouTube. I grew up believing that service is about showing up, not just when it's convenient, but when it counts. I served 2 tours with the 10th Mountain Division in Afghanistan, and when I came home, I built businesses and helped veterans get their footing. Now I'm fighting for an economy that works for everyone, for healthcare that doesn't bankrupt you, and for our veterans who've earned every benefit that they were promised. I'm Joe Reagan, and I approve this message.
Okay, now here's Joe's website. It's the issues section, healthcare. Healthcare has been a lifelong hurdle for Joe. As a child, he witnessed his mother's battle with multiple sclerosis and experienced firsthand the many challenges families face when caring for loved ones. During his military service, his platoon suffered an unusually high casualty rate, but even after returning home, he lost more soldiers to suicide than he did in combat. These experiences have made him a fierce advocate for expanded access to care. He believes that one's financial status should never determine the quality of the health care that they receive. Expand access and affordability. Lower prescription drug costs. Improve efficiency and quality of care. protect reproductive health access. Medicare and Medicaid to protect coverage, lower costs, modernize and strengthen services. Mental health, expand access to comprehensive care. Destigmatize mental health and strengthen community support systems. Affordability. Wages have not kept up with pace of the rising cost of living, forcing many Colorado families to work multiple jobs or live paycheck to paycheck.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Joe will focus on practical, bipartisan solutions to protect jobs, strengthen the middle class, and ensure that Colorado families have the resources and stability that they need to get ahead. Lower everyday costs, eliminate harmful tariffs, crack down on price gouging, and support working families. Strengthen the middle class, affordable housing, and home ownership. So yeah, like I said, he's got a couple of red flags in here, I'm not going to lie, but he's also got some fairly good policy prescriptions, certainly better than Jessica killing, I'm afraid. Sorry, Jessica, but not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Anyway, I know some of these candidates, not exciting, but I have to go through them because people will be voting on Tuesday. And I'm planning to clip this, put it out there, and hopefully get a few more votes for some of these candidates. Once again, as I see it, the primaries are the best time to do harm reduction. Get ahead of it, you know, try and put the best possible people into the general. You know, I go through people's, you know, whatever I can find, honestly. I also making assessments on like a gut level basis as well, I'm afraid to say, but I got to do that as well. When things get really close, I got to like reach deep down and be like, which one of these people actually is good and or bad? And that's the worst part of it when it comes to that, because I'd much rather it be about policy. Like that's really what this comes down to for me. Like it shouldn't at all be about like a gut instinct on any of these people. Okay, now in Colorado's 6th and 7th, we have got 2 unchallenged primaries for Democrats, I'm afraid. I think they're both incumbents. Jason Crow in the 6th, Brittany Peterson in the 7th. And in Colorado's 8th district, Jesus Christ. Colorado's 8th district, currently represented by Gabe Evans, a Republican. You got a... This might be the worst. I can't decide. I think Colorado's 8th might be the worst one. Currently, this guy, Gabe Evans, he's the one who's a Republican. He's in this seat. You got a woman by the name of Shannon Bird and Manny Rutinel, both running. Evan Munsing, who withdrew, but still is on the ballot because he withdrew too late. Boy, oh boy, I think this was actually the hardest decision that I had tonight. Like, I'm not gonna lie. This one was real tough. Shannon's website, I had to go based upon website, basically, and the amount of information being made available. And unfortunately, even though I do worry about Shannon, she is literally supported by a centrist Democratic PAC. I looked at Manny's website, and it sucked. And it gave me, like, zero... It was so fucking vague that I couldn't tell you what he stands for. Like, I'm more worried about the fact that I can't tell you what the fuck this guy stands for than the fact, like, that should tell you where it's at with this one. Like, I have no idea what the fuck this guy stands for, so much so that I'm supporting a centrist Democrat in this race. Because I cannot tell you what this guy is gonna fucking do. I sat there for I don't know how long looking at their websites, going back and forth, being like, oh my God, her prescription is terrible, and he doesn't even have one. It's like, It's it's like it's like a gamble or like a sure thing. And like Manny just seemed incompetent. I looked at his website and I couldn't figure out what the fuck he's about. And that to me is saying volumes about what he might be capable of. Like I feel like he's just incompetent. That's my worry. Is that this guy can't even fucking get a good website up there to let me know the guy who's supposed to be helping him right now. Like that just put me off so badly. Like, and the fact is it was a functional website. It had functional. Like that's what, if it was a complete trash website, like it was unfunctional, I would have been like, maybe we go with this guy. But the fact is there was a functional website, but did not have like actual policy prescriptions for literally anything. I was like, what am I to believe about what you're going to do when you come to Congress? Like, it was that massive vacuum that was created by the lack of information that forced me to just be like, go for Shannon. Honestly, like, and she'll probably win anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much. I'm fairly certain she's gonna win. Like, honestly, she's full of PAC money. But like, Manny, I went through his fucking website and I don't know what he's about. I'll bring it up right now, just to prove to you what I'm talking about here, because it's crazy. Like, he seems like a perfectly nice guy. But like, I can't figure out what the fuck this guy is even about. Like, honestly, I would actually say whatever. This is like the only time I'm going to do that. Like, I'm going back on his website right now, and like, I'm already second guessing this. This is, like I said, this was the hardest decision for me to fucking make out of all these, because I could not figure out what the fuck this guy stands for. But the fact is I know that woman stands for shit that I don't like. I'm just worried about what he even wants to do, because I just don't know what he wants. Like, I just don't understand. Like, in the places where I found bad policies from Shannon, I found nothing from Manny. Like, I'm not going to sit here and go back and forth. I'm already, like, I'm pulling up their websites. I'm feeling it happening right now. I need to stop. I already did this earlier. Like, this is just one of those one of those ones that just broke me. But I tried. Anyway, those are your house races in Colorado. There is one other race. Oh shit, I thought I added this video in here. God damn it. Oh, I'm screwing up bad. Man, I'm sweating my ass off right now. What the hell? Fuck. Oh, okay. Let's go here. This is from a month ago. Senate candidate in Colorado. A woman by the name of Julie Gonzalez running to unseat John Hickenlooper. She went on with a guy you might be familiar with for the sit-down interview. Hassan Piker.
Super, like, So oppressed.
Drama
so oppressed.
queen.
Ugh.
Drama queen.
Ugh.
Who's the mystery guest? Is Julie Gonzalez. She's running for Senate in the state of Colorado. Here, let's watch
Take
her ad
one
first.
look around and ask, who's in control? Insurance companies dictate our doctors, rogue, masked agents decide whether our neighbors stay or disappear. The establishment, the oligarchs, they tell us that they have enough for bombs and for ballrooms, but that they ain't got enough for us. I'm Julie Gonzalez, and I'm running for the U.S. Senate to take back control for us.
Hi.
At the state capitol, I brought
Nice to
in
meet you.
$500 million for
running
affordable
in.
housing, held toxic polluters to account. We codified abortion protections into state law. But what are we getting out of Washington? John Hickenlooper has been in office for over 20 years. I know we're not fooled by his so-called common sense approach, because there is no sense in voting for Donald Trump's nominees or parading across the country to tell us we don't want universal health care when millions of families are struggling to make ends meet every month. This go-along to get-along politics is robbing
come a
us
little bit closer.
blind, while
So I'm gonna put you in the
billionaires
frame,
and the
sorry.
politicians they control sit pretty with the status quo. You want to buy a house? Good luck. You want to start a family? How much money you got in your bank account? That's how the establishment has rigged our economy. Colorado, we can have nice things. We just need a senadora who will fight for us. Our campaign is built to take on the machine and win. We start right here, right now, building a movement that is ready to rip the reins away from the billionaires and put them back into the hands of the people. I'm Julie Gonzalez, and it's time to take back control for Colorado.
Banger. All right, Julie Gonzalez is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Right as we start, we have a thing where we bring in some gifts. Here you go. Thank you. Some of your favorite things, apparently.
Orale, thank you so much. Oh, this is so kind. Thank you.
What explain to the chat what your requests? Well, not your request, but what
Some
we found in
tea?
your deep with our deep insight, deep research.
Well, I will say I love me some tea. I'm always a fan of a good chai. I love some mangoes. But the thing I will say is that when folks ask me, what is my favorite snack? I will say chisme. Good gossip. I'm here for it. That is the thing that brings me great joy. And so I'm glad to be able to visit with you and talk about this moment.
All right.
Oh, yeah. Hassan has always got the gifts for the guests on this show.
Julie Gonzalez, the candidate for U.S. Senate in Colorado, current state senator in Colorado, SD 34, Jefferson Park, Highland, Sunnyvale, Sun Valley, Globeville, and the like. I'm not going to get into all of it. It's too many places that you're covering. The primary date is on June 30th, 2026, and your opponent is John Hickenlooper. Thank you so much for coming on. I'm gonna get right into it.
Immediately,
you were
if
born
not sooner.
on the San Carlos Apache Reservation in Arizona. You were raised in South Texas. You're the sixth of 7 kids. Your mom was a rodeo queen who became a teacher. Your dad was a cattle rancher who is now a medical cannabis grower in northern New Mexico.
Hell yeah. Okay, all right. I am going to skip a little bit ahead on this. I mean, she's a fascinating individual, Julie here. It's a really long discussion between her and Hassan. She's been growing up on the U.S.-Mexico border her whole life. Let's see why she's running for Congress. Thankfully, this video has chapters.
Yeah. Before you ran for anything, you spent 12 years as a community organizer at Colorado Immigrant Rights Coalition, Padres y Jóvenes Unidos. Am I saying that right?
Jóvenes.
Jóvenes Unidos. Reform Immigration for America and the Meyer Law Office. You've said the day Denver passed the Public Safety Enforcement Priorities Act in 2017 was the day you decided to file for office. Tell us about the act and why do you
I'll be right back.
Is the right time to enter federal politics?
Well, when Donald Trump came down that golden escalator, right, back in 2015, by that point, we had seen both Democrats and Republicans be completely willing to chuck immigrants under the bus in order to score cheap political points.
Yeah.
Right? Like back in those days, you know, Barack Obama, as great a president as he was, also deported a record number of immigrants, right? And I came up in the time when, you know, saying I'm undocumented was an act of courage, right? Because the Obama administration was actively deporting Dreamers, and was a founder of the national network United We Dream, right? Like we had started to organize local politics, state politics, federal politics, and honestly, like at that time, I'd talk to local elected officials, I'd talk to state elected officials who would tell me, I'd love to help you, but I just don't have any immigrants in my district. And it's like, you're about to find out that is not, in fact, the case. And look, we had to, when he came down.
Yeah, it's so incredible how people just kind of like, it's sort of disturbing. People are able to just disregard entire sections of their community and act like they don't exist. What? Immigrants? What? There's no immigrants here. What are you talking about?
What you talking about?
Golden escalator. That was the first time I ever thought, I am sick and tired of trying to explain the reality of folks in my community and folks in those elected officials' communities. And so I stepped up into electoral politics for the first time.
Yeah.
Was working to get Bernie Sanders elected, was working to, after he ended his campaign, worked to get Hillary Clinton elected. And then we passed the Denver sanctuary policy in 2017. And that to me was the first indication post the first Trump election that, you know what, even though he had won, it didn't mean that organizing stopped. It didn't mean that we couldn't still fight to achieve concrete and lasting policy change.
Absolutely. And that's something we have to all be aware of, is that primary time, this is the time for us to push for new leadership, right? And or to support the leadership that we actually do like, right? Replace the bad leadership, support the good leadership. And but then like the second of the fucking basically the primaries are, well, we'll say the midterms, the second the fucking elections are over, we should be out there doing the activism, right? Like we can't just throw our hands up. Like that's the kind of electoral politics sort of, well, not the sort of thinking, like the electoral politic thinking, right? That I think is like this sort of diluted belief. I see it all over the place where it's like, oh, if we just get the right people in office, we can just sort of, you know, wash our hands of politics and any having to be like engaged. And like that's so wrong. Right, in my opinion, you vote the best people in the power, and then you demand from those people the second that they get into office that they do the things that they said that they were gonna do, right? Or in some cases, drag them in the direction of the things that you want done. Because, like, of course, as we just got done going over in Colorado, we got a bunch of candidates who, in some cases, need a little bit of pushing and or pulling in the right direction, right? And that is what we do when the elections are over, you know, because it, you know, like there's no reason, I mean, really to, in a primary, to like go after a candidate for a policy position that you don't like and try and get them to change that. I mean, I guess maybe you could do that, but it's a primary. Like there's other candidates, right? And, you know, there's really no, it's almost like no relationship between primary candidates, especially certainly unelected ones, right? Like non-incumbents, like, and the voters, right? Like until they're in office, Like, how do you hold them accountable, right? Like, they're not actually acting in the government. They're not acting on your behalf yet. They're acting on their behalf right now, trying to get themselves into office, right? Hoping, in most cases, to work on behalf of the voters, but not in all cases. But you know what I'm saying here? Like, that is the post work that we need to be getting into. And we can't, like, wash our hands of it once we think we've won. We got to make sure that those people are, in fact, representing us in the most, wholehearted way possible. Call them on it when they don't, and in the cases where they disappoint us too much, replace them in the next midterms, right? In the next elections. Like, the fact is like, as with everything else, democracy, like, needs to be updated, right? Like, and changed. Like, the leaders of last century are perhaps not necessarily the best leaders for this century. I'm not saying that being a leader of last century automatically makes you not capable of leading in this century, but most of them are proving time and time again that they don't understand where things are in this century. They are living in the 90s. They're still living in the 1900s, And we need to bring things to the 21st century at this point.
That we should actually
let's talk about the environment.
Institute term limits.
I need to show something to you that you may or may not be familiar with. This is one of my favorite old clips.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God.
John Hickenlooper.
You're from Florida, but you might leave. You might not vote. Well, if you are there, you should vote. It used to be a blue state, for the love of God. It would be nice if Florida could go back to being that. That would be nice. I actually have some fairly good memories of Florida. My grandfather, before he passed long, long ago, used to have a place down in Punta Gorda. Down near, like, the Everglades. I honestly have some fond memories of Florida from long, long ago. It's been quite a while since I've been down there. But it'd be nice if it could stop being such a terrible place for the people living there.
Is a man with conviction. Okay? He's a man with conviction. Now, hear me out. He was so invested in the notion that fracking fluid was not destroying the natural water supply that he actually went and straight up drank fracking fluid to prove that point. Or, well, that's the speculation. So, chat, can you guys find the clip of this for the record? I need to look at it again because are you willing to go to the distance? Will you drink fracking liquid?
I'm sorry,
to win this race?
If that's a requirement in order to serve in the U.S. Senate from Colorado, sorry, y'all. There's a hard line, right? But what's fascinating is that not only did John Hickenlooper write about this in his... Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Not only has he talked about drinking fracking fluid, so too has Chris Wright, the energy secretary, who Hick voted to confirm.
Do you think there is it's like an Illuminati ritual where, like, if you're a real one, you have to do this? Like, if you're gonna be in the pocket of big oil and gas and be invested in destroying the ecosystem, then you have to literally drink just a little bit of poison.
Sat down with
Here, let's watch this real quick before you answer.
They have
Maybe
a
it'll change your answer if you watch him drink it.
fluid that is made out of food additives. You can drink it. We did drink it around the table, almost ritual-like in a funny way. But it demonstrated that
it was like a pact.
Not like a pact. It was a demonstration. A demonstration. We had environmental community representatives. We had industry representatives. Everybody around the table.
It's not on a.
Yeah. Wait, that's not the video. This is the video.
more health.
Oh, this is
and
Chris
the
Wright.
longer lives and healthier lives of billions of people around the world from oil and gas. Cheers.
Cheers. This is
This is
ridiculous.
the freakiest thing.
You have
How
to
does
be a
that make you feel?
complete
It
fucking
is
psycho.
so cringe.
You have to be a complete psycho to do such a thing. Like, what's wrong with you, dude? Oh my god, you gotta love capitalism so hard. You gotta be like, corporate profits are more important than my health. Like, that's literally what the thing you have, the distinction you have to make. Is like, look, I will literally die for corporate profits, okay? The profits of ExxonMobil and Chevron and Chesapeake Energy or whoever, like, it's of such a tantamount importance in my life. I am willing to put my own life on the line. Like, that's insane. Like, I don't know how much Hickenlooper has received in, like, oil money donations, but it can't possibly be enough to make up for that.
Hickenlooper has also spent his entire political career to the right of single payer. As governor, he helped tank Colorado's universal health care amendment in 2016. He then ran for president in 2019, declaring Democrats are not socialists and argued Medicare for all should not be a litmus test. He ran for Senate in 2020 on a public option that he openly framed as a substitute for Medicare for all, telling debate audiences single payer was an evolution, not a revolution that could take 15 years. As senator, he's never co-sponsored Bernie's Medicare for all. How do you envision implementing a system different from that of your opponent?
First and foremost, I show up and listen to people who oftentimes have either felt taken for granted by the party or not taken into account by the party at all, right? And as Hickenlooper's always been an executive, right? He was a business leader. He was an oil and gas executive, then a business leader, then mayor, then governor, then ran for president. Then when that didn't work out because he was out there telling people across the country that Americans did not want Medicare for all, Chuck Schumer then voluntold him to run for the U.S. Senate. There are clips of him from that first campaign saying, I'm not cut out to be in the Senate.
I respect senators. Some of my best friends are senators. I don't think I'm cut out for that.
It's awful hard to imagine that I could be successful in a Senate campaign or as a senator.
The Senate doesn't attract me at this point. It just doesn't attract me.
Being a senator would be meaningful, but I'd hate it.
Would you consider dropping out your presidential bid in exchange for a run at the Senate?
At this point, I am 100% focused on trying to be the Democratic nominee for president. I don't.
This supercut is fucking cash. This is cash money right here. Oh god, you just gotta run this like on loop. Just gotta run this thing on fucking loop. Remember when this guy said he's probably not a good senator? Yeah, he's been proving it for the last how long again?
They need me to beat him, to beat Cory Gardner.
It wouldn't bring me any kind of satisfaction or delight. And life's too short.
If the Senate's so good, how come all those senators are trying to get out?
But then he changed his tune and then ran. Look, at the end of the day, I think that no one is coming to save us but us. And so it requires a different approach to our politics. It requires showing up, listening to people, reminding them that.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was just saying. It's like no more just like washing our hands like like we can't have this inactive politics anymore that does not achieve what it supposedly sets out to do. We need action. We need activity. We right? We need activists in government. People who at least know how to work with activists. People with actual political goals. It can't just be about fucking fundraising. And that is the problem, right? With the machine. It's itself. It's only focused on fundraising and power. But it has no interest in ideology, right? The ideology is that of corporate empowerment, right? And disempowerment of average citizens, if there is an ideology at all. Exactly. Teamwork makes the dream work. And I gotta say, it's fucking beautiful to see Hassan continuing to work with candidates more and more. Just gotta be on. We just all gotta be on this as much as we possibly can. Anyway, I think you have a pretty good idea of who Julie Gonzalez is. Woman running to replace John Hickenlooper as junior senator of Colorado. And that's Colorado. That's the what's up next. These are this is potentially your future. All of these people we just talked about. Some of them better than others. Not all candidates made equally. Can't lie. Oh, boy. All right. Great job, everybody. Jesus Christ. How did that happen? Probably because this is like genuinely, for me, the talking about the elections and all this stuff, this is exactly like this thing I want us to be most focused on right now. We just happen to be right there in the sweet spot right now. In the middle of primary season. Holy shit. How did that take 5 hours, dude? How is that even possible? Jesus Christ. Oh. Well, we didn't complete the galactic content goal. So I think I'm not going to call it a night here, but I'm going to skip a bunch of shit that I had planned for tonight and just try and hit the points that I got on the thumbnail and title, because I'm way behind. That was the first of 4 different things I wanted to talk about today. Jesus Christ. Honestly, I had like many things I wanted to talk about, but we did a really bad job on the galactic content goal tonight, I'm afraid. We didn't even really get to like halfway, not even close to halfway. Honestly, we didn't even get to 25%. It's unfortunate. Now, we could have completed it via Twitch, bits, power-up subs, get subs, prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, donos, and new Patreon memberships, but sadly, tonight, we were rather lacking in that department. It would seem we're going to get quite a long stream anyways, because I'm still going to try and get this stuff done. I had so much to talk about tonight. Like 130 clips. I was going to talk about fire season, which is really getting off to quite a start this year. AI shit. Affordability. Just going real bad. Just going worse and worse, honestly. We will talk about Trump's anger with Republicans, which is maybe one of the funniest stories of the week. At least we're going to get this one. I was also going to talk about Keir Starmer stepping down, which I was actually not, if you recall, like, was it Tuesday? I talked about it a little bit. I did not think that Keir was going to step down. He did, in fact, quit. Shock of shocks. We'll get to that tomorrow, I guess. And Iran, of course. Got a hell of a lot to talk about in Iran still. Oh, God, and the South American elections finished. Oh, that one made me mad. Oh, God, Peru and Colombia. Son of a bitch. It's been a very fucking crazy week. Suffice to say. Oh, God. It's a terrible week. The only bright spot was the elections in New York. Everything else was trash. Worse than trash fire, actually. Not just trash, but trash fire. That's how I would describe this week. Where will we get started back up? Yeah, let's do this one. Trump's anger with Republicans for not doing what he wanted. Oh God, we've been actually talking about this. This has been a building scenario we've been witnessing for a little while now. Actually, it's been. When did we first talk about this? Well, it's been going on for a while now, technically. Like months, really. I think it goes back at least a couple of months. Maybe even as far back as like March? April? Like early April, late March? When Trump was like threatening Republicans in the Senate for not bringing the SAVE Act to a vote. Now, Republicans didn't want to bring it to a vote because they don't want to vote on it in the Senate. They passed it in the House, hoping, I think, that Trump wouldn't notice that they didn't pass it in the Senate. But he did notice, and he's been very upset about it ever since, making a series of escalating threats against Republicans, culminating in this week's events where Trump has now, I mean, this is really fascinating, where Donald Trump has now blocked a bill, a bipartisan bill, that both Republicans and Democrats voted on to supposedly help with the housing crisis. A lot of people are touting this as a big success of a bill getting past both houses of Congress, made its way to Trump's desk, and Trump said, "I'm not signing it." Go fuck yourself, America, says Donald Trump. Refusing to sign this bill that's on his desk now. It's supposed to help with the housing crisis. Claiming that he will not sign it until Republicans in the Senate bring to a vote the SAVE Act. Now, it's not even clear that if they were to do such a thing, it would actually pass. Because a lot of Republicans actually have problems with the SAVE Act. But Trump is now holding hostage a bill that would help with the housing crisis. You know, affordability. Over a vote that would disenfranchise potentially millions of voters from their ability to vote. Oh, and he has been getting angrier and angrier at Republicans over the week regarding this situation. Let's start here.
President Donald Trump abruptly canceled his signing event for a bipartisan housing bill today, just as House Republicans were holding a news conference touting the legislation. Trump posted on social media this morning that he will not sign the affordable housing bill until Congress passes the Save America Act. His post came as the stage was all.
Today's housing news conference and signing is hereby canceled until such time as we pass the desperately needed, all caps, Save America Act, which I consider to be a national emergency. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President DJT. Yeah, Trump literally, I mean, he didn't quite veto it, but basically just put on indefinite hold the signing of a bill which has already passed both houses of Congress, the representatives and the Senate, just so that he can get legislation passed that nobody wants. He's made this more and more known, not just on Truth Social.
So I think we had a really great meeting, and we're very proud of the party. We like our leader. We like everybody.
Notice the body language on all the Republicans around Donald Trump during this. I just want everybody to just take stock of the facial expressions and body language of Republicans. Let's just go back. Start here with Republican ghoul. Oh, fuck. I just lost this fucking idiot's name in my... What is this asshole's name again? God damn it. Why can't I think of his name? That's not Thune. Oh, it's right on the tip of my tongue. Oh, God, that's not where I want his name either. Oh, God.
So I think we had a really great meeting, and we're very proud of the party.
Like, they all got their hands sort of clasped in front of them. Trump's got he's got the jacket open, but all of them, they're buttoned up. Facial expressions sort of downtrodden, looking downwards, sort of almost shameful. They all kind of look like a bunch of school children just got yelled at by the principal or something.
We like our leader. We like everybody really in the room. I don't like a few people, but that's okay.
I don't like a few people.
But I'll give you that information someday. But for the most part, we have a really well-unified party. And I said it very strongly. We have the hottest...
Like, even Doug Burgum and, Steve Witkoff back here, they look super uncomfortable. Like, they're trying to affect some sort of, blasé kind of attitude. But look at fucking John Thune's face over here. I mean, these guys, they look upset. They look visibly upset right now. Like, Trump just got done screaming at them.
We have a really well-unified party, and I said it very strongly.
Rick Scott, yes.
We have the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Rick Scott, yes. Oh, God. What a terrible man. Why do these people exist?
Most powerful, we're the smartest, we're the most respected. 2 years ago, we were a laughingstock all over the world. We had a terrible group of people representing us. Every leader, I just left G7, every leader, and we had a lot of people in addition to G7, as you know, came. Everyone said, what we've done in a year and a half is a miracle. And Iran is being very nice. They're agreeing to everything that I want, and they have to. Otherwise, we just go back and do what we have to do. Thank you very much.
There you go, Donald Trump publicly shaming Republicans for not doing his bidding. He's very upset. Said he'll let us know who he's mad at later at some later date. Not clear when. But supposedly some Republicans making Donald Trump very angry. And he's writing a list. He's checking it twice. He's going to figure out who's naughty or nice. Looking deranged. Suffice to say, Trump, though, has been very upset with the Republicans over this. But it's not just the SAVE Act. Because Trump he's also very upset at Republicans. It's been reported that he's been yelling at Republicans for not blocking the bill. Not the bill, what do you call it? The resolution, the War Powers resolution, which wound up passing the Senate. Oh, shit, where is that clip? Oh, here it is. No, don't do that. No, that's not what I meant to do. Fuck, no, come on. Why are you doing that? That's annoying.
The Democratic leader.
Madam President, for years, Trump promised to put maximum pressure on Iran, but he ended up delivering maximum confusion
I don't need this whole speech.
Bring them to the table, then you should vote no on this. Let diplomacy work. Give the president, give the Department of State.
Current motion is agreed to.
There you go. Passing 50-48. Senate approved the War Powers Resolution to block the military action Donald Trump took in Iran unilaterally. Now you'll notice something about that number. It's missing a couple of votes. 3 to be exact. 2 senators and the vice president. Now, I'm pretty sure the day of this vote, J.D. Vance was still coming back from Switzerland. And where were the other? But God, that's only 1 vote. Where were the other senators? I wonder. They couldn't have. I don't know. I don't suppose the other senators could possibly have been with the president or something like that. Would be too ridiculous. Trump wouldn't yell at Republicans for a thing that he himself caused, would he?
I don't want reality.
Lunatic. That's the word. That's the word that the President of the United States used against a senator from his own party today. It was during a lunch with Republicans on Capitol Hill, and it deteriorated into a shouting match. It was Senator Bill Cassidy who was the target of Trump's lunatic insult. And he said, he's talked about the context. So he said he was talking to Trump about the war. He went on to say this. He said, quote, "You have not told the American people what's going on. It was supposed to last for 4 weeks. It's lasted 4 months." Cassidy goes on to say to reporters, he did not particularly care for my comments. And then Cassidy went on to describe how the temperature escalated from there.
The president didn't want to hear my question, interrupted me. I didn't care to be interrupted. I felt like I was trying to get answers for the American people. And I'm not going to be bullied when I'm trying to get answers for the American people.
President Trump then told Cassidy to sit down. Cassidy said that he wouldn't, which he referred to there. So that's when Trump called him a lunatic, according to our excellent reporting by Manu Raju. And then something really odd happened in the meeting. So Trump complained that the Pennsylvania Senator Dave McCormick missed yesterday's Iran war vote. Now, Politico is reporting that that complaint was there. And now Trump, of course, has said that missed vote is why the Senate voted down his war powers. Okay, so fine. But there's something really odd about this. And what's odd about it is that McCormick missed that vote because he was with Trump. I mean, literally, he was with Trump. There they are at a Mack Trucks factory in Pennsylvania. So.
Oh, it's incredible. It's incredible. So Donald Trump decides to hold a fucking rally in Pennsylvania. Gets Senator McCormick to come to the rally and then blames him for missing the vote. I mean, it's deranged at a level it's hard to even comprehend. He's so incompetent that he himself is the reason for why the War Powers Resolution passed. It's honestly one of the funniest things I can think of. Really. We were promised extreme levels of merit and competence under the Trump administration, but the president is too fucking stupid to know that he is actively causing himself great harm. Well, I don't know about harm, I guess, but I feel like in his mind, I mean, he's upset about it, clearly, right? He seems to think he's been harmed by Bill McCormick for not voting on this War Powers Resolution. But it's his fault. He's I'm trying to think of a scenario similar to this. How can you possibly be such an ignoramus and fucking incompetent moron as president of the United States and not know that there's a vote being held in the Senate to prevent your powers militarily, right? To take away your unilateral desire and decision making, whatever you want to call it. I can't, like, I'm struggling with the words of it, but like, for him to not even know that that's going on and booking the senator is just this sort of complete, what's the word? It's like a beyond a snafu. It's like like how fucking idiotic do you have to be? Like, how stupid do you have to be to bring the guy that you need for the vote to some stupid fucking rally? Like, you're more worried about the rally than you are about the actual, like, and that, I mean, to some degree that checks out, but like the actual, like, functioning of the government, and it's just incredible. It's like how you could be that unaware of what's happening in your own government is beyond me. And it also, I think, not just speaks to the incompetence of Donald Trump, but of the entire apparatus in the White House. Like, how did nobody get to Trump before this and be like, hey, there's a vote happening in the Senate. We need McCormick here in D.C. right now. Why is he in Pennsylvania? Like, how did they not figure this out ahead of time? How did that even happen? It's incredible. It really speaks to the lack of competence in the White House on a level I'm not even sure we've seen at this point. Like, it's such an own goal. Like, it's such a self-own. It really is. It's got to be like on like the top of the list for self-owns. I just don't know how you do it. Like, it just is completely oblivious. How is that possible?
They were going to have a win. It's like Lucy in the football with this guy. I mean, they literally, the Republicans have something positive to say. They did something for housing. You see young people out here voting all kind of ways people don't like. Part of it is these young people can't buy a house.
Yeah, I mean,
So
affordability, by the way, the single biggest aspect of it.
Affordability.
Is
it. And so you finally have one thing Republicans have done for America, and Trump just snatches it back for a very bad voting bill. Now, by the way, I'm for voter ID. People say you have to have an ID to buy a beer. That's true, but you don't have to have a passport to buy a beer.
Fuck you, Van. Fuck you and your fucking poll taxes. Dude's fucking crazy. What a moron. I'm for voter ID. Are you, Van? You piece of shit.
The other Republicans don't want this extreme burdensome thing on our voting rights. So for a bill Republican,
maybe we should just go back to Jim Crow. What do you think? I mean, what would be the difference? It's poll tax. Van Jones just wants us to go back to Jim Crow, apparently. It's a really weird take from him. I love poll taxes. I'm all for poll taxes, says Van Jones.
Don't want. He's taking away the things that everybody wants. You can't have nice things with Donald Trump as president.
I mean, Paul, Trump doesn't have the votes. Even if all the Republicans were on board, right? He still doesn't get to 60. Mm-hmm. But you heard Murkowski, you hear Tillis, you hear Vance, but he doesn't even have them all. But he can't let this go for the sake of anything else, right? I mean, you can't even get the win and then deal with it later.
It's going to be an interesting summer. The UFC has ended, but the cage fighting is just getting started. And I think it's important to remember, Trump's not good at legislation. It requires negotiation, it requires compromise, it requires getting along with people from the other side, and he doesn't like doing that.
Yeah, he's not exactly a diplomatic guy. It does seem like it's going to be a very interesting summer, no doubt. Yeah, it's been a fascinating week. All right, one last clip on the growing rift between congressional Republicans and Donald Trump.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
France 24.
Meanwhile, in Washington, Donald Trump asked Congress for nearly $70 billion in supplementary funding to cover the cost of the Iran war. That proposal landing just a day after Congress passed a largely symbolic resolution calling on Trump to end U.S. hostilities with Iran unless lawmakers explicitly authorize military action. Trump faced pointed criticism over the Iran war in a closed-door meeting with fellow Republicans Wednesday. Several people at that meeting said Trump engaged in a shouting match with Senator Bill Cassidy, who said the administration needed to explain the deal Trump signed last week that gives Iran financial incentives but falls short of the goals the president laid out at the war's beginning. For more analysis on all of that, I'm joined on the set by France 24's Doug Herbert. Doug, we hear about this angry shouting match with several members of Donald Trump's own party during that lunch with Senate Republicans Wednesday. What more do we know about it? What provoked the outburst? How serious was it?
I'll answer by asking you questions, Jeannie. Is Trump putting his own political grievances above his party? Is he putting his own self-interest, his own personal interests above those of his party? You might say banish the thought. But there are signs that a growing number of Republicans, he still has dominance over the party, let's not get that wrong, but a growing number of Republicans, a small minority, are thinking those things. They have a growing litany list of things that they cite against Trump that seems that he's going against the grain of his own party and their desires as well. His ballroom project, that billion-dollar ballroom that just keeps getting more costly and bigger and more garish by the day. His proposed fund to pay damages to the January 6th defendants. Remember the people who stormed the Capitol in the worst insurrection in U.S. history since 1812? His getting special protection from his own Justice Department, a weaponized Department of Justice, special protection from any future tax audits from the Internal Revenue Service. He went into this Senate luncheon with Republicans yesterday. Remember, it was his first meeting with what you call the whole conference of Republicans since last November when they came to the White House. So it's been many months, a lot of rifts, to put it mildly, since then. He came in already having abruptly said, I'm not signing a housing bill. A bipartisan, both parties had agreed to a housing bill to try to rein in costs, bring down, make the housing more affordable to Americans facing the housing crunch. He said, I'm not signing that until you guys approve a bill called the Save America Act. What is it? It's a bill that basically totally overhauls voting procedures. Democrats basically say it's a bill that would effectively disenfranchise millions of eligible voters, make it much harder for them to vote. Donald Trump and his allies say not at all. It's all about combating voter fraud without really actually presenting any solid evidence of voter fraud. So he comes into the meeting with all of that. Not signing the housing bill,
not gonna do it.
basically saying you better
at this
pass this Voting
juncture.
Rights Act. But the meeting wasn't about that. It was about the Iran war, because that, at the end of the day right now, is the biggest bone of contention. Republicans are not just skeptical, they have deep, deep concerns, growing concerns that the White House and Trump have not been transparent, haven't given them details about the operation, have been murky about their objectives. And they say, it's not that we don't like you, Mr. President, you're still our friend. We support you. We support your agenda. We just want to know more about what that agenda is about. This is what provoked that shouting match. And he called out, as you said, notably 4 Republicans who had broken ranks on Wednesday with their party, on Tuesday, with their party in order to basically say, you need to come to Congress to get authorization if you want to continue this war but beyond a 60-day limit.
Yes, indeed. The feud in the government right now between Trump and his lackeys is going larger and larger, more heated. I find it to be a truly fascinating dynamic, just sort of taking it all in, honestly. It's like a soap opera with all of your least favorite people all fighting each other constantly. I hope they turn it up. I hope that there's more and more infighting. There's more chaos. Hopefully the Republicans can become even less effective. And in the general elections, Democrats can come in and sweep them out and get things started all over again. You know, because this whole thing is fucked. Year and a half in, everything's more expensive, and Trump is actively scuttling things that were intended to make things less expensive, pet projects of his in legislation. I mean, it's fucking insane. But of course, he thinks of himself as a goddamn emperor, right? He's Emperor King Donald Trump. Unfortunately for him, things and the numbers are not getting any better. Here's the biggest midterm red flag, according to the great Harry Emden.
Holy Toledo. I looked at thousands of polls. Your Ipsos, your Marquette University Law School, your New York Times, Siena College, your Quinnipiac, your Marist. You say it, you name it. I looked at it, looking for Trump's biggest midterm red flag. And folks, I think I've actually found it. Now, let me set the stage for you in how I found it. Why don't we just talk about Donald Trump's popularity right now? It has absolutely plummeted over the course of his second term. You go back to the beginning of his second term, look at this. He was on the plus side of the ledger, plus 6 points. When you can put it on your hands, you know that it means something. Plus 6 points on the positive side of the ledger. But look at how far down he has plummeted, right down into the Hudson River here in New York City. Look at this. He's 28 points underwater. That is a shift of over 30 points to the wrong, the red side of the ledger. And the question, of course, is why? What has happened? And I had a few different theories of the case, and I want to take you through them, and I dismissed them. What's the first theory of the case?
I would just like to point out to Harry here that there is deeper bodies of water than the Hudson. Okay? The Hudson leads out to the ocean, where it actually gets a lot deeper. I think he might be approaching ocean levels of depth. Just saying. Just pointing it out.
War, right? It's been going on for a number of months right now, and you can see that Trump is struggling on foreign policy. Trump's not approval rating on foreign policy. You go back to the beginning of his term, 1, 2 on the positive side of the ledger. Barely on the positive side, but hey, you'd rather be barely on the positive side than the negative side of the ledger. But look at where he's fallen to now. 24 points underwater in February of 2026, just before the Iran war started. And look at it now. It's even lower. It's a little bit lower, but it is lower. Awful. Weak. A 30-point shift against the President of the United States. So you might be saying to yourself, hey, this seems bad. Isn't this what's driving the negativity around Trump, dropping him to term 2 lows in terms of his overall approval rating? But then I went back through the history books, went back through my mind, and I remembered an election.
Yes, we watched part of this clip earlier this week. I'm not going to watch this whole thing, but suffice to say, Harry here did the hard research, and I believe has discovered the main culprit in Trump's low approval rating right now, and that is affordability. The economy. Nobody can fucking afford anything right now. That's the main problem for Donald Trump. And he's just making it worse by refusing to sign bills intended to improve people's economic well-beings, right? Am I the only one that, it feels like it's not even math. It's like the easiest conclusion. You don't need a degree to come to that conclusion. Hey. Seems so obvious. Okay, now I had a bunch of environmental news to talk about here today, but I'm going to have to skip a bunch of it just for time's sake tonight, honestly. Honestly, you're all about to get everybody's about to get a free stream tonight, it seems like. We never completed a galactic content goal, but just for me to get through the bare minimum of the title and thumbnail, it's going to take like 8 hours. I don't know how I did this to myself, but I'm basically just doing a free stream. But I can't bring myself to just end the stream until I've actually covered all the things that I want to cover here today. I can't say we're going to talk about all these things and then just not talk about them. That would be wrong of me to do. Oh, God, I got to close this window and just reopen it. I have too many clips. I have 130 clips. The list was too long to begin with. This was kind of my own doing. Suffice to say, it's hot as shit in the United States and about to get way hotter. Fire season's gotten off to a banner start in the worst way possible. Heat waves threatening crops, the wildlife, and of course, everything else. I'm not talking about the fires themselves, but just the temperatures. Of course, we are having, like I said, tons of fires across the United States, mostly in the West, but not exclusively. But at least 70 major wildfires were burning in the Western United States as of Monday. Fires engulfing all sorts of different places. But repressive heat bearing down on practically all of Europe. From Spain to France to the United Kingdom and Italy and Belgium and others. Really mostly all of Europe, basically seeing unseasonably warm temperatures this early into summer. Sweltering heat, oppressive heat, you might say. Hold on, sorry, I'm stalling to try and get this the right video. Here we go. Starting in Spain, Monday. Reuters. Tuesday. Monday, Tuesday, whatever day this is. Full screen, please. Come on. Don't be a dick. How about you don't be a dick? Can we make that happen? Is that good for you? Oh my God. You're in Europe, it's really bad. Yeah, it is. And we're about to talk about it. Full screen. For the love of God, full screen. We can't do this until we're full screen. There we go. España. Monday. Spain swelters in a heat wave with highs reaching 108 degrees Fahrenheit.
What? That's hot.
Madrid has opened climate shelters for vulnerable people, including the homeless.
The idea was to create or set up spaces we call climate shelters, places where we can provide a climate-controlled environment, offer basic food, allow visitors to take a shower, and give them a chance to rest for a while. Especially with a focus on those who are most marginalized, such as people living on the streets.
Staying in Spain. France 24. Talk more about what they're doing.
Coming
to
on
adapt.
stronger and earlier, Spain is no stranger to heat waves, and it's taking action by necessity. In this Barcelona park, during the summer, groundskeepers start 45 minutes earlier and quit an hour and 45 minutes earlier, a policy now in place for several years. The big development this year, a connected bracelet that measures body temperature. The city has issued them to 1,500 of its outdoor workers.
It detects if we're getting close to heat stroke. If it vibrates, we stop and take a break.
Spain is in Europe's vanguard of adapting to climate hazards following the trauma of 2024's catastrophic floods in the Valencia region, in which 230 people died. On that day, despite a red alert, some businesses prevented their employees from going home early. Since then, the country's socialist government has instituted climate leave, a maximum of 4 paid days off during the highest alerts to limit travel. But data
Yes, indeed. The government of Spain doing everything they can to make working safer for its citizens. Of course, Spain has been... Honestly, Spain, it's unfair that Spain is getting hammered this hard by this heat wave, since they are one of the only countries on the planet that has basically almost completely just removed fossil fuels from the creation, the generation of electricity for the grid. It's truly, honestly, something they deserve a round of applause for. Not to just go melting into the pavement on, right? Like they literally have done the best out of any country on the planet of phasing out fossil fuels as a source of energy generation, right? For the grid specifically. People still drive gas-powered vehicles, but my point is that for creating electricity, right? They no longer use fossil fuels here in this country. It's all renewables. Or at least nearly all renewables. It's like over 90% or something ridiculous, right? It's literally better than any other country on the planet. And it's just, it just proves that we need everybody working together, or we will all still share very similar fates. Can't just be one country. Sadly for everyone else in Europe, Spain's not the only one being hit by this heat wave.
An intense heat wave is strengthening its grip on the UK and large parts of western mainland Europe. France had its hottest night ever last night, according to the country's equivalent of the Met Office. That's the weather service here. And many countries are facing record temperatures. Things will get worse before they get better as the heat wave strengthens towards the end of the week. Well, this is the heat map across Europe. In France, more than half the country is in the maximum red alert zone. Temperatures in Spain and Portugal also are considerably higher than seasonal averages. The French Prime Minister says more than 40 people have drowned in the last week while trying to cool off. Elsewhere across France, 2 young children succumbed to apparent heat stroke after being stuck inside a car in the southern town of Carpentras. In Paris, temperatures are expected to reach 39 degrees today, rising to 41 on Wednesday. A rare red weather warning for extreme heat has been issued for large parts of southern England and Wales starting on Wednesday, with potential highs of up to 40 degrees Celsius. The current June record is 35.6. The Met Office Weather Service has warned of significant disruption to daily life, with travel plans likely affected and widespread school closures. Scientists say the heat wave is powerful evidence of how climate change is reshaping Europe's weather. Our correspondent in Paris, Hugh Schofield, told me how French authorities are grappling with the heat.
It is very, very hot here.
That is the thing about these. Like, we're calling it a heat wave, but honestly, these are becoming fairly regular now in Europe. These heat waves. I think it's like been 3 or 4 years straight where they've had summers with extreme heat, with extreme bouts of heat, and this is just because the Earth itself is warming up. It's not just some sort of fluke. This is something that is now, to be expected every year if we do not reverse human impacts soon. Because at some point it's just irreversible, right? We've talked about this before. And we're getting closer and closer to that stage. Yeah, enough dominoes tip, the entire environment just going to shut down. Right now, we're still in a moment where we can still technically, as a people, humanity, can still technically avert some of the worst effects of this by making some changes in how we do things, especially when it comes to things like power generation for the grid.
Grappling with the heat.
It is very, very hot here in 9 o'clock in the morning. It's now 27, 28 degrees. It's going to be going up to touching 40 later on here in Paris. Yesterday was a record of all time for the month of June across the country as a whole, and in some cities like Bordeaux in the west and Limoges, Rennes, they passed records for the whole year. It wasn't just a record for June. It was hotter yesterday than there has been even in July and August. So we really are in an exceptional period now. Half of the country is in the so-called red zone, where the maximum state of alert has been issued. The rest of the country, practically the rest of the country, all the rest of the country is in the orange zone. And that means that extra special measures being laid on.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I just realized I forgot to turn off my sign. I have my sign and I'm not even using it properly now. Idiot. It's gonna take time until I get the sign working perfectly. Yeah, no, it was an F. Yeah. What I was saying, I was responding to a comment here from Devious Chris. $384 million appropriated for the Zero Taxpayer Fund Ballroom. I think it's higher than that, though. Because I think the money that you're talking about, the $384 million that was funneled from the Secret Service Fund, is not the $1 billion that Congress, I think, asked for and approved. I can't remember if Congress actually passed that. But 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, they were introducing legislation for whatever it is, for the appropriate funds or whatever you want to call it for the. So it's like it's approaching like $1.5 billion, I think, now for the ballroom, the Epstein ballroom.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
At schools, many schools are shut. A lot of schools are sending their children home at lunchtime simply because the classrooms are too hot to live in, to teach in. A fair amount of traffic has been, public transport has been stopped as well. And in general, the watchword from the government is, if you can, stay at home and don't move.
Well, that's the picture in Paris. Let's go down to the south of the country and speak to my colleague Pierre-Antoine Denis, who is near Nice. Pierre-Antoine, this update now from the French authorities that as well as that...
Okay, since we're talking France, I'm gonna skip to France 24. People are really struggling with this punishing temperatures.
Now, here in France, half of the country is now under red alert as temperatures are expected to climb further amid a brutal heatwave. Forecasters saying the current heatwave could end up being as serious as the one back in August 2003, which claimed nearly the lives of 15,000, mainly elderly people in the country. The red alert covering...
Jesus. And the fact is, this is changing as we speak because of these heat waves. But for a very long time, because France is so old, and much of the buildings that were built here in many of the big cities are just predate electricity and the compressor. They don't have air conditioning and are not set up for it. And this heat comes and people are just left in a fucking hot box. It's fucking crazy. Now, like I just said, this is changing actively as we speak due to these sort of repeated events. But 15,000 people dying in 2003 from a heat wave is fucking wild. That's the 21st century.
Much of western and central France, including Paris. Nearly 850 schools are due to stay closed on Monday, while another 1,500 are going to let pupils leave early. Let's cross now to Andy Hillier, who's out there in the heat. Andy, there's been a lot of complaints in recent days by the French public regarding conditions in public transport during this incredibly hot weather.
Yeah, that's right, Annette. I am standing in front of the Gare du Nord railway station here in Paris, one of Paris and France's busiest railway stations. There are metro lines, regional rail lines, and international services running from here. There hasn't been a huge amount of disruption as things stand, but we are expecting more disruption later on in the day. That's what Valérie Pécresse, the president of the Île-de-France region, said today, and that is basically because of what Jean Castex, the head of the SNCF, France's national rail operator, said last night in a press conference, that the railway infrastructure here in France is simply not designed to withstand the kind of heat that we're seeing today and that we're...
Yeah, I mean, You know, like this is what's happening. We have infrastructure that was built to withstand a certain climate. The climate is changing. I know this is shocking to everyone. It's the first time you're ever hearing that phrase. But the climate is changing. And as a result, some of our infrastructures are just not able to withstand and are being shut down when things get this hot, right? It's rail lines, power stations, in fact, I believe in France were also getting shut down because of the need for water. I think the nuclear power generation stations were forced to cut back on power generation because of the water that's needed to cool the cores. So all sorts of factors that must be considered. You know, all sorts of stuff melts at different temperatures that we might not think about. But like metals, for instance, some metals melt at different temperatures, right? That are actually not far from this. Some of the softer metals, if you will. I think gallium's actually well beneath 114 or whatever they just said. Like there's a bunch of like, you know, sort of softer metals that melt around that temperature and start creating serious problems. Not like steel, of course, but you know, like the soft and malleable metals, right? Like you don't have time to do science class right now, but you know, I feel like most people know what I'm talking about. Yeah, let's talk about AC in France, something that is apparently being installed in many places. Demand for air conditioning being driven up by this extreme heat.
This air conditioning installer in northern France has seen his order book double in a year. His new clients increasingly individual homeowners.
Before it was mostly in shopping malls. Now it's becoming more common and we're installing it everywhere.
With heat wave after heat wave, the number of homes with AC in France has grown by 11% in a decade to hit 25%. That level remains far behind neighboring Italy, where the rate is 61%, and Japan, where it's 91%. While air conditioning is often accused of being environmentally irresponsible, here in France it is produced using clean energy, at least during daytime hours.
French electricity is produced without CO2, mostly via nuclear and renewables, except between the hours of 6 p.m. and 9 a.m., when some gas power plants are fired up. So if you use AC then, you might be driving climate change.
Yep. This is one of those things. This is one of those slippery sort of slopes, the self-feeding loop. You know, the hotter it gets, the more people need AC, literally, to just prevent them from overheating, not just for comfort. And, you know, the worse it gets, the more that we contribute to climate change. And that's why we need to be rushing towards renewables right now. And we have so many reasons to do it. We have all of the evidence scientifically for climate change. And then we also have the fact oil prices are still quite high. They're not at $100 a barrel anymore. They've come down, but they are not as low as they were even, you know, this time last year. Okay? And we could take this time to, you know, rather than canceling projects like Trump is trying to do, actually fund adequately renewable energy projects, you know, just to embrace the fact that we're in the 21st goddamn century and we have the technology. Like, it's ridiculous. It's out of it is so just blatantly irresponsible of a decision. But if you don't know this, Donald Trump literally spent $1 billion, multiple billions of dollars, taxpayer money, not his money, your money. He spent that to cancel. He paid off energy companies that were in the middle of building energy projects, wind and solar energy projects in California, New Jersey, and New York. He spent billions of dollars preventing them from being built. It's idiotic. Is literally just shooting yourself in the foot. But he, instead of himself, because he's gonna die any day now, right? He's shooting you in the foot and the rest of humanity in the foot. Oh, it's disturbing that we have people in charge right now. We're just actively making everything worse. Something that's not even up for debate. It's not even up for debate. He's just making it worse. He just is making it worse in this particular case. Like, you can't debate that that's an improvement to anything. It makes energy more expensive for everybody who lives near those projects that are now canceled. It just funnels a bunch of money to people who don't deserve it because they didn't actually do anything. And it continues the use of fossil fuels and the driving of carbon emissions and of climate change and events like this, where at least 40 fucking people died in France this past weekend just trying to cool down from these record high temperatures. It's disturbing. It's beyond negligence. I'm trying to think of what the word is for what Trump has done in that one particular case.
Seeking water and avoiding the sun, Parisians are struggling with the heat. The city is hell when it's so hot, this woman says. Europe is baking. On Monday, parts of France saw their highest recorded temperatures. Over the weekend, authorities temporarily banned public alcohol consumption to encourage hydration. 40 people drowned trying to cool down, the country's prime minister said. 6 people also drowned over the weekend in Germany.
It's a bit too much for me. I'm going to stay inside mostly, which feels like a bit of a sad thing to say.
In the future, it's going to be, if they don't embrace like things like air conditioning, or it's going to be really hard for people to live here in the summer.
Londoners, too, struggling to stay cool.
This is a pretty classic heat wave, if you like, and it's drawing up warm air from Africa. And that's why it's so hot. This is not to do with El Nino.
French weather forecaster Météo France says the temperatures reaching 43 degrees in some areas will likely last until the weekend. Climate researcher Claire Barnes says Europeans should brace for what could be the warmest year on record.
Yeah, and if it's not this year, it's certainly going to be next year. Thanks to El Nino. And an El Nino fueled by the hottest ocean on record in human history. It's a bad combo. It's a bad combo. People doing everything they can to try and stay cool, winding up dead. Museums like the Louvre forced to shut down early. Tourists hoping to get a glimpse at French history.
I think people planned their trip months before, and the Louvre closing less time working as usual, and people didn't plan it at all. I think it's not very convenient for people and not expected at all. And they closing it's very not good time, so it closes at 4. So I think even if you are doing it due to the heat, you would rather close it before the 12, for example, and close it until the 5, and then open it again so people can visit it in the evening when it.
People are very upset that they're not able to go see the art in the Louvre as a result of shortened hours. Yep. But it's not just inconveniences. As we mentioned, infrastructure taking a beating. Even roads melting in the heat. Power outages. French infrastructure strained by this horrible heat.
So the heat wave is having a major impact on France's infrastructure, including the power grid. Kate, you're here to tell us all about that.
Yeah, well, the electricity provider EDF has had to reduce its nuclear power output by about 7% this Wednesday. That's because they're...
This is not the time for that discussion, but I have not heard that, but that is hilarious to me. SpaceX is talking about buying T-Mobile. You gotta be kidding me right now. Oh my god, what a dumb idea. I mean, I understand why he wants to do it, right? And it has everything to do with profitability. He's trying to come up with a way. There's no way this works. I'm fairly certain this doesn't work out. I have to look at the numbers. I mean, they're already talking about potentially trying to combine Tesla and SpaceX, even though Tesla doesn't make any money either. Like, they make $1 per share. It's $382 per share company right now. So it's worth, I don't know, 1/380th of what it's actually being valued at right now. But they're talking about combining SpaceX, a completely unprofitable company, with Tesla, a very marginally profitable company. And now they're going to try and throw T-Mobile in there too. Oh, that fascinates me. I don't think that's going to fix the numbers for Elon, but I see why he's trying to do it.
restrictions on water, which is needed to cool the reactors. The national grid operator says there's still enough capacity to meet France's electricity demand as people plug in fans and air conditioning units. French electricity exports have dropped, though, as temperatures hit record highs this week, and wholesale electricity prices in France and Germany have hit their highest levels in a year and a half. Meanwhile, a huge outage has left much of Brittany without power. Trains are being delayed or cancelled because of the heat, and some roads are even literally melting. Yuka Royer has more.
This is what happens when a road surface gets too hot. Record temperatures have been melting asphalt in parts of France.
You can clearly see the surface softening. It's melting due to the extreme heat we've seen lately. The surface temperature of the road right now is climbing above 60 degrees Celsius.
Affected sections of the road have been closed off, forcing drivers to take a detour. Local officials say they're increasingly dealing with naturally caused infrastructure damage.
For several years, we've allocated a budget of around €1 million to handle weather-related road issues. But this year, we've already spent €1.5 million.
Wow.
Extreme.
This is a very recent implementation, too. That's crazy. Within a few years, the budget for dealing with natural disaster-related or natural weather event related damage to infrastructure has already been surpassed. And this year, I mean, they've already done it by 50%, and it's only June. There's still half of the year left. More than half of the year left, technically. Fucking crazy. Bonkers.
It is also disrupting power supply. In Brittany, nearly 100,000 households were left without electricity after a transformer caught fire and sparked explosions. This resident in Quimper lives on the top floor. It's over 30 degrees inside.
There's no fan, so there's no way for me to try and cool off. On top of that, my cooker is electric, so I haven't been able to eat since last night either.
Local grid operator RTE is trying to restore power, but...
Oh, for fuck's sake. As you can see, people having their lives completely upended by all of this. Power cuts, crumbling infrastructure, and the heat. Meanwhile, over in Belgium, Brussels, the Brussels Atomium, or I forget how exactly you're supposed to say that. A beautiful architectural work of art forced to cut its hours as a result of the heat here. Yes, that's right. One of the largest tourist attractions in Brussels shut down due to the heat. Basically everything being forced to stop doing what it would normally do due to the freaking heat wave has ensconced Europe. Just for a visual, how about we take a look here at the heat map from Tuesday. This is quite a whoopsies. Nope, don't do that. Go back, you bastard. How dare you? This is very rude.
How rude.
It'll be even hotter in the southern hemisphere. Yeah, it's going to be a shitty year. It's already been incredibly hot in the southern hemisphere. I mean, India has been, we haven't been talking about it this week, but I mean, a few weeks ago, I mean, they were getting decimated. Because they were like basically the first ones to see the effects. It's like them in like Hawaii to see the first effects of the fucking El Nino. Well, let's just take a look at the heat map here. Yes, indeed. Look at that. Oh, it just keep getting hotter and hotter. Oh, God, look at that. 40s. 40s in south of France in Bordeaux and Nantes. Good God, that's well into the hundreds. High 90s in the Mediterranean. Even England seeing incredibly high temps. Even Munich over here in the 30s. Everybody getting smashed. The early heat this summer. No respite. And apparently, this is becoming a record-breaking heat wave. Perhaps the warmest year on record for the entire continent of Europe.
Less than a month after a record-breaking heat wave scorched parts of Europe, another extreme heat spell is sweeping across the continent. Slovakia is one of the 26 countries to have issued a heat.
You're in the UK and it's 38 degrees today? Oh, that sucks. Awful.
Awful, awful, awful.
That's terrible.
That's hot. Alert on Monday, with temperatures hitting 35 degrees in Bratislava.
We live in an apartment and escape the heat by coming to the pools.
Rail services were reduced in parts of France and Belgium, while Madrid cancelled an outdoor screening of Spain's World Cup match against Saudi Arabia.
It's awful. It's really hot and feels even hotter up here. We need to stay hydrated. That's just how it is. We have to keep working.
The UK's Health Security Agency issued its second ever heat health alert, warning of a risk to life even for healthy people, as temperatures are expected to hit 39 degrees Celsius, easily breaking the previous 35.6 degree record for June.
What we do know is that this year is going to be
Jesus, smashed the record. Fuck's sake. We are outdoing these records way too easily. Like, they are falling. Like, climate records are falling like fucking dominoes out there. And it's real disturbing. Like, it seems like almost every day I'm hearing a new one. And it's alarming. Really is.
among the warmest on record, because we are pushing average temperatures upwards with fossil fuel emissions and greenhouse gas pollution.
According to the World Health Organization, over 200,000 people have died from heat-related causes in Europe in the past 4 years.
Yeah. Okay, this is the last clip on the heat wave. Before we do the fucking earthquake in Venezuela. You know who's probably seeing the worst effects of all this? The unhoused. Yeah. It's hot. It's very hot. So many people are getting sick here. Yesterday, someone fell down. He was sick and was screaming. The doctor didn't come to take him in. The same goes for me. My condition is very bad too. The government doesn't pay any attention to us. Now I'm sick. I'm going to the doctor because I have heat rashes on my body to see what my problem is. I'm feeling dizzy. Maybe it's because of the weather.
It's danger for some people. For me, it's okay. For some people, it's not okay. You know, homeless is homeless life. Homeless life is not okay. You got me?
Awful, to be honest. It's horrible this heat. Working over here, you're outside all day. There's no let up. There's no shade.
Of course, we knew it is coming the heat. Explain the guys what he needs to do, what's the symptoms, and whatever, how we can prevent that happening as well.
Yep, people who are outside all day are getting the worst of this heat wave. Workers and the unhoused. Alright, I'm going to skip ahead again, since we didn't complete the galactic content goal. It's quite unfortunate. We do have to keep the lights on around here. Every dollar helps us out. Today we're almost getting a full stream for free.
Aren't I a good guy?
I think we only got like one dono. Technically two. Although usually we don't count throne donos. If I were to count the throne dono in with the Cash App dono and the one Prime resub on Twitch, I think we're at like 30%. We made it like a third of the way through the goal. If that includes a thing that doesn't actually pay the bills. Times is tough out here. We need your help, Space Fams. Without your support, the Galactic News Network would cease to exist. There's so much other shit I want to talk about tonight, too, but there's also a time problem. God. All right, let's talk about this earthquake that struck Venezuela. Where earlier on Thursday evening, Venezuela's government said that at least 40,000 people still remained missing as rescuers search. Hold on. Hey, hold the fuck on. There we go. Okay. Full screen. Here's the Associated Press from about 24 hours ago now. To the scenes on the ground as this earthquake unfolded. Okay, what the fuck is wrong with my browser? Jesus Christ. Hey, we just hit 2,100 subs on YouTube. Moving on up. Moving on up in the world. Slowly but surely. One day our influence will be seen galaxy-wide. I'm sure of it. Okay, why does this thing refuse to be my friend? Being a real dick right now, I hope you know that. Wow. This is so annoying to me. Why does this have to happen? Why can't you just work? Okay. Here's the AP from about 24 hours ago. God, this is not the only fucking earthquake in South America. This is dumb. This is so stupid. Why is this happening? What in the actual fuck? I'm trying this again. Why I hate doing this, because it always leads to a fucking situation. Oh my god, just work. Usually I try not to fuck with my windows, like, at all. While I'm working. Like once the stream is up, like, I stop trying to fuck with my windows that I'm using, like, at all. Like, if I've got another video clip that's not on my list to watch, like, I bring it in with a new window or something. And like, a smaller screen. Because this, I have no idea why, but, like, full screen on YouTube works so badly when I have OBS open. Like, it's taken me however long this has been, 5-10 minutes, to just open a window. Jesus, there we go. Why does it do this? I know technically YouTube uses, like, a whole bunch of, like, software shit to, like, prevent people from, like, using OBS to do certain things, like downloading or like copying protected, like, content, like the copyright protected content or whatever. But, like, dude, it just interacts so fucked up with OBS sometimes. I hate it. Okay. To Venezuela. We're about 24 hours ago now. An earthquake caused just incredible damage. Unseen, perhaps, in all of Venezuelan history that may have implications for some time. It is still very unclear how many people are dead as a result of it. It could be literally in the tens of thousands. It's actually not even the only powerful earthquake to hit at this time. Literally, at the exact same time. A massive earthquake hit in Japan, one in California. There are claims that they're not connected. I still don't understand how that's possible. I'm not a geologist, though. But yeah, all right, this is the first clip I've got for you. The AP 21 hours ago.
Mi mamá. Chamo, vamos. A buscarla. Chamo María, huevón. María. Ya va. Por aquí, ven. Ven. Ven.
This one has been fucking haunting me all day. This one's really disturbing. The fact is, Venezuela is not a place that has a ton of earthquake activity. So this is a fairly strange event. Now to a clip from an eyewitness at the airport in Venezuela.
Look at what Maikita Airport looks like while we're here inside. Look at the disaster here, completely destroyed. Look at it after the earthquake. Look at how everything ended up. Everyone, the situation we're experiencing here is serious. A high magnitude earthquake. Look at how everything ended up. I recorded during the earthquake. I recorded everything.
Now, I guess I should slightly amend what I just said. Because technically, Venezuela has earthquake activity, just not large earthquake. So it's so like the earthquake activity that happens in this region is so faint and so slight that it's almost not registered. Like we never talk about earthquakes happening down here because when they have one, people almost don't notice. It's just registered on a seismograph somewhere, written down, and people just go about their daily lives, usually with very little to no interruption whatsoever. And earthquakes like this happen very, very infrequently. So literally nobody was ready for this. Buildings are not built to withstand earthquakes of this size here. Because in many, there's really not a lot of reason to, or there hasn't been historically. Another clip, and then we'll go to Al Jazeera for more information on this thing. Jesus Christ.
Dios amado.
Good God. It looks like a fucking nuclear bomb went off. These images are fucking insane. It looks like Gaza or something. Complete and total destruction. No building left unaffected.
Ayuda!
I think he just said help. I don't know if anybody can hear you up there, pal, but I feel you. Sorry, I don't speak Spanish, but I'm pretty sure that means help. All right, here's Al Jazeera from yesterday. It's one of the first people to report. I think this was the first report of the day on this thing.
Panic and confusion at the country's main international airport. Scrambling for cover. Wilma Azuaje filmed Venezuela's earthquakes as they happened. Look at the ceiling, he says.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Everything was destroyed. Everything was ruined.
Observen cómo quedó todo. Señores.
Two powerful earthquakes struck Venezuela.
How did I get muted? How did I even get muted? I don't even know how I got muted that time. Also, I need to turn this sign up. Oh, the on-air sign. Just realized it really does need to be plugged in. The batteries are not doing it for me. Okay, we'll come up with... Oh, we'll fix this later. Yes, thank you. I was muted. F. That was an F. I'll tell you what I was saying a second. Forget it. Forget it. Doesn't matter. Who cares?
I made a huge, tiny mistake. West of the capital city, Caracas. The first was a magnitude 7.2 earthquake at a depth of 22 kilometers. The second earthquake, the main shock, was stronger and shallower. It came just 39 seconds later, registering a magnitude of 7.5 at a depth of 10 kilometers. Buildings have been leveled, and others still standing bear scars. Many Venezuelans were at home when the shocks hit. It was a public holiday.
I was here when I managed to get dressed and all the walls were cracked. We managed to open the door however we could. There was a cloud of smoke that wouldn't let us see. And when we went downstairs, the scene was like a horror movie. We had to climb over the rubble from the building. I only saw one family get out.
Jesus Christ. This is fucking horrifying. I am really worried about what we're gonna hear. I've been honestly like, this is the story has been haunting me all fucking day. There's been a lot of fucking bad stuff I've seen. I see every day. I see bad shit every day. It's literally my job to go through all the bad stuff. Figure out which things to talk about on this stream. But this one really broke me today. Like, this is really disturbing. Like, we could have tens of thousands of people who are now dead. In fact, that number is becoming more and more likely every second that goes by. This was the first reporting. Al Jazeera was like the first on the story, right? And I mean, the numbers, the 40,000 missing. That was 9 hours ago. You know, it was like right before the stream started. And that number's just been haunting me. 40,000 missing. I mean, initially it was 100,000, but that number's come down. But 40,000 is still such a disturbing number of people to just be potentially just fucking snuffed out, like in an instant. It just disturbs me. Since we're here at the office, I just want to say this. Great job, everybody. We did it. We did it. We completed the galactic content goal. Thanks to individuals like you. I just want to say thank you to the 2 people I see here who donated on PayPal. One individual, Anonymous SM, with a $10 donation. Remember, if you want to be recognized specifically, you got to put your name in the message line in your dono. Otherwise, I don't want to unintentionally dox anybody. Thank you, SM, for the dono. Glitchmaster, also with a very generous dono. $50. Wish I could hug you, Glitchmaster. Incredibly generous. Rent Frozen, Landlord Sweatin', Happy Friday, Glitchmaster. Thank you, Glitchmaster. Both of you, incredibly generous. Completing the galactic content goal big time. Above and beyond. I won't go back. We've gone too far, okay?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I won't go back, but I will continue the stream. Once we're done with the earthquake coverage, we were going to end it. Now we're not going to. I've still got like hours of content left after earthquake. Okay, we had South America. In fact, I might do that too. We'll see how I'm feeling. But just know, thanks to space fans like you, we are now going to get more of the stream tonight. More sweet, sweet content. All right, everybody. Party over. We never got a break today, did we? I never even ran a break because we never, I was totally distracted by democracy, then not completing the galactic content goal. Never did a break. And now we're so late into this puppy. Feels weird. Take a break now. But suffice to say, we will talk about a little bit of British politics. We got some stuff in Europe, Africa, Middle East, of course, and Asia. I think we can probably get to all of that here before we end the stream. So it looks like we're going to get a full stream tonight, people. Write that down. Say thank you to your fellow space fams. All right, back to this fucking horrifying tragedy. Goddamn Venezuela. Delcy Rodriguez, acting president, speaking to the people.
President Delcy Rodriguez, who became Venezuela's leader after Nicolas Maduro was abducted by the US military in January, quickly confirmed fatalities and declared a state of emergency.
At this moment of great sensitivity for our population and for those who unfortunately have suffered the loss of a family member, we extend our immediate condolences. Homes that have suffered serious structural damage must be evacuated.
Hundreds of emergency responders are working to find and rescue victims. And out of the rubble, hope. US officials have already...
Yeah, Styx, this is an important point that you're making. The geologists have confirmed that a warmer planet statistically has larger and more frequent earthquakes. Yeah, it's about weight distribution, jiggling atoms. As I mentioned earlier, of course, some metals are more stable at certain temperatures. There's like a bunch of soft metals and things like that. Mineral deposits that are more reactive at warmer temperatures, more likely to melt at warmer temperatures. There's a lot of weird shit that happens because of our changing climate that we have to be aware of. Thank you, Styx, for the assist.
Their support in ongoing efforts to find the missing and to provide humanitarian assistance. Perry Wilton, Al Jazeera.
Norris Soto is joining us on the phone from Caracas. And Norris, we're seeing some extraordinary pictures of the devastation that's been caused there in Perry's report. Just walk us through, if you can, the moment that these back-to-back earthquakes struck. What did you experience on the ground in Caracas?
Well, the first thing I would say, it was a very shocking situation. Just to give you a picture of what was going on in Caracas, we were on a public holiday. So basically, everybody was at home. I was at home. We were watching the World Cup, like a regular holiday. And then we felt this huge movement, this huge shock after this earthquake, or the minute this earthquake was happening. And then all I could see was shattered glasses. Some of the structure of my building was fractured right in the middle. And, after this happened, people were, floating to the street, trying to get out of the apartment, trying to get out of their houses. And what I can say is that we were not prepared for what happened today.
That much is clear. Like I was saying before, a lot of these buildings built here in Venezuela are not built to withstand earthquakes at this magnitude. While there's, earthquake activity that happens here, it's very low level in terms of magnitude or scale of the events. Right, it's usually very low level earthquake activity here that's almost goes unnoticed, and nothing close to this. I mean, this was a really, really severe earthquake. I think out of the three, I think it might have been the highest. There was like a 7. There was like a 7 in Japan. I think this was I can't remember if this was a 7.2. I can't remember what the fucking magnitude of this quake was, but it's nothing that Venezuela, I think, has ever seen. Here's BBC from 19 hours ago, what we know so far.
Good afternoon. Thousands of people are feared to have died after two massive back-to-back earthquakes hit Venezuela, the most powerful there for more than a century. Dozens of buildings have collapsed in and around the capital, Caracas, and a state of emergency has been declared. The official death toll is currently 164, but that is expected to rise significantly. Caroline Hawley has the latest.
This is the terrifying moment the disaster struck. Panicked passengers at the Simon Bolivar International Airport outside the capital, where part of the ceiling falls in. The two tremors came in quick succession, less than a minute apart. The second one, the strongest to hit Venezuela in over a century. It's a devastating blow to a country reeling from an economic crisis and political turmoil. In several states of northern Venezuela, buildings collapsed. This was filmed on the outskirts of the capital, Caracas. He wants to know what's happened to his mother. Yesterday was a national holiday. Many people were at home when just after 6 p.m. in the evening, everything began to shake. A man films as he flees his high-rise building, encountering more and more destruction as he goes. Responding.
This is some fully apocalyptic shit. Oh my God. Like, just getting out of your apartment. I mean, I feel like in some cases you'd have no idea what the hell happened. Like, say if your power goes out, you don't have, like, your phone is dead or something. You'd be wondering, especially considering what's happened over the last year. Yeah, I think you could wake up and be like thinking, did the United States just bomb my building or something? Are we at war with the US? Like, what am I looking at? Like, it looks like a fucking bomb hit this building. I can't believe it's standing. You can see the entire ceiling is on the fucking stairwell now.
Destruction as he goes. Responding to this will be a major challenge for the interim president, who's been running the country since her predecessor, Nicolás Maduro, was abducted by the US.
I gotta give BBC one of these. Maybe one of these. For using accurate language to describe what Donald Trump did to Venezuela, which is abduct the president.
Illegal.
Thank you, BBC, for that.
I must inform you that the hardest hit state by this unprecedented seismic event is the state of La Guaira. There are tens of collapsed buildings, and we're working hard to save as many lives as God allows us.
Yep. The government of Venezuela activating everyone that they could. Everyone they could find to go out and help people. Now, I just believe that there are going to be many aftershocks to come in the wake of this event, which may change Venezuela for some time, according to scientists. Here's CNN 8 hours ago.
"138 aftershocks have already..."
Oh, I'm sorry, Christy. You woke up at 4:30 and now you can't go to bed because of this horror. Yeah, I'm sorry. I wish I made the news and didn't just report it. But c'est la vie. That is my life. That is a unfortunate reality. I am not able to just make the news. I guess if I was at Fox News, I could do that, but it wouldn't be the same, I don't think. I'm afraid at least 188 people have died. But that's just the current count. I'm just looking through the messages over here on YouTube. I'm afraid that is just what we know so far. 40,000 people are currently missing. And this number is expected to climb dramatically in the coming days.
Heard. Are Venezuelans still facing the threat of more aftershocks? And if so, what should they do to stay safe right now?
The aftershocks will be continuing for years on an earthquake of this size. If you say 138, that's only the very largest of them. There are many more smaller that are happening. And damaging aftershocks coming later are also pretty common. So it just has to be kept in mind. You can't compromise and, I've got to get back in. You've got to recognize that the capacity for more damage is coming. Also, this earthquake was not in Caracas. It was to the west. The way the rupture propagated, it would have focused some energy to Caracas, but you could now have an aftershock at the eastern end of the fault that would actually be in Caracas and potentially do even more damage. So it's a very dangerous time for the next while.
How rare is it for two major earthquakes to strike right next to one another within less than a minute?
It's actually part of a continuum. Most of these really big earthquakes, we would say, have sub-events, so that you would be actually seeing, the rupture starts at one place and ruptures down the fault, releasing a lot of energy here, and then a bit of a break, and then more energy here. And close enough together, we call it one earthquake. There's enough of a delay in here, probably 10 or 20 seconds between the end of the first one and the beginning of the second one, so they decided to call them two earthquakes. But this is just a continuum of how these things happen.
So there's this thing called an earthquake gate, and a recent study says that the earthquake gate stopping a disastrous earthquake along the San Andreas Fault in Central California is under its highest stress in 1,000 years. Now, you sent us a computer model video that illustrates how quickly and severely the Los Angeles area could be impacted if a major earthquake happens there. The graph on the left, for those watching, shows the strength of a possible quake slowly felt in LA's metro area. How concerned are you, Dr. Jones, that this could actually happen or that it definitively will?
This earthquake is inevitable. Just give us enough time. The problem is we don't know when. So we've tried to focus on telling people what will happen. And what you're seeing here is a computer model of where...
Oh, Jesus. I was staring at this fucking map when I should have been looking at this map. There's two different simulations, or the same simulations, but from different vantage points. One from an isometric view and one from a top view. The top view is disturbing. I'm just gonna go back like 10 seconds so people can watch.
And this is a situation really very...
What we're talking about here. Maybe I'm the only one who missed it, but like with a source along the San Andreas Fault line here, starting here, would have these effects with a shaking intensity measured in this scale. I don't know exactly what MMI stands for. Oh my fucking God. It's a very populated area too. Actually, like one of the most populated areas in the entire country. Oh, I shouldn't be laughing, but it's sort of a laugh or cry scenario.
Earthquake is inevitable. Just give us enough time. The problem is we don't know when. So we've tried to focus on telling people what will happen. And what you're seeing here is a computer model of where we expect the shaking to be. And this is a situation really very similar to what just happened to Caracas, that the fault is a bit away from the city, but then you get a focusing of energy towards where the high population density is. And something like this is absolutely inevitable in the San Andreas, but that's on geologic time. It might be 100 years from now. It might be today. And that's the hard part to plan for. But we will have similar situations. I mean, we have worked hard on strong building codes, but building codes aren't retroactive. And we have lots of older buildings that we know are very dangerous.
Oh god, that simulation's giving me giving me like fucking queasy, like squeeziness in my stomach. Oh god. All right, one more video on the fucking quake. BBC 9 hours ago.
There have been scenes of devastation from Venezuela after two powerful earthquakes struck the country on a national holiday when most people were at home. The government says 188 people are known to have died, but experts fear that number could rise into the thousands as the extent of the damage becomes clear. This is the scene in Caracas right now, where rescuers have been searching through the rubble, where people have been heard calling for help. The epicenter of the earthquakes was to the west of the capital, Caracas, and the port city of La Guaira, just north of Caracas, is the worst affected area, with dozens of collapsed buildings. Shaking and tremors were felt across the north of the country. Vanessa Silva, the BBC's producer who's based in Caracas, now reports.
That is an utterly massive landmass that's been affected. It is such a huge portion of the country. That is wild. And Venezuela is really not that small of a place. It might look small on the map, but that's just because of how maps work. This is wild.
BBC's producer who's based in Caracas now reports.
The earthquake hit Venezuela
Jesus
early in
Christ.
the evening. Two massive quakes registering 7.2 and 7.5 in magnitude. Inside Bolivar International Airport, the powerful quakes a minute apart. The worst affected, La Guaira, north of Caracas, building flattened, authorities calling it disaster zone. This is what was left of the 10-story Hotel Eduardo. Residents racing to get out of their buildings anywhere that was safe.
We went downstairs. The scene was like a horror movie. We had to climb over the rubble, the building superintendent with the baby and all the neighbours coming down. But from that building, I only saw that one family got out.
That thing was moving all over the place. We just bolted. Everything in the house got smashed. It's all a total mess now.
We are in the municipality of Chacao, here in the city of Caracas, one of the worst affected by the two earthquakes that hit Venezuela on Wednesday. We can see the rescue laborers on this building, along this area, many buildings with cracks on the walls. This is a residential area, this is a commercial zone too. A lot of restaurants work here. Emergency services were deployed to deal with the disaster, frantically trying to get to survivors buried underneath the concrete and rubble. People searching for loved ones, calling out their names, desperate for any news. As the search and rescue operations continued, the grim task of recovering bodies began. But survivors were pulled from the wreckage.
Debo informar que el estado más afectado.
I must inform you that the hardest hit state by this unprecedented seismic event is the state of La Guaira. There are tens of collapsed buildings and we're working hard to save as many lives as God allows us.
The United Nations says there is indication of significant loss of life.
I just want to know where my son is, whether he's trapped or at a shelter. I'm desperate. The governor said they were going to send heavy machinery, but look what time it is. They still haven't arrived. It's only the neighbours here helping.
Last night, Venezuelans were celebrating a national holiday together. Now they are having to deal
with the country's worst natural disaster in over 25 years. Vanessa Silva, BBC News.
It's fucking horrifying. It, like I said, it looks like a fucking, like a war zone. People trapped amongst the rubble. Tens of thousands missing right now. We can only hope that by some miracle, the vast majority of them are safe. Oh, God. That is a fucked up situation. Oh, I take it back. We have one last clip coming out of the United States. Little Marco Rubio.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Little Marco had this to say about what the United States would do to help Venezuela in the wake of these earthquakes.
Just a couple points I want to make at the outset, because I know it's been in the news this morning about this earthquake in Venezuela. I had an opportunity to talk earlier this morning with Delcy Rodriguez, the acting president. We're obviously awaiting we're already deploying search and rescue teams from Fairfax County, Virginia, and Los Angeles. We have a whole of government response. It'll be big, it'll be fast, and it'll be effective. A really, really good meeting with the Gulf countries.
Okay.
They've shared with us some very concrete...
Okay, I don't need the rest of it. Okay, well, there's Marco Rubio saying the United States is going to mobilize. Is actively mobilizing. Was actively mobilizing at this time. This is like 19 hours ago. To Venezuela to help with rescue efforts, supposedly. Which I find strange, a little bit, for a number of reasons. I'm not against it. I'm fully in support of it. I just find it weird. Because the Trump government just got done dismantling the U.S. aid program. But now they're going to go help people. Do you see what I'm saying here? It's almost like maybe we should have left USAID the way it was. You know? Whatever. But I'm just thinking out loud over here. Don't worry about me. I'm just the guy who talks about politics all the time. Good night, Gerb. Good seeing you. Lurk away. All right, now to the United Kingdom. Where, honestly, shock of shocks. I mean, this goes against everything Keir Starmer was just saying last week. It was like less than a week ago. It's like 5 or 6 days ago, I think, that Keir Starmer was saying that were there to be some sort of leadership challenge within the Labour Party, he would fight. And he would not be dropping out.
I'm staying in the race.
Then, 3 days ago, Keir Starmer dropped out.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Let's talk about that and what led to his downfall with Channel 4 News.
Victories like this one should make a leader impregnable in office. But Keir Starmer started with low net favourability, from which his ratings fell further. There were brief upticks when he first met Donald Trump or later resisted joining Trump's Iran war. His ratings hovered around the lows of Boris Johnson and Liz Truss. His idea of change was calm after their storms.
You have given us a clear mandate, and we will use it to deliver change, to restore service and respect to politics, end the era of noisy performance, tread more lightly on your lives.
Keir Starmer's project was to make the Labour Party electable again and save it from the hard left. And in that, he was extraordinarily successful. The problem is that the project didn't really extend beyond polling day.
He'd arrived with a policy knapsack with little in it. The country had to wait 118 days until Rachel Reeves' first budget. In the meantime, the government announced one eye-catching policy that stuck in voters' minds: cutting winter fuel allowance.
Save the winter fuel! Save the winter fuel!
Having said they'd only raised tax by just over £8 billion, over 2 budgets the government raised taxes by £66 billion. and Keir Starmer's attempts to clarify what he was about were ever more forgettable word salads.
Now, are those different aspects of Keir Starmer's premiership that led to his downfall? Certainly. Certainly. Big time. But it's also the government's continuation of the aiding of the genocide in Palestine. It's Keir Starmer's government's decision to make it illegal to be a part of a protest group. It is a whole litany of decisions that he made. Flip-flops, U-turns, whatever you want to call them. I know flip-flops mean something different across the pond. Point is this guy fucked up time and time again, alienating his base, literally pushing people out of the party who didn't toe the line, especially on Palestine, and just been generally bad. There's been failure after failure after failure. There's Lord Mandelson, of course. There was a big mistake, you could call it. Lapse of judgment. A dude who showed up in the Epstein files, being made the ambassador to the United States. I don't know. It's like a whole bunch of different decisions that were bad. Not good. Terrible.
Interview, he felt his first big mistake was when he squeezed the hope out in one of his first big speeches.
Things are worse than we ever imagined.
He said another regret was adopting strident language on immigration, which echoed Enoch Powell.
We risk becoming an island of strangers.
Morgan McSweeney, who ran Keir Starmer's original leadership campaign and the general election campaign, was blamed for feeding him that line, operating Keir Starmer like a glove puppet, dragging him to the right. He was dispensed with, and his favoured candidate for Washington ambassador, Peter Mandelson, was forced out over links to Jeffrey Epstein.
Yes.
The relentless fallout from the Mandelson appointment, especially tough for Keir Starmer to take.
I am angry. The lie.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Yep. It's been failure after failure after terrible decision out of the Starmer government. What is next? Starting to come into focus. Most likely replacement, Andy Burnham. The guy who just got basically installed in the Bakerfield elections, the local elections, basically done literally to put him into the position where he could become the prime minister. And that race began in full, I guess, technically on Tuesday. Monday? France 24.
But first, Sir Keir Starmer has resigned this Friday as Britain's Prime Minister and leader of the Labour Party. Close to tears, Starmer telling reporters outside Downing Street that he will remain caretaker Prime Minister until a new Labour leader is chosen in the coming weeks. The move paving the way for Britain's 7th Prime Minister in a decade. Pressure on Starmer intensified on Friday when Burnham, the Mayor of Greater Manchester, won a by-election to return to Westminster. Andy Burnham having comfortably defeated a candidate from Nigel Farage's Reform Party.
Yeah, that's why I tried to make sure to at least mention it, Mitty, because I noticed that too, that they didn't at all like bring up anything involving Gaza or Palestine or Israel. They're just like, not a big deal. Right.
The question my party is asking now is whether I am best placed to lead us into the next general election.
You found the crying condescending? Wait, who's crying? Rachel Reeves? Or did Keir Starmer cry? I missed that. Did he? I'm not sure I know what you're talking about.
I have heard the answer of my parliamentary party to that question, and I accept that answer with good grace. Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party.
Joining me now, Australia's 24 journalist Clovis Casali. Clovis, obviously the big question is what happens next. And
oh, did she say? I didn't hear it. Wait, so you telling me Keir Starmer cried? Why? What's he so sad about? He didn't even come to government with like a big plan. He just fell into the job practically. You know, like Rishi did that like fucking, you know, rain-soaked speech, and then he just like fell into the job. You know, it's not like, you know, it's weird for him to. I find that very weird that he would cry at this moment. It's like, what are you so? What exactly is he emotional about? That's very. I mean, honestly, I'd like to see that, because that's like the most emotion that I think I've like even heard of Keir Starmer exhibiting.
Given that front runner Andy Burnham will indeed step into
Close
the job.
to tears.
That's the question. Will there be a contest, or will there be a coronation of Andy Burnham, the mayor of Greater Manchester? I think it also depends on whether Wes Streeting, who was the former health secretary, decides to go or not in a contest, because we know he wants to become the next prime minister also. But will he accept possibly a top job handed over by Burnham in the next government? Will there be maybe a woman who would like to stand in a ladies' leadership contest? For the time being,
Did he just say a ladies' leadership contest? What the hell is a ladies' leadership contest?
A what now?
Suffice to say, the race is on in the United Kingdom for the old job of Keir Starmer. Now, I see somebody saying 7 in 10 years is a lot. You know, you would think 7 prime ministers would be a lot. I would like to remind you of the country of France, though, because really, when you think about it, 7 in 10 years, when compared to the country of France, not bad, actually. Pretty good. Pretty good, actually, because, of course, Emmanuel Macron has had 7 prime ministers in his 6 years as president, I think. Something like that. It's been going very badly over there. Was it 6 and 7? I can't remember. 7 and 6 or 6. Either way, it's too many prime ministers in too few years. Okay. But I do get your point. It does seem like Britain is struggling to decide on leadership. Or at least leadership in Britain is really struggling to actually fulfill any of the things the government's supposed to do. Oh, God. That's gross. I can't even respond to that comment also. But, ew, Christy. I can't say that sentence. For multiple reasons. Oh. What do we do next? I'm trying to think. You know, I think we'll go deep on Iran. The Irans. Or do we go... Wait, let me think. 7.5 hours into this puppy. I have so many clips from this week. And I didn't do, like, any streams. We did the election stream, and then we did the Sunday stream. We haven't done, like, anything else. Totally fucked me up on Wednesday when my cable died. That did not help. Yeah. I think I'm going to leave these 3 clips for tomorrow for the weekending report. We'll just go to the Middle East. This way I can just cut down on the Middle East talk tomorrow. We can focus in on other stories. It's honestly, it's actually in the last, like 48 hours, things have changed rather dramatically with regard to the Middle East, and it's probably an important topic for us to get into. Of course, as we all know, I think at this point, the Congress has finally found a spine accidentally. Or I don't know if it's even accidental quite so much as like, what's the word? Oh God, I can't think of words again. Sort of inevitable, I guess. Like the inevitable finding of the spine on this war. I mean, it's taken many months now for Congress to find that spine, but they did, of course, vote earlier this week. But before we get to that, let's just talk about what's happened. Because, of course, Monday, J.D. Vance, was it Sunday? It's technically Sunday. I take it back. Sunday, J.D. Vance was in Switzerland meeting with top officials discussing this potential ceasefire deal, memorandum of understanding. Here's the AP with the clip from those talks. Please play.
होता है और जैसे ही वो अंदर दाखिल होगा तो उसके बाद वो अपनी अपनी जो सीट्स हैं उसके ऊपर वो बैठेंगे और उसके बाद ये सिलसिला जो है वो स्टार्ट कर दिया जाएगा। ज़हन में रखिएगा कि पाकिस्तान ने ये मुकाम, ये जगह बहुत देर के बाद, बड़ी मेहनत के बाद, बड़ी मुलाकातों के बाद और कोशिशों के बाद जो है हासिल की है, और वो काम जो पूरी दुनिया के अंदर दीगर ममालिक नहीं कर सके, पाकिस्तान वो करने में कामयाब हुआ और पाकिस्तान के हिस्से में आज वो इज्जत आई है। आप अगर पीछे देखें तो पाकिस्तान का नाम जो है वो एक सेंट्रल।
So yeah, you had the foreign minister of Pakistan. Wait, I can't remember his fucking actual job title. Representative from Iran standing here, just sort of talking to the press, giving a statement. Eventually, one guy notices that they're standing there and decides to walk over and see what's going on over here.
फिर उनका इस्तेमाल किया, उनकी आशावादी
My man. You just say my man. Oh, JD's like, he's like, hey, what's up, guys? What's up, man? Party happening over here. Good to see you guys. Yeah. Good to see you, my man. Hell yeah. No, totally. What's happening right now? Tell me, what's good? What's good? What's it? Tell your buddy JD what's going on. Don't need to leave me out, yeah, about that. Unfortunately, for the prospects of peace, for JD Vance, Iran and Pakistan had kind of decided without him that no deal. Kind of a no deal situation. Because, Israel was violating the ceasefire. And the United States was doing a bunch of dumb shit. And, Like Trump was like on Twitter, like trying to back out of different like elements of the deal. I mean, it's truly fucking. We have some of the least diplomatic people like doing all of the negotiations at this point in every single conflict on the planet, and we're seeing the results. It's not good.
I don't know. The news is moving so quick that it's almost not worth necessarily talking about when Iran walked out. But there's been a definitive theme coming out of Switzerland, and it may not matter anymore. All of the parties, it seems like, even our ostensible allies, really tooling on J.D. Vance. I think it was like the Oman a representative took a picture of J.D. Vance on like a little tiny laptop, having to borrow somebody's laptop. That just made it look like he was like an intern.
Gosh, I welcome that. They can do propaganda too, and they're doing it better, honestly.
Well, the point is that like Donald Trump is up there performing for his constituency, and the problem that we have right now is that no one outside of the United States takes him seriously anymore. So even his madman, like, let's start with number 3. Trey Yingst.
He's the correspondent for Fox News in Israel. He'd done some good reporting before, but I believe he got promoted, and now he's kind of just...
Yeah, he's changed.
He's changed. Trey, buddy.
Here he is reporting on what Donald Trump supposedly said. And understand, this is like Donald Trump is performing only for his own people at this point. There was a moment where it's like, oh, he's doing the madman theory. But now they all know this is all taco shit. He is taco because he has no cards to play, as he would say.
I just spoke with President Trump for more than 20 minutes, and he gave some new insight and reaction about the ongoing talks that are taking place in Switzerland and the threats coming from the Iranian regime. President Trump telling Fox News that the U.S. may take over the strait in the future if they have to and collect tolls. The president described this as the United States being the guardian angel of the Strait of Hormuz and the Middle East. And the president said ultimately that would involve the U.S. taking 20% of the oil that passes through the strait. Remember,
oh, he's such a fucking deranged lunatic. Oh, God.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
The U.S. is a guardian angel in the way that Satan is an angel, just completely fallen from heaven.
Hey, look, if you're gonna do some guardian,
at least that's biblically accurate, I suppose.
Angel stuff, you still gotta get. I mean, what?
It's big.
How? You think this red beret get for free? Come on.
I remember an angel came down and saved me from getting hit by a bus, and he was like, "You owe me 20%.
You owe me 20%.
Exactly.
Curtis Lewa and his 20 cats are being dropped off on Carg Island as we.
You think these cats pay for themselves or something? Come on. I mean, how many cats does Curtis have again? Like 17 cats? 25 cats? Like 307 cats or something in that apartment?
But the point is that the Iranians no longer, I think, are buying this. I don't think anybody's buying it.
Why wouldn't you control the Strait of Hormuz now then? Why is this a threat?
Yeah, why have we taken Carg Island? It's so easy to take Carg Island.
We don't feel like it.
I want to give them a chance to behave.
Yes. I want them to. I want to be a good daddy. Give them an opportunity to do the right thing. I'm sorry. I love people. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm a people lover. I
if
won't
loving
apologize.
people is a crime, guilty.
I won't apologize for loving people. I'm not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I just want to give everybody a chance to shine. Be their best news.
We're gonna take the strait in 3, 2.
You don't want me to get to 1.
I want me to get to 1.
2.5. 2 3/4. 3. 3.5. 4 1/4.
So much
Wait a
of this
second.
has been
I'm going the
driven
wrong way.
by his psychosis. There's a 1988 quote: "I'd be harsh on Iran. They've been beating us psychologically, making us look like a bunch of fools. One bullet shot. I'd do a number on Carg Island. I'd go in and take it." The Carg Island thing, I'm convinced, came from him. I don't think the military was like, we should take Kharg Island, because I've always said, like, look at it on a map. There's no chance we're going to let troops go to try take that island. They'd be sitting ducks. We lose like thousands of them. It's all been his brain.
Delusions.
It's all coming from him.
Remember, it's also the same with, we're going to take the nuclear dust. We're going to go in there and take the nuclear material.
Yeah, I was right. I mean, we talked about both things, Kharg Island and nuclear. We've talked about nuclear dust so many times, a concept that did not exist until this year. And Donald Trump started saying it. And now I think every single person in the media sphere, both independent and corporate run media, has said the sentence nuclear dust, which is once again just complete nonsense coming out of the brain of a madman with dementia. Like this is the reality that we're living in, where we're sitting around talking about fucking nuclear dust, which is not a thing. They exist in like centrifuges and not as dust. You don't put dust in centrifuges, I would point out. I'm just gonna skip ahead a little bit on this clip.
Aren't we supposed to be starting this thing? Like, just the difficult
from him.
Remember, it's also the same with, we're going to take the nuclear dust. We're going to go in there and take the nuclear.
This is a little bit difficult to follow here, but you have the Pakistani and the Iranian foreign ministers there, and you'll see and I think the two guys standing right there are from Oman, Pakistan and Oman. The Iranian guy comes in and he's like, we're out of here, Chief. I just wanted to let you know. And you watch JD Vance come over like, hey guys, what's up? Aren't we supposed to be starting this thing? Like, I noticed the Iranian foreign minister just walked out. What's going on? This is like the worst scene at the high school cafeteria, and JD Vance is just getting completely like just owned. Based. And look, I say this, I think ending this conflict in a way that brings Iran into the international community would be a good thing. And this is not to support Trump or MAGA. It is to support a better world. Donald Trump did not want it to end this way, and he lost the war by any estimation. And there may be really bad impacts for the United States down the road. I don't know. Who knows? To sort of like lose more power, but still convince themselves that they're in charge. Those are the worst situations you want from an aging superpower. Nevertheless, watch this as like it's so humiliating, and the entire world has seen this. So, okay, there's the Iranian foreign minister. I think he's talking to Oman or Pakistani, and he's like, "We're getting out of here," and they're talking there, and now
Peace out.
Okay,
right
so
away.
he leaves, and then you can see like JD Vance go like, "What's going on? I can't concentrate on the conversation I'm having." This is like in LA when you're at a restaurant and the person you're with is like, "Oh, wait a second, was that Brad Pitt who just walked in?" Except for the opposite.
No,
did Brad Pitt just walk out? Hey guys, what's going on here?
It's Brad Pitt.
And the best is.
He just leave?
Yeah, it's like
Right.
so he talked to you, but he wouldn't talk to me. Okay, yeah.
I see. Okay,
And then
that's
watch,
actually what I
and then-
wanted.
And then look at this.
How are the talks going so far, Mr. Vice President?
Oh, they're great. Great, thank you. They're great.
Whoops.
You know what it's like? It's like you're showing up at a party because you know your ex is gonna be there and you want to talk to them, but they leave and don't acknowledge you, and you're like, what the hell did I put myself out there for this? Not speaking from experience, right?
No, that doesn't sound personal at all. I can guarantee you Emma literally did exactly that thing. Just based upon the specificity of that story, I hate to put Emma on blast like that, but you know, when you follow it up with a, this is definitely not, you can almost guarantee this is personal experience. Look, we've all had our, you know, our struggles with relationships, what have you. Certainly not alone, Emma. It's a struggle, but it's kind of hilarious to watch the vice president have that sort of a situation, not with his romantic life, but in fact with diplomacy situations. It's honestly, it's quite comedic, rather enjoyable for me to watch. Not gonna lie.
But apparently it worked, at least temporarily, and I think Israel stopped their bombing, and the Iranians sat down at the table, and supposedly, this is also coming from Iran, because you can't really trust anything that comes from the United States. I'm sorry. It's just 14 times bitten, twice shy, or whatever the saying is.
Yeah, I feel like it's great that he gave, it's like... It's great. It's going great of a man who's just been like, who just got done eating something that was disgusting and is now being asked by the person who cooked it, right? In like a high stakes scenario. Is it good? Is it good or what? You liking that? Oh, it's great. Yeah, no, it's perfect. Don't worry. I'll eat the rest of it in a second. I took one bite. I'm savoring that first bite, and we'll get to the rest of that here. I want to incorporate it, you know, into the rest of the meal. So yeah, no, it's fine. It's great. Not, I wouldn't change a thing. Perfect piece, as it turns out. Yeah, these talks did not get off to a great start. And ended even worse, some might say. If you can't make it in stand-up comedy, you go to the podcast. You know, I skipped that part. I skipped the comedy. I never even tried my hand at stand-up comedy. The closest I've ever been to is like improvising in like a play, like a school play. That's about the closest I've ever been to doing stand-up comedy. The only reason I've ever improvised in a school play is because one time I forgot my lines in a student production for like it was like a senior project or something. I can't remember what it was or something, but like I remember agreeing to it. But not realizing what was going to go into it. Forgot to really work on my lines. So I did a lot of partying instead. Showed up, improvised. It's honestly, I got a bunch of laughs technically. It wound up working out okay, but like, you know, I could have probably put more effort into it. Suffice to say, I'm one of the few podcasters who I guess never really put his hat into the ring on the old acting, the Hollywood, or comedy. Neither are really my thing. I mean, I guess I can be funny sometimes. I can do acting. I just never really thought of that as being a career for me. But you're right, there's actually a bunch of failed actors in the podcast space. What's weird is to see those failed actors become successful as podcasters and then get acting jobs that they don't deserve just because they're famous on YouTube. Like, they're still no better at acting than they were when they first gave it a shot. But now that they're famous on social media, somehow now they're getting like more jobs. I've noticed that in a couple of cases, and I find that to be a strange dynamic. Because yeah, once again, none of their acting, from what I could tell, has improved. I'm trying to think of. There's like a couple of people. I'm trying to remember who just got gigs. I can't remember now because it's like so low bar. Like, it's not low bar, but like unimportant to me. Like it doesn't really matter. But now that we're talking about it, is like all I can think about. But I can't think of who I'm even thinking of because this is so low tier to me. But, God, I'm gonna have to Google it now because it's bugging me. Who just got a gig? I think, what's his name? Theo Vaughn, I want to say. I think Theo got a fucking movie deal. Dude is incapable of acting. He's a fucking idiot. He just plays himself.
Now, high-level negotiations in Switzerland between the US and Iran that have wrapped up early today with new plans to create what's being called a de-confliction cell to address the fighting in Lebanon. Now, Iran saying the talks achieved major progress, with a statement as well from mediators Pakistan and Qatar saying the cell will include the Lebanese government, which will, I quote, ensure the adherence of the termination of military operations in Lebanon. It remains, though, very unclear whether that cell will be enough to stop any fighting between the Iranian-backed militia Hezbollah and Israel, which occupies Lebanon and insists it must maintain a free hand. Well, let's talk about all the latest with our international affairs commentator with Doug.
The way he said that made it sound like Hezbollah occupies Lebanon instead of Israel that is currently occupying Lebanon. It was one of the strangest statements. Like, the way the syntax of that sentence made no sense. It's like it made it make less sense by saying it that way. Hezbollah is a democratically elected part of Lebanon's government. Israel is an invading force. It shouldn't be hard to distinguish who we're talking about, but mainstream media constantly does this kind of shit. I think intentionally, to sort of obfuscate the truth and the facts surrounding what's happening vis-a-vis Israel and the Middle East. Because regardless of how unpopular Israel is with everybody watching these things, the mainstream media still sees it as their duty to stick up for the one and only democracy in the Middle East.
Already, though, a lot of signs of strain.
Yeah, and Stuart, you may not even realize it, but your introduction just now sort of gave part of the answer as to why. You said Iran has hailed the major progress at the beginning of these talks, mediated, as you said, by Pakistan and Qatar. What's interesting here is there's been no real evaluation or assessment from the U.S. side. We did hear J.D. Vance going in, saying that President Trump had turned over a new leaf in his desire to have a different relationship, a better relationship with Iran. So Vance trying to set a at least diplomatic tone, but then essentially having Donald Trump tear up the entire playbook and stomp all over that play sheet. And what do I mean by that? Well, you know, the threats to basically tell Iran that unless it reopens the Strait of Hormuz, a key sticking point in this entire deal, it might not have an effing country. He used the expletive. I won't on set.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Things are really not deconflicting. It doesn't feel deconflicted. It feels conflicted still. That's just me. Hey. All right. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's do this next clip. Oh, yeah. This is a fascinating one. This one has got to be one of the funnier
gas prices,
clips.
oil prices.
Okay, shut up, JD. We don't need you. We need the man who might have been, were it not for important shit going on in his life, the new leader of Iran. I'm, of course, talking about Patrick Bet David.
A what now?
Paul Bet Davidson?
Ah, right. Paul Bet Davidson. That's his name.
We have one more clip about Iran, and this is important to understand behind the scenes what the plan was for Iran. And it is hard to assess whether the Trump administration is completely insane or whether Patrick Bet David is completely insane.
It could be
Does
both.
it have to be either or?
But then there's a third option where
exactly.
both
Good
can
point, Emma.
coexist.
Good point. Yep.
And here is Patrick Bet David on
third potentially more likely option. Perhaps everybody mentioned is crazy.
With
I feel like I'm taking
Jack
crazy
Neal.
pills.
I'm not sure what the show is, the Jack Neal podcast.
12-year-old.
And I don't know, Jack Neal, I don't know if he seems too fazed by this, but this is the road not taken.
And Israel bombed Tehran. The Times of Israel ran a piece. It said, why Patrick Bet David is the leader Iran needs. Did you see this? Mm-hmm. It said, not the Shah's son, but you are actually the man who fits in this moment. I'm sure this is mostly just noise, but have those ideas been entertained by any serious players in your life?
Entertained meaning brought up to me? Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. We had extensive conversation about this last, I've never talked about this. We had extensive conversation about this last July when we were in the Hamptons. I got calls saying, do you have any interest? And then we had some major money guys. They came.
Pause it for 1 second.
To do this
Major money guys.
So last July, July 2025, who is the we?
We are in the Hamptons.
No, I get his entourage. Like I had Vinny with me.
We were in the Hamptons.
Sosnick there.
I had Sosnick, and I had the whole crew.
Sosnick will be
But I'm
ambassador to
curious,
Israel.
who is having these conversations with him? Like the Israelis, I don't know. Maybe it was Israel. I don't know. But it's curious. We had these conversations. Like who approached him and said, like, you're the guy
to lead Iran?
I mean, he did say it was a phone call. So it could have been anybody on the planet. It's just, we need him to nail down who was asking him to do this. It could have literally been anybody. It could have been literally the IRGC. I mean, we need more information on this. God damn it, Patrick. Why must you play it so close to the vest?
Iran.
You know, that's what I just went to click on this episode that has 20,000 views. Yeah. It's only been up for 4 days. I just feel like if you were floating yourself to be the leader of 90 million person
welcome
country.
to New York State. We're out here in the Hamptons. Let me ask you a question, just spitballing. Would you like to run Iran?
Can you take time away from his...
Well, wait a second, Matt.
MLM.
That's the real question. Go ahead.
The States here. So we talked about it probably for 2 or 3 months, and then at
who's we? Keep them up there. Who's the we?
Maybe it was Ben Paul.
Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta grab something. Oh, I love this clip. Oh, Patrick. Could have been the leader of Iran, but no. He has more important things going on.
From Palmer Trolls.
But honestly, yeah, that's what I was about to say. Could you imagine if it was like a Nigerian scam situation where he thinks that this must be the Trump national security team asking me.
Voice, Patrick, would you like to run Iran?
Which brings up the whole thing about me. I've got millions coming actually from a bank in Nigeria. But no, put that aside. Okay.
It's not a job I want to do right now. But this happened probably from July of last year till October, and we made the decision we're not going to be doing this.
What would you say is the primary reason you wouldn't want to be the new leader of Iran?
Pause it for a second. Hold on. Wait a second. Wouldn't your first question be? Wouldn't the first question be? Wait, who asked you to do this? Like, who asked you to be the leader of Iran? That to me is like, who in July of last year was asking, are you open to being leader of Iran? What? And Patrick Bet-David doesn't feel like necessary to explain. I was approached. I was offered the job.
They vetted me.
And this guy's like, ooh, and why wouldn't you want to do that?
This is why you go on a show with a 12-year-old host.
Exactly.
Probably for 2 or 3 months, and then at the end of the day, I said, "It's just not a job I want to do right now."
Wow.
But this happened probably from July of last year till October, and we made the decision we're not going to be doing this.
What would you say is the primary reason you wouldn't want to be the new leader of Iran?
I'm America first. This is the greatest country in the world for me. I mean, listen, would I be able to change the economy, be a glue between the States and Europe, and open up the market where the 92 million people could start doing business, creating jobs, economy? Do I believe I would be able to do that? Yes, I have the confidence.
Of course. Of
Yes,
course.
I have the
I mean, I'm sorry.
Of course he would.
Yes, I have the unfounded confidence that I could absolutely turn around the entire country of Iran and provide for 90 million people. But, no, I love America too much, says PBD.
He's bragging about being able.
That's not the problem.
He's bragging about being able to open a door which has already been ajar, and all he had to do was quickly push. Like, yeah, yes, the Americans that would be installing you, Patrick Bet-David, as the leader of Iran.
Is it Americans?
Or Israelis, however you want to say it, would be okay with you, yes, opening up Iran to capitalism, because that's the whole point of this.
You know, what is, I think, the most upsetting part of this for me is Patrick clearly knows that he could really, really improve the lives of 92 million people.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
just that America
But instead, he thinks being an American is not about helping each one of those 92 million people reach their top potential, like in the top on the emotional EQ chart. He could put these people.
No, he's got to help America achieve their whatever goals of being a capitalist D-bag who does a pyramid scheme and enriches himself off of the backs of the rest of America, I guess. I mean, now what Sam brings up a good point, though. Because on the Patrick Bet-David emotional chart, I do think that this was a decision made by PBD that really is getting him in some serious trouble here, right? The what's it called? I forget the name of this fucking. The map of consciousness. Yes, the map of consciousness. Just for a second, can we just take a look at the map of consciousness? Because I think that it's possible PBD has gotten dangerously close to some very negative sort of mindsets, if you will. Right? Why is the fucking resolution on this so shitty? I can't even read it. The fuck? Oh, there we go. Now it's fixed. All right. Now, you see, you could be focused on all sorts of different things here. But this is apathetic. You know, his unwillingness, right? Look, his decision, to abdicate, to withdraw from this process, right? It's going to lead to regret and despair and humiliation. You know, his decision to eliminate this from his potential, right? It's frightening. You know, oh God, it's like he himself is experiencing fear or some kind of like pride. You know, he's like prideful. You know, he's like, oh, but I'm too important to I have to, you know, like, or like indifference. He's indifferent to the these are bad. These are bad. Pride, indifference, withdrawal. I mean, these are it's on the weak side of the force. And PBD is really hurting himself with this kind of stuff. You know, I don't think he thought about that. This has got to be really draining him. He might not even be aware of it. We need to get him the chart. Get him to look at the chart because I think he's really fucking up.
Top of the chart, and he won't do it. That's not what America is. America's not don't help 92 million people.
Yeah.
When you are uniquely situated.
Marjorie Taylor Greene cares so much about Palestinian rights, which is why she left Congress when she has no power anymore.
Patrick Bet David can save them. And only he. When God has given you the gifts that God has given Patrick Bet David, it is wrong. This dude is. The thing is, I think I don't even see where he is on this because I can't figure it out.
He transcends the color.
He could be all being and perfect peace. He could be a 600.
Exactly. He could have shown willingness to accept the deal, acceptance, right? Instead, he was too prideful. He was too afraid or whatever, apathetic. He's living in a state of despair. Withdrawn from trying to solve these big picture things.
Give me a piece on enlightenment.
I forgot that they brought up the chart. Like, here I was pulling up the chart. I forgot that the majority of report cares about the chart as much as I do. It's an important chart. We can't forget that. PVD brought it to our attention. I will never forget it.
I mean,
the self is he's in that 7 to 1,000.
I just like it when you have the ability.
He knows his limitations.
The unique ability that Patrick Bet David has to save 92 million people. You owe it to the world.
Yeah, see, they got him in this sort of joy peace region of 540 to 600, where he's complete already, and he doesn't need to do this. If he was, he'd be in acceptance. He would accept this job if he was down at 350.
Good point.
It's just a bad timing on their part. They should have consulted the chart.
Honestly, it's not clear to me how the chart works. Power strong, force weak. I don't know what these words mean. And the more I look at and trying to interpret how the chart works, the more that it makes less sense. Like, what is? Life view of is. What is a life view of is exactly? Like, this does not make any sense.
That God view, he can't.
Let's go back and listen to more of this because I just this is the thing that I find really disappointing is that Patrick, how can you not help these people when you're so uniquely?
It's such a good. This is
Sam's right. It's utterly disgusting that PBD was basically offered to be supreme leader of Iran and turned it down because he's too busy with his podcast or whatever. I mean, unbelievable. What a lack of concern for the rest of humanity that he is displaying in that moment. I find it disturbing. I really do. You'd think he'd want to solve all these problems. I mean, it's weird. It's really weird. It's almost like he's making it up. I'm not going to claim that it's made up. But it's almost like he is making it up. It sounds unreal. Too prideful, it's Pride Month. Good point. Good point. It is Pride Month. But that's also, I don't understand why you're not allowed to have pride. Is that because that's down in the weakness category, the weak force, not the strong power. Still don't know what that means. But, yeah. It's a nonsense graph that doesn't make... It really doesn't apply to real life. Let's go back to that deal. Or that lack of a deal. The memorandum of whatever. In the wake of the falling apart peace talks, J.D. Vance came out to tell us all that it's actually a great job that he did in Switzerland.
Let's cross now to Professor Scott Lucas, who's a specialist in American and international politics at University College Dublin. Thank you so much for your time. Interesting announcement there in terms of the Iranians agreeing that they will allow inspectors to come into Iran to investigate and inspect their nuclear facilities. That indeed is a bit of a breakthrough, is it not?
Not in the wider perspective. Sorry that I'm smiling here, but let's take everything that J.D. Vance said. First of all, International Atomic Energy Agency inspectors were in Iran before February 28th, 2026, when the U.S. and Israel launched the war on Iran. Now, their activities had been limited since 2018 by the Iranians, but that was because Donald Trump ripped up the 2015 nuclear agreement and imposed comprehensive sanctions. But the IAEA has still been inspecting inside Iran. You can read their quarterly reports, which quite often are, come out through the media. So we're just going back to what happened before the war. Secondly, similarly with the Strait of Hormuz, the Strait of Hormuz was free to everyone before February 28, 2026. Now what you have is a situation which is that it'll be reopened to shipping, is what Vance is saying, but it's going to be under Iranian oversight. The Iranians want to do this in conjunction with Oman. So in fact, Iran continues to have leverage over the strait and is a better position than it was before the war. And then thirdly, this deconfliction mechanism, which both sides have announced. The Iranians also announced this over Lebanon. Of course, the question here is how's that going to operate when Israel's trying to establish a zone of occupation in southern Lebanon? The Israelis are carrying out ongoing military operations. They just announced today that they will continue to occupy the historic and strategic Beaufort Castle. So how do you prevent Hezbollah and Israel getting into a scrap when the Israelis continue to be in part of the country? And that part is vague, even though it's being held up by both sides as, okay, there is this good progress in the talks.
Yeah. Now, he made a number of different claims in there. Basically to illustrate the point that Vance, J.D. Vance, the vice president, is just putting lipstick on a pig vis-a-vis the deal, and that it's no better than the JCPOA. However, I would just like to go back to the first point that he made, because Scott Lucas here, the professor of international politics at the Clinton Institute, University College, whatever, the Blinn, at the time, he wasn't necessarily wrong. He was just operating off of the information that existed. And unfortunately, Iran made it crystal clear in the wake of the J.D. Vance comments that the nuclear inspectors were not part of the deal.
A what now?
Yeah, that's right. The one thing that actually would have been technically an improvement, even though it's really just a rehashing of a deal that Trump himself had ripped up in his first term, did not even exist. Iran made that very clear within a short period of time. Responding to these comments from J.D. Vance, saying no new commitments on inspectors, IAEA inspectors entering the country. So even that aspect, even that one of the three things that would only return us back to the state of play from before the war, doesn't even exist, according to Iran. Here's BBC from 2 days ago.
Hello, I'm Ben Brown, and this is the Iran War Today, our daily briefing that brings you up to date with all you need to know on the war and the current peace talks as well. Well, let's start with some of today's key developments. Will agreements reached between the United States and Iran actually hold as arguments emerge over what has been promised over nuclear inspections? The US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, is touring the Gulf, trying to reassure allies who've been hit hard by Iran's retaliatory campaign.
Okay, hold on, I'm going to skip ahead to where they actually talk about the nuclear disagreement, as they're calling it. And that does seem to be what is happening. Real disagreement over one of the key, at least according to Donald Trump, aspects of this deal.
Well, the US President Donald Trump says that Iran has fully and completely agreed to allow...
Somewhere out there, there's a pig that's incredibly offended right now. You know what? You know, Christy, you're right. I take it back. I apologize to the pigs out there. It's very rude of me.
How rude.
This is a very ugly deal, even perhaps too much so to ascribe to pigs. I'll work on a better metaphor.
Nuclear inspectors to return to the country long into the future. But this claim has been denied by Iran itself, which says no plans exist and that substantive negotiations on nuclear issues have yet to begin. Well, the disagreement and the uncertainty over what has been agreed and by who has certainly been a feature of the negotiations between the two sides so far. Let's listen to Vice President J.D. Vance speaking on Monday about the nuclear issue.
We have the Iranians allowing weapons inspectors, nuclear inspectors into their country for the first time in a long time. We're obviously going to bolster that inspection regime to make sure they can never have a nuclear weapon.
That's Vice President J.D. Vance. We've also been hearing from President Trump himself. Let's have a listen.
You want to see trouble? Let them have a nuclear weapon. We're doing very well with Iran. They've been decimated, and we're making a deal with them, and we'll see how that all goes. And right now, as you probably heard yesterday, we had 19 barrels of oil, 19 million barrels of oil come off, and that's the biggest in the history of the Strait.
That's what I heard, is that 20 million barrels went missing. I don't know what that's. Is he suggesting the United States stole 20 million barrels of oil and that's where the missing oil went? Wow.
Illegal.
That's a crime. That's like an international crime. It's like we're like the fucking pirates. We're like literally fucking pirates. Trump wants to claim that the people, everyone from Somalia is a criminal because all they know is piracy. Somalia! But according to him, the United States stole 20 million barrels of oil? What's the worth of that? It's like $2 billion? I mean, what I'm trying to think. I think that's $2 billion.
The Hormuz Strait. Our stock market is through the roof and oil prices are tumbling. We actually hit for a moment today. In fact, I think it's going to break it, $70 a barrel. That's lower than we were when we started. And it's been amazing. And the big thing is Iran will not have a nuclear weapon.
President Trump there insisting Iran won't have a nuclear weapon. Let's go to our Washington correspondent, Bern de Boosman. He said,
I'm just looking at stocks right now. While when Trump was talking about this, technically stocks were still up at quite high levels. They've been getting hammered pretty hard in recent sessions, and it looks like we may see a repeat of that today. I mean, you look across the board here. Whew. Oh, it could be spelling bad things for today's market. Japan down 4%. Korea down 6%. Hang Seng and the Shenzhen, the Chinese composites all down between 2 and 4%. The only one that's up, and I think something's wrong with this graph. This should already be, what time is it? 6? This should already, I think India has the day off. But you can already see Europe is bleeding in the early hours trading right now. It's not looking good. Also, oil is back up over $70 a barrel. Or at least it was last time I checked. Oh, it's right there. It's right at 70. Like I've been saying, oil is down. And, I'm not here to deny that, just to report the facts. And at the moment, oil is in fact down under $70 a barrel. But of course, the other fact is, of course, that's still higher than it was this time last year. Oh, whoops, there we go.
That.
Oh, no, don't do that.
But at the same time, there seems to be real differences between the Iranian side and the American side about the question of nuclear inspections.
Well, President Trump and other members of the administration have insisted that Iran has agreed to have IAEA inspectors come in Iran and enforce what President Trump has now taken to calling nuclear honesty. In a Truth Social post several hours ago, President Trump suggested that he would be willing to walk away.
Nuclear honesty. Here's a question. That's a fascinating term. Really piques my interest. In this nuclearly honest time that we're living in, will Israel be revealing the fact that they have nuclear weapons? Because they continue to pretend like they don't. And I guess if we're going to live in a time of nuclear honesty, one might expect some kind of revelation on that. I won't hold my breath. That would probably be bad for my health. But, just saying, if we're going to talk about nuclear honesty in this region, there's one country that's been very insincere.
And there are questions surrounding Israel's sincerity.
The state of Israel. Okay, so no new nuclear commitments, despite the assertions from the Trump regime. Iran tamping that down immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Meanwhile, back in the United States, this war is becoming more and more unpopular, with the vast majority of Americans saying that this war not worth it. Vast majority of Americans say Iran war wasn't worth it, according to the latest polls. Only 24% of Americans think the Iran war was worth the cost, and just 23% say that the U.S. is in a stronger position with Iran now than it was before the conflict, according to a new survey, the latest since Trump signaled an agreement with Iran that showed poor reviews of the war outcome. A plurality, 35% of respondents said that the U.S. is in a weaker position than it was before President Donald Trump ordered strikes on Iran on February 28th, according to Reuters' Ipsos survey of 1,262 U.S. adults taken June 18th to 22nd. 63% of respondents, including 52% of Republicans, believe that the truce between the U.S. and Iran will hold. The survey coincides with the return to the lowest approval rating of Trump's second term in the latest Reuters Ipsos polling. There we go. Yep. Approval of the Iran war and of Donald Trump sort of in line, plummeting continually. I heard a number as low as 30% this week, actually. 34 is high now for Trump. Because I can't remember who it was. It wasn't Ipsos. Might have been Gallup. But I heard a 30 number. Literally 30 earlier this week. I can't remember who it was. But that thing is plummeting. That his popularity is almost non-existent at this point. It's just the cult. It has been like all of the sort of independents and like right-leaning centrists and such have like all fallen by the wayside on this situation, and it's just the cult that actually approves of what Donald Trump is doing. Unfortunately, that cult is big. It's got to be at least like 50 million people. The fact that even 24% of Americans are so stupid that they think that the United States is in a better position than we were before February 28th says it all right? Because like it's not a matter of opinion, that particular question, when you really think about it. Like you can poll people on that, but you're basically just polling people on intelligence and like being informed, right? Like some combination of the two, like being aware of current events and being intelligent enough to parse those into a thought, right? To be able to take words and turn them into your own thought. Like you have to be that, like at least smart enough to be able to like come to a conclusion, right? And the fact is like, just on pure facts, the United States is in a worse position than it was with Iran before the war. Like you can't even make the argument unless you lie. The only way to do it is by lying. And it's sort of hilarious that a fourth of the country are either just liars or the sort of people who believe are too dumb like to be able to parse between lies or not. Like they just accept whatever the president says to them. And that's a cult. That is a cult. Let's go here to the tarmac in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates. Little Marco Rubio had some stuff to say. A few things to say about the Strait of Hormuz and how the United States could guarantee freedom of navigation. June 23rd. What is that? Tuesday? Wednesday? I think Tuesday.
Careful reading of the MOU will see that when you talk about, for example, a complete and end of hostilities in the entire region, well, that's not possible. You can't have the end of hostilities and conflicts in the region when Iranian proxies are launching missiles and drones from Iraq and are participating in terrorism like Hamas did and like Hezbollah did. So I do think it's covered by the MOU, and it is an issue that will be gotten to at the appropriate time in these negotiations.
Let me ask you about Hormuz, if possible. Can the U.S. and allies, can they guarantee navigation, freedom of navigation in the state?
Well, that's the law. It's an international water.
That's the law, he says. So there's another lie coming from the Trump administration out of Marco Rubio this time. The strait is not international waterway. It's just not. Like by the definition of international waters. It was tacitly international via an agreement between Oman and Iran, whose territorial waters basically intersect in the middle of the strait. There is no international waterway there, right? Because technically international waters start after, 21 nautical miles? Something like that, like off of the coastline of a sovereign nation state, right? But if you go 21 nautical miles from Oman, 21 nautical miles from Iran, the coastlines and or territories, they meet somewhere in the middle of that strait at different points, right? And like there is no international water between them, which means it's not an international waterway. If there was, you could make this argument. You could say, oh, there's a tiny sliver we should be able to allow, but there is no, that does not exist. Especially because of the islands in the strait. It's the main reason why that is the case. Because if you go straight from the mainland, that might not be the case. But since Iran claims territorial ownership over like a fuck ton of islands in the strait, it's just the same thing that China is trying to do with like the shoals. It's the same idea, right? It's like, look, this is our territory. Do we have cities here? No, it's still our territory. And international waters extend from this point, right? And it's just a lie. Like Rubio knows, or he should know. It's not clear. Actually, it could be he's too fucking stupid. He is the Secretary of State, so you would think he's like able to understand such a thing. But like, if were it not for that agreement with Iran and Oman, that never would have been even seen as such. But it was tacitly just understood to be an international waterway because of the agreement, because it was mutually beneficial. to both nations and technically to their, friends in the Gulf. And they said, fuck it. Like, why be dicks? Why be dicks? This, like, but now the question of why be dicks has changed dramatically in terms of the way that that's calculated. Yeah. All right, we're making serious progress through this list. How are we doing on time? 8.5 hours, not bad. Just a reminder, everybody, if you haven't already, follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, really helps out. Hit that bell icon, the like button too, while you're at it. Do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways for you to show your support: Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App and PayPal donos, Throne, and Patreon. All right, next up, talk more about the Strait and the oil. Oh, wait, this is in the wrong fucking order. Wait, hold on, sorry. This is my bad. Gotta fix this. Go back one. Oh, wait, whatever, it doesn't matter. Just go back up, start again. Sorry, Space Fams. Sometimes I make little mistakes. You know? It happens. How much do we actually have left, technically? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, sweet. We got 10 clips left, including the Al Jazeera live stream. Let's keep talking about the Strait and oil. Oh, right. No, it was more than that, wasn't it? Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, let's go to CNN and talk about all this missing oil. Since we're talking about the Strait, one of the main waterways for oil transportation.
More than 1 billion barrels of oil have gone missing since the war began. CNN senior business reporter David Goldman for the latest on this. Where can 1 billion barrels of oil go?
Yeah, you'd think that you would be able to track all the oil. Well, what's happened is that when the Strait of Hormuz closed, we started losing over 10 million barrels per day. And over the course of 4 months, we have lost more than 1 billion barrels of oil. And that is serious news, because even though we are very glad that the Strait of Hormuz is reopened, and, oil has, to your point, fallen dramatically over the last few days, we still are at critical lows.
Right. So this is one of those times where the media has chosen to use language which is somewhat misconstruing of the actual situation. The oil is not missing so much as it wasn't taken out of the ground. There's a deficit in production. Why are you, what? You had no sound on Little Marco? Oh, the fucking volume was down. Son of a bitch. How did that? Oh, because of the Forbes News clip. Motherfucker. I'm sorry. Here, I'll go back. You didn't hear any of that then, did you? Son of a bitch. Little Marco, take 2.
Don't worry about it, Little Marco.
Gentlemen. The MOU, how are you trying to ease concerns to allies here in the region?
Well, that most certainly will come up in these conversations. And there are items outside the MOU that are certainly going to be covered, but that's one that will have to be covered. It'll be discussed. I think a careful reading of the MOU will see that when you talk about, for example, a complete and end of hostilities in the entire region, well, that's not possible. You can't have the end of hostilities and conflicts in the region as long as Iranian proxies are launching missiles and drones from Iraq and are participating in terrorism like Hamas did and like Hezbollah did. So I do think it's covered by the MOU, and it is an issue that will be gotten to at the appropriate time in these negotiations.
Let me ask you about Hormuz, if possible. Can the U.S. and allies, can they guarantee navigation, freedom of navigation in the strait?
Well, that's the law. It's an international waterway. No country is allowed to charge tolls or fees on an international waterway.
Okay, there you go. There's the clip from Little Marco. So sorry about that. It happens, it happens sometimes, especially later in the night when we're doing like global news and we got fucking subtitles and other shit that I'm doing. So thank you for the reminder, everybody. Okay, now back to that CNN video. Talk about that billion barrels of oil. It never got sucked out of the ground.
More than 1 billion barrels of oil have gone missing since the war began. Let's get to CNN senior business reporter David Goldman for the latest on this. Where can 1 billion barrels of oil go?
Yeah, you'd think that you would be able to track all the oil. Well, what's happened is that when the Strait of Hormuz closed, we started losing over 10 million barrels per day. And over the course of 4 months, we have lost more than 1 billion barrels of oil. And that is serious news, because even though we are very glad that the Strait of Hormuz is reopened, and, you know, oil has, to your point, fallen dramatically over the last few days, we still are at critical lows for commercial inventories in the United States. I'll give you an example. For the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, that's our emergency oil, since 1990, we have not seen levels this low across the world. And in the United States, we haven't seen levels this low since 1983, the year I was born, when they were filling the Strait of Hormuz. And that
was the last oil crisis, if I recall correctly. Jesus Christ. Didn't they intentionally cut supplies just to drive prices up in 83? I could have sworn. Gotta save capitalism. We must drive prices up.
That's not the only problem. Commercial inventories are also at critical lows. In Cushing, Oklahoma, there's a pipeline crossroads of the world. It's where all of America's oil is stored and then goes out to the rest of the world. That is at 20 million barrels. And let me give you an example of what that is. It's like when you hit the spigot on a coffee urn and it stops, right? And
Which is the worst thing.
Which is the worst thing, because you have to tip it toward you to get the coffee out, and it's the sludge, it's the gunk at the bottom there. I'll drink it. I'm sure you'll drink it. But if you have oil at the bottom, it's basically unusable.
Yeah. The coffee or the... is a confusing statement from that guy. Point is, these barrels of oil, this billion barrels of oil, missing. It's actually just 1 billion barrels of oil didn't get produced because the Gulf had nowhere to put it. I mean, they could keep pumping it and then just let it, overflow onto the, but they had nowhere to sell it to. They had because they couldn't get it out. Let's talk a little bit more about how low the strategic oil reserve is.
America's energy hub is running dangerously low on oil. CNN's Ed Lavandera went there to Cushing, Oklahoma, a small town that calls itself the pipeline crossroads of the world.
A drive around Cushing, Oklahoma with Farrell Kleckner is like stepping into a time machine.
That rock building there is probably the oldest building in Cushing.
So over time, you've kind of become the Cushing unofficial historian or the official historian? Where are we at?
The unofficial historian.
Cotton was king here until 1912 when some wildcatters struck oil.
Cushing really took a boom in the 20s.
In the oil business, Cushing is now one of the most important places in the world you've probably never heard of. It's a dot on the map between Oklahoma City and Tulsa, where a vast network of underground pipelines feed into one of the world's largest privately owned storage hubs for crude oil.
We'll go for 2 miles out here of nothing but tanks.
But this is what Cushing is known for today.
As far as the eye can see, dozens of massive storage tanks dot the landscape. Oil industry analysts closely monitor how much crude oil is in these tanks. And right now, alarm bells are ringing. Usually the Cushing tanks can hold about 75 million barrels of oil. The levels now have dropped to below 22 million.
Yep, it's in a bad spot right now. And if those tank bottoms hit bottom, like if these tanks hit bottom, like they're at a very low level, like you can already see they're at a very low level. If they hit bottom, all of a sudden, across the country, you start seeing shortages at gas stations, lines of people waiting for fuel because the gas stations don't have enough. That is literally what will happen if those tanks ever hit bottom. Now, we could, of course, in this moment, try and, I don't know, work on electrifying our transportation system, or at least shoring up the public transportation system itself. You know, trying to decarbonize how we get around this fucking country. Just an idea. Because we can't rely on oil indefinitely into the future. At some point, oil just runs out. Like, literally, at some point, it will just run out. Like, we will run out of oil to pull out of the ground. Or it will become too expensive to pull it out of the ground because of a number of different factors, right? And we're actively doing the opposite of that right now. It's very stupid. I like the animation. Is the animation a pencil head? Why does nobody ever knows what I am? I'm just a man in a helmet. Okay, this is my helmet. My sweet, sweet helmet. God damn it. Oh, God. Burrito, banana, pencil, chimichanga. What else have I been called? Tamale. Did I say banana? I didn't think I said banana. People always call me a banana. It's not a Christian Crusader mask, okay? It's a knight's mask. It's a helmet, okay? It's not a mask. This is, the Internet Crusade helmet, okay? It's like the Black Knight, okay? It's not a, everybody stop calling it a Crusader helmet, okay? Settle down. I'm reappropriating this. This is a Space Crusader helmet, okay? Making the galaxy great again. Okay. In fact, not again. We're making it great for the first time. Galaxy's never been great. MGG. Make Galaxy great. Too late. It's a Crusader helmet. No. Unacceptable. You know how white supremacists are always running around appropriating people's shit? You know, not just white supremacists, but, you know, white people in general. But really, white supremacists are doing it hardcore, right? Boogaloo boys with the fucking Hawaiian shirts. Think about that one for a second. Nazis with the Hindu swastika, right? I mean, we could go down the list on all of the shit that white supremacists are so uncreative, they can't come up with their own shit, and so they steal it from everybody else. I've decided to steal shit from them. You go fuck yourself, okay? This is mine. Space Crusader helmet, okay? You can go fuck yourselves. A helmet is a hat? A helmet is a hat. How is a helmet just because it goes over your head? That's no hat. How dare you? My God. What have we started here today? You see Knights of the Round Table? The space table? The luxury space communism knights. Yeah. I lost my goddamn place with this stupid helmet discussion. Oh. Okay, I found it. All right, staying with the Strait of Hormuz, let's talk about all the goddamn people who've been stuck there. Because honestly, it's been a little while since we talked about them. But like over the last 3-4 months, however long it's been now, 4 months now, right? It's like 120 days. Actually, yeah, in like a day, it's 120 days. Like there has been thousands of sailors all stuck. It's like imagine this. It's like you go to work, and then while at work, something happens, and then for the next 4 months, you don't get to go home. You don't get to see anybody you know or love do any, do any of the shit that maybe you got going on back there. And instead, you just got to stay at work. For no fault of your own. Just left to fend for yourself. In the middle of a goddamn Gulf. Now, some of those sailors are slated to leave the strait, but that could still take weeks, apparently, to remove all the people still stuck there. This is according to France 24 from yesterday.
Ships have begun sailing through the Strait of Hormuz under the International Maritime Organization's evacuation plan. But there's still only a handful of up to 600 stuck in the Gulf, with over 11,000 crew on board.
What we don't want to cause is any collisions, any accidents. So incrementally, we will see the numbers increasing. Hopefully, the next step will be around 50 vessels a day. And then in that way, we will see how we can further support it. But it will take us a few weeks before we can actually complete the evacuation.
The IMO is working with Oman to let vessels transit through a southern corridor managed by the country. Under the scheme, ships can also sail through another route further north via Iranian waters. This as demining efforts led by France and Britain also continue. Among the vessels that sailed out of the Gulf on Wednesday, 3 oil tankers together carrying 5 million barrels of crude oil, 2 of them heading for Asia. While daily traffic through the strait is still a fraction of the pre-war average, US officials say the flow of crude has almost come back to normal. Global oil prices fell to their lowest levels since the start of the war. Meanwhile, Qatar's Prime Minister travelled to Oman to prepare for talks with Iran, Iraq and Gulf states on.
Yes, indeed. Everybody trying to bring the Middle East back to a state of normalcy right now. But it's going to take quite some time, if ever, for us to get back to a place like that. And of course, the Gulf remains completely shattered as a result of this. I mean, the economies of these Gulf states are now going to come into question big time over the coming months and years. Of course, Gulf cities like Dubai and stuff have been trying to sell themselves as destination locations, not just for vacation, but also for businesses and all sorts of others, to get themselves all set up in this place that is now clearly not as safe as was thought previously. Someone in Matt Binder's chat said to check this out. Oh, nice. Well, I'm glad that we got space fams out there recommending us across the interwebs. Gotta love you some Matt Binder. Where is it?
Paul Bet Davidson.
Matt. All right. Now, the Senate approved War Powers resolution to block U.S. military action against Iran on Tuesday. Here is that clip.
Madam President, for years, Trump promised to put maximum pressure on Iran, but he ended up delivering maximum confusion, maximum chaos, maximum cost to the American people with his disastrous war. Every second this war continues, the costs to the American people go up. And this is the 10th time Democrats have forced Republicans to vote on a war powers resolution to end the war. Time after time, the vast majority of Senate Republicans sided with Trump and his war instead of the American people.
If you believe that what the President of the United States has done, and that is bring the Iranians to the table to negotiate on items that they have refused to negotiate on for a long time in the past, and has used the armed forces of the United States to bring them to the table, then you should vote no on this. Let diplomacy work. Give the President, give the Department of State, give the current administration the ability to, once again, give Iran the opportunity to do the right thing. Maybe they will. We don't know for sure yet because...
Give them the ability to have the opportunity to negotiate with Iran. It's a lot of adjectives in there that add up to fuck all. Jesus Christ. They've had the opportunity, the ability, and the opportunity to negotiate with Iran for this whole time, including before the war ever started. People are fucking delusional.
We have some 50-some days left of the negotiations, but we ought to at least give that an opportunity to work.
On this motion, the yeas are 50, the nays are 48. The concurrent motion is agreed to.
Yes, indeed, 50 with the nays, 48 with the nays. Forcing Donald Trump, at least in theory, to follow the law. I mean, once again, we'll see whether that comes to fruition. Now, what's interesting about this is that after realizing their mistake, Senate Republicans, or how, like, it was the House or the Senate, somebody in the Republican Party over there in the GOP tried to introduce a motion, I think yesterday, on Wednesday, like a day after they passed this resolution to unresolved, to hold the president to account. I don't think it passed, but it's fucking hilarious that they even tried. It's like, oh shit, sorry, Mr. President, hold on. Let me just write this up real quick. We'll get on that. Oh god, fucking hilarious to me. People are so incompetent. All right, let's check in with Al Jazeera, see what the hell is going on over here. Any latest. Hopefully there's nothing too crazy that we've missed during the stream. Oh, no, not World Cup. No, we're not going to talk World Cup. If that's the most important thing that we've got, then that's a no. Okay, and then it's the debate Mehdi had earlier with that fucking turd. Okay, well, we're going to skip the live stream. Oh, wait. Nope, take it back. Guess what? Israel's still continuing to do airstrikes in Lebanon, as it turns out.
Illegal.
Okay. Here this was hiding in the live stream.
They started by saying we don't want Hezbollah to threaten the north of Israel.
Growing increasingly concerned because this conflict is far from over.
Talk us through the latest strikes, because those are going to be intrinsic and may have an impact, of course, on those talks that you're discussing in Washington.
Well, overall, there has been a reduction in violence, but Israel continues to carry out attacks. Earlier this week, we saw a series of Israeli drone strikes that killed up to 6 people. Overnight and in the early hours of this morning, Israel carried out airstrikes. Now, all these attacks are happening in frontline villages. When I say frontline villages, I mean the ones that run along the line where Israeli troops are positioned, because the Israeli army controls territory in southern Lebanon. Security sources have been explaining explaining to us how Israel is trying to control these villages by fire. They couldn't occupy them, so they're trying to control them by fire. It gives them more leverage when they're bargaining with the Lebanese army to disarm and dismantle Hezbollah's infrastructure north of the Litani River. We're also getting reports that Israeli troops are pushing out of their positions in the village of Haddatha, for example, moving towards Haris. They're moving out of the areas which is under occupation. And this is the growing concern in Lebanon, because they did the same thing post-November 2024 after that war, when they took advantage in the lull of the fighting to take more ground, to destroy more territory. So people in the south, yes, they have started to return, tens of thousands of people, but there's also growing concern that at any time there could be a resumption of the violence that we witnessed in the past few weeks.
Yay. Fucking disturbing. It's fucking disturbing how Israel can just continue to just ignore international law. Ceasefire deals. Literally whatever they want. Just continuing to violate the ceasefire in Lebanon. I wonder how long that could go on for until all this fake memorandum of understanding situation falls apart completely and we go right back to where we were. It really doesn't feel like much of an improvement, this whole understanding that we have. Feels a little empty. Lacking any real relevance right now. Seems like very little has improved. Although I will say there are little things. I won't, deny that there are some positives we're seeing. I'm just remaining incredibly skeptical about what it all adds up to. Exactly. All right, let's go to Asia really quickly. Two different stories. First in North Korea, where the unveiling of the country's largest warship ever took place earlier this week, with Kim Jong-un there to witness it, and a massive crowd.
남포조선소 노동계급과 선박 및 국방 공업 분야의 과학, 우리 스스로도 놀랍게 인정하고 있는 강력한 획기적 의의를 가지는 구축함의 취역은
Is he wearing a One Piece hat, dude? Oh my god. Oh, he's trolling. Oh, he's trolling. Oh my god. Oh my god, Kim Jong-un is trolling, dude. I didn't even notice this the first time I watched it. I didn't even notice it the first time I watched it, but fucking Kim Jong-un is wearing a goddamn One Piece hat. When he gets on the boat and he throws on a fucking One Piece hat like a pirate. Oh, Jesus Christ.
This is ridiculous. 무력의 핵심 군종으로서의 해군의 위력이 비상히 장성 강화되고 있는 현실에 대한 명백하고도 힘있는 실증으로 된다고 말씀하셨습니다. 김정은께서는 구축함 최연호가 백전로장의 성함을 아로새긴 전함답게 창군 세대의 위대한 정신과 무쌍한 영감성, 백성의 전통을 굳건히 계승하여 조국 수호의 항로에 승리의 항적만을 새겨가리라는 믿음과 기대를 표시하시면서 구축함 해병들을 사랑의 한 품에 안으시고 해군의 강화 발전사의 길이 빛날.
Well, there you go. North Korea successfully unveiling its largest warship ever to date after a somewhat disastrous unveiling, I think last year, where the boat itself literally tipped into the harbor, I think sinking to the bottom of it. Did not go well, suffice to say. But this one went off without a hitch. And Kim Jong-un taking the moment to troll and run around on top of his new boat with a fucking one-piece hat. Good God. What a fucking crazy timeline we live in. It's just getting weirder and weirder. Like every day, I swear to God, I just look over like, wait, what? What's happening now? Are you sure I haven't somehow slipped into some sort of alternate dimension and I'm still on the timeline I was born into? Are you sure? Okay. Let's go to Japan really quickly. I'm still fucking like I can't move past it now. Like the fucking One Piece hat. Fucking crazy. What a fucking move from Kim Jong-un. Oh my God. Yeah, one last story in Japan. We're at almost at the exact same time that the Venezuelan earthquake, which we saw earlier in the stream. Another incredibly powerful 7.2 magnitude earthquake hit Japan, rattling the country. Chaos, which was captured in video format. Here's some of that now.
Nangai ne. 今回のも大きいわ。震度5強6。これこんなに落ちてるもんこれ。何もなければいいんだけど。
I think there was actually two earthquakes, almost both 7 magnitude. I think the first one was 6.9, followed by a 7.4, or it may have been the reverse. But I believe it was 2 earthquakes in quick succession here. Here's, the last clip of the night. Almost forgot. Great job, everyone. Making it this far. Boy, oh boy. 9 sweet hours of galactic content. Anyway, as you can see, a lot of chaos here in Japan. However, a vast majority of Japan's buildings are retrofitted or built with a certain level of earthquake standards because of the level of earthquakes that need to be withstood here in the country, unlike in Venezuela. Same magnitude quake, very different result seen in the two countries. Boy, oh boy, what a chaotic week. And we didn't even get all of it tonight. Don't worry, we got an action-packed week-ending report for us Friday as a result of the fact that we only completed the galactic content goal after I skipped a bunch of shit. And I got new news. I got a bunch of I can never help myself during the stream. I still look at my goddamn feed from time to time. And suffice to say, I've already got at least 1 or 2 stories that I got to add to the fucking week-ending report. Some crazy shit. One good story, actually, which we will talk about tomorrow regarding the Epstein files.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Down 27. Well, we made it through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Well, that's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanope, Nadia, Jokey, Scout, Selena, Megastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Mish, Becky, The Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Regan, New York, Wheeling, Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslight Docracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perf XL, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S. Hecate, GND, oh I haven't updated this yet, and Sweet Chewy Forever. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Whoa. The fuck? Oh, there we go. that's pissing me off. Can anybody tell me what's wrong with this scene? Hint. It happened earlier today. Yes, young Chris was the first to figure it out. It's the TVs. The TVs are broken. Yep.
A hetero awesome fest.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
So we're all going to learn this together.
Why did she say this?
You're fired.